pill. They said the pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black 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 pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 I'm black pill.
It's so important, guys. So important. By the way, women are the majority of voters in the United States.
They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of this place.
Oh, hey, everybody. What's up, man? It's Hold the Truth Hostage, where if the truth was so important, we wouldn't negotiate with lies. You know what I'm saying? Before I start, let me share the hatership. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of the hatership. Okay, the hatership. The hatership. Remember, watching this stream. If you are watching this stream, you are supporting a male feminist. Remember that. If you're watching this stream, you're supporting a male feminist by the hatership. Okay, let's see that. All right, the black pillars were ill. All right, what's the other hatership and the hatership? All right, all the hatership has been covered. Now, man, I had to do this stream, man. I'm trying to block this user. Give me 1 minute. I gotta do something. Give me 1 second. Oh, all right. Yeah, all good. Well, man, I had to do this stream, man. We had a lot of passings, man. A lot of, Jason David Frank just died. Tommy the White Ranger, man. First when I heard he died, man, I'll be real with you, man. It's still shaking me right now, man. I can't believe it, man. The voiceover, Kevin Conroy, the voiceover of Batman dies. And then literally, I think a week later or a few days later, Jason David Frank, Tommy the White Ranger dies. Self-deletion. First I thought, man, maybe he had a heart attack or something, but man, guess what? Guess what led to his self-deletion, man? A divorce. A divorce is what led to his self-deletion, a divorce, and I realized, man, after seeing that, I'm like, man, I didn't get in the manosphere or, YouTube in general for drama and conflict and all that BS, man. I just came here to, discuss logical conversation, logical ideas, share some logic and figure out how we can solve things, logically, man. But I'm gonna be real with you, man. The death of Jason, David Frank, man, that joint hurt, man. That joint, my favorite Power Ranger's always been Jason. Jason's my favorite, but we all know the greatest Ranger is Tommy. I grew up in the 90s, man. I still remember when Power Rangers came on, and what's funny about these things, while you're alive right now is that, man, those old shows mean a lot more right now than, they ever did. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a millennial, or late Gen Xer, you know what I'm saying? Because, back then you used to watch TV shows. You weren't hearing messages about, oh, you're a boy and this is negative. You didn't have any conflict of interest in your sexuality on these TV shows being promoted. You didn't have body dysmorphia being promoted. You know what I mean? You didn't have any negativity. You know, it was just entertainment, you know, with a lesson or something like that, man. So, you know, you value the 90s, you know, entertainment a lot more, man, a lot more than, you know, you ever thought. I mean, a part of you thinks you're taking it for granted, you know, the 90s entertainment, you know what I'm saying? Because it was just so pure, it was so normal, man. Oh, Truth Pill was good, man. Oh yeah. Of course, man. He's still coming. It's still coming. You know, man. We got. This is what happens, man. You know, I'm being. It's. I never thought I'd be stalked by a 60-year-old man online. You know, this is what happens, bro. You know, this is the madness. This is what happens when people have lost themselves to the attention of the internet. I mean, there's a lot of men out there. I'd say older men that are looking at all this attention they could get on the internet and having regrets that they couldn't get it when they were younger. So they invest even more on the internet than ever before. Because they're like, shit, man, I could have all this attention I'm getting, whether it be from men or whatever. So a lot of them dive deeper. But you know, but enough about the negative. The reason I'm doing this stream is that, man, I realize we got to do this, man. At least once a month, if possible, once a month, we got to do a stream on, you know what I'm saying? A stream on, you know, on avoiding self deletion, man, because there's a lot of guys coming on here online like never before. I mean, I've been saying this for over 4 years. You know, before I started making content, I was very active on, you know, the MGTOW Reddit section. Very active, you know what I'm saying, on the MGTOW Reddit section. And, you know, I've been saying it. I've been predicting it that, yeah, man, you know, self deletion amongst men is going to increase. And it's going to increase like never before, man, because what's going on is that the average, there's, you know, men are being mentally, you know, assaulted from multiple directions, man, multiple paths. I mean, you know, it's shocking if your male mind and your mind can actually remain stable. It's shocking if you stay stable. I mean, I'll give you an example. On one end online, you got all these fucking bastards pushing. You gotta be super masculine. You gotta when you urinate, your urine has to be bulletproof. You gotta be super masculine. You're not getting respected because you're not masculine. You know what I'm saying? You got all these guys pushing that narrative of hyper masculinity, which is actually artificial level of masculinity. I mean, here's the thing, man. You know, maybe that actually might have to be the word. So a lot of guys are pushing artificial masculinity. Steroids. Muscle enhancers. Drug use just to get this artificial image of masculinity for you to obtain something that ain't even natural. So on one end you got mad guys spitting this hyper masculine BS. Then on the other end you have the media putting a narrative that as a man you're negative. You're negative just being a man. You got open media promoting anti-male speech. You know what I'm saying? You can't open a TV without hearing or watching the news saying, yeah, openly promoting hate men. You know what I'm saying? Hate men narratives, you know what I'm saying? Targeting men, guilty before proven innocent. You know what I'm saying? The male mind is being attacked at all fronts. You know what I'm saying? Then you have some guys promoting men to battle to change the system. There's so much pressure put on the male mind today. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the 90s, bro. I grew up in the 90s. in the 90s, all we worried about was, I guess getting a job, getting a job, going to school or, college potentially. That's it, bro. You know what I mean? I don't remember in the 90s where people were telling me I got to be a man, I got to do this, I got to do that. I don't remember that. I remember just watching basketball, uh, trying to go to school and graduate. So the male mind is being attacked at all facets, man. You know, and what's very dangerous, the reason I say self-deletion is going to increase like never before is that, you know, when I was growing up in high school, bro, let me see what you said, Truth Pill. Yeah, this government is so oppressive towards men. Guys who don't travel just don't understand. It's not like this in other countries. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna get to that where the role, because to me, man, what's crazy when Jason David Frank, self-deleted is that dude. It's been a role. He deleted when I first read that Tommy, deleted himself. I was like, oh man, maybe he just hurt himself or something. But turns out he was going through a divorce. He was going through a divorce, man. And he's not the first one to delete himself from a divorce. What was the name of that guy? He was on CNN. He was traveling around for food or something. He deleted himself. Robin Williams deleted himself. You know what I'm saying? I saw the pattern, and after seeing a pattern, this is Jason David Frank, man. This is the Green Ranger, the White Ranger. A lot of people don't get it, man. He's like a global idol. Tommy, there's Superman, Tommy, then there's Tommy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Who's that? Pissy baby black pill. Uh, uh, wonder if that's an alt account. Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna pay attention to distractions. But the thing is, Tommy, Jason David Frank, man, beloved globally, bro. This man is loved worldwide. And he still deletes himself domestically. You know what I'm saying? Domestic. Yeah, yeah, yo, it was Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, dude, Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain deleted himself. Robin Williams deleted himself. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to think, man, the problem we have when talking about marriage in the West is that, man, we've been actually going very lightly about it. Whenever we talk about marriage, we bring up, divorce, we bring up alimony, we bring up child support. But what we're missing is we're not bringing up the risk of self-deletion. You know what I'm saying? There's a high risk. I mean, if you notice, a lot of men, man, yeah, oh yeah, bro, my man. In fact, my apologies, man. We need to have a moment of silence, man. Moment of silence for Jason David Frank, man. A moment of silence for Kevin Conroy, the voiceover of Batman. Damn, man. That was the 90s, man. Man, Tommy's gone, bro. It feels like, man, it don't, I'm getting that same feeling I got when Kobe Bryant passed away, man. You're in the middle of tears and it's like your body's cold. You know what I mean? Your body's cold, man. You have some emotional aspects going on. It's hard to believe, man. Tommy's gone, bro. He was super active, man. He was all over the community. He was talking to kids. I did remember a stream, man. I remember a stream way back, bro, where he was kind of angry, but Tommy's gone, man. R.I.P. to Tommy, man. He saved a lot of kids, man. He helped a lot of boys become men, man. You know, I mean, Power Rangers got a lot of guys into the gym, karate, martial arts, health, man. You know, and the thing is, I remember Tommy, dude. I could remember every Ranger he was, bro. He was the Green Ranger. You know, then he was the White Ranger. Then he was the White Ninja Ranger. You know what I'm saying? Then when you go to Turbo, no, not actually Turbo. Damn, man. What was that Power Rangers? Power Rangers. He was actually the Red Ranger Zeo. Yo, he was the Red Zeo Ranger. You know what I'm saying? He was the Red Zeo Ranger. He was the Red Turbo Ranger. He was the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. Dude, Tommy's been in it, man. He's even a new Ranger now that's a combination between the green and you know, like if you're into Power Rangers, read the comics, man. The comics are amazing. You know, Tommy became a combination of Green Ranger and White Ranger. Oh, Gerald Kemp, yeah. I can't forget Renegade One, man. Renegade One took his life, man. He self-deleted because, you know, I had to do a stream on it about Renegade. He took his life because he said, yo, the whole world is like the West. You know, I'm starting to think, man, we can't be saying get your passport for marriage and all that stuff, dude. Get your passport for your own life, man, for the safety of your life, bro. Get a passport, man. You have to. You know what I'm saying? Because this is what's going on. I mean, look, Tommy from Power Rangers, one of the most beloved human beings in the world, man. You know, Tommy could come knock on your door, bro. You would let him in your house. You know what I'm saying? You would probably give him your meal if you were starving. You like, yo, Tommy, eat, man. You know, because he meant that much to you, man, in your childhood. You would give Tommy Tommy your meal, bro. You know, he was that beloved. And the man still ended up deleting himself, man, because, you know, and here's the thing, he was married and he was also, I think he was married to a single mom, and she was divorcing him and I think taking the kids away from him, man. Because, you know, there's something we gotta talk about, man. We bring this up, man. You know, we always talk about marriage and divorce, but we don't talk about the most dangerous promise a lot of men make. The most dangerous promise a man makes, and this is a cliche quote, is that a lot of men say, I would die for my family. You know what I'm saying? Let me repeat that. A lot of men will openly say, I would die for my family. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, a lot of people, when they hear that, when a man says, you know, I would die for my family, we think about that man dying to defend his family, like going to fight for his family, fighting on the behalf of his family. But we don't think that I would die for my family implies that if someone divorces this man, threatens to take away his family through child support and custody, this man is ready to kill himself, man. You know what I'm saying? This man is ready to kill himself. That's one thing we don't notice, that old saying, I would die for my family. You know what I'm saying? And we know the majority of men today, we're not going to war. We're not going to war. We're not, looking for violence. So when a man says he would die for his family, you have to look at it from a perspective of a domestic dispute. Tommy, the Green Ranger, dude, this is a man who made Make-A-Wish, Make-A-Wish charities. You know what I'm saying? He would go to kids that had cancer and he'd become a Power Ranger for them. You know what I'm saying? And help them out. This is a man who's uplifted people and all that stuff. And maybe it was the sign of all the tattoos. There was probably a lot of signs, man. Uh, uh, yeah, we don't know what happened. Divorce, but child support. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. I'm not assuming anything, truth pill to homie. I'm just saying a divorce. He was a divorce is what caused him to take his life, man. You know, what I'm saying? And he was about to lose access to his children, you know. It's and that's what we got to look at, man, is that when a man makes that oath that yo, I would kill myself for my family, we got to look at it as this man would kill himself if he loses his family. As in if a divorce happens and that man loses his family, that man equates losing the reason to live. You know what I'm saying? There's a major level of, it's not only financial. We're in a system now where they tell men, everything you do is financial. Dude, having children is a highly genetic, mental, what I'm saying, outer body experience and responsibility. I mean, you got to think about it. Before a man has a child, that man is only worried about himself. Of course he's worried about his family. You know what I'm saying? No, yeah, truth pill. You already know, bro. You already know. So, the man makes there's a lot of responsibility in having a child. Like, you're going to work and in the back of your mind, your kid is in the back of your mind 24/7, 24/7. Once a man establishes having a family, that becomes that man's main priority, his whole life. His whole mind, your whole mind is changed because you have another level of responsibility, responsibility that you could feel in your genetics. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could feel it. You know what I mean? You could feel it, bro. So he lost his family in the divorce. He saw that breaking down. I mean, and then you got to think about it. A guy like Tommy, who's a celebrity, where people just want to see the man happy, and then he's on web. L.A. Patterson was good. Just watched Passport Bro Fred's video. Couldn't believe his. Oh yeah, yeah, dude. There's that guy's in the closet, man. He gave advice. The thing, Al Patterson, you gotta understand, bro, is that some of these guys going overseas were in the closet in the States, so they give closeted advice when they go overseas. You know what I'm saying? But, to get back to the point at hand is that when you have a child, man, there's a lot of responsibility. You no longer live for yourself anymore. You now live for that child and your family. You know what I'm saying? It's a heavy level, and it's not a burden because they advertise now that, oh, you had a child, it's a burden. No, man, it's a responsibility for a life that it's the greatest responsibility. You wake up and look forward to that. You wake up and like, damn, man, I got a kid. I got a living, breathing thing I created. And I want to take care of that. That's my kid, and this kid is a way to relive your own childhood. There's a lot of adults. When you watch the media demonizes living through your children. You know what I'm saying? It demonizes living through your children. But when you have a kid, a lot of things you wish you could have done better when you were younger, you actually look at your children as a way to relive that and change that. You know what I'm saying? Your children represent your past, your present, and your future. You know what I'm saying? Because those kids represent, when they're young, they represent what you can fix from your past when you were little. As they get older, you know what I'm saying, they represent your future support system. You know what I'm saying? So when a man loses his children, bro, it's not just a psychological breakdown. It's a genetic breakdown. I mean, I'm not a father. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any kids. You know what I'm saying? I can't say I could feel it, but I remember one of my family members passed, man. You know, when your family member passed, man, it's like it feels like someone ripped a piece of you, man. You know, it's a pain you just can't describe. It feels like someone literally pulled out a chunk of your own flesh. You know what I mean? You don't feel as whole as you were because that family member, when they were alive, they were an extra extension of your being. You know what I'm saying? Just because y'all connected genetically, you had a bond. You had a bond that was genetic. You know what I'm saying? You had a bond that was genetic. And when your family member passes away, you feel like somebody ripped a piece of you, man. You know, you can never be whole again, man. You know what I'm saying? You'll never be whole when you lose a family member. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a piece of you that's been taken away from this world, you know? So, you know what I'm saying? And to me, man, you know, with what's happening with you know, there's so many celebrity males. And you know, a lot of guys will say, well, he's a celebrity, he had money, you know, and you know, he killed himself, he self-deleted himself. It wouldn't happen to you. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of guys do, but a lot of the celebrities, when they do this, it's actually a way for you to watch something that could happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, like I said, I'm in the black pill community. You know, I speak, you know, we drop a lot of logic here, but you know, no one knows, man. No one can tell what's up. You know, no one can tell, you know, your mental state, how you would be if you had a child. Like, you know, I could say right now, like, you know, I tell a lot of guys, man, if you have a kid, your best bet in the custody war is, of course, you got to fight to make sure, you know, the child support payments are right. But with custody, you might have to give that up, you know. You know what I'm saying? You might have to not fight for that as harshly because what's going to inevitably happen is you'll lose so many resources that you'll damage that kid. You'll have a psychological post-traumatic trauma on that child. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of kids dealing with the trauma of watching their father lose everything, fighting for custody of them. You know what I'm saying? Fighting for custody of them, and they see their father literally go homeless. You know what I'm saying? Literally go homeless. So, you know, the custody thing, you know, I think a lot of men gotta know when to, you know, call their losses, you know. But to me, man, you know, I had to do this stream because I'm like, man, you know, a lot of people are deleting themselves. And I predicted the deletion will increase. I say especially for men under the age of 18. You know, preteens, the deletion is going to increase because, you know, when I was growing up, man, we just had to worry about, you know, growing up in the 90s, we just had to worry about people bullying us or hating us in school. You know, and you would go home, it was over. You know what I'm saying? Whatever issues you had at the school, once you go home, it's over. It's done. You know what I'm saying? I went home, ate my popcorn, ate my food, and I was good. You know what I'm saying? But now, a lot of the preteen males growing up, yo, they can't, these problems, you can't leave them behind. You know, your problems can't just be at school anymore. You're taking them home because, dude, you got your phone, which is connected to social media, connected to the internet. And, you know, even outside of social media, your phone is connected to, you know, Google News. So you're gonna see news about how horrible men are. Think about a preteen boy. He's growing up. He doesn't even know how it's like to be a man yet. And he gets all this constant messaging that men are horrible. You know what I'm saying? Men are creeps. You know, man, you know, openly, the people that are hating on men are not punished. You know what I'm saying? They're not losing their jobs. They're getting promotions on media. They're putting their post as trending posts. You know, and a chick says all men are horrible, or you even got Kathleen, what was her name? I forget her name, but she literally had a photo of her beheading Trump. You know what I'm saying? I forget her name. She just got kicked off of Twitter. She had a photo of her beheading Trump and our president, whatever, the president of the United States, and still got rewarded, still got an interview, got put on television shows to be interviewed and all that. There's really no punishment for the disrespect of men. You know, when it comes to the media, just outright, oh yeah, yeah, dude, yeah, yeah, word. Kathy Griffin. Yeah, Kathy Griffin had a photo of her beheading Trump, bro. You know what I'm saying? And there was no punishment. There was no, that man is a father. You know, whether you like Trump or not, that man has a young son who's like, you know, I think Trump Jr. at that time was 8 years old or something like that. You know, and they plastered the image of Kathy Lee Griffin holding the beheaded photo of his father all over the internet. You know what I'm saying? All over the internet, man. That companies like hiring women at lower wages than blaming the common man for the wage gap. Well, the wage gap is a scam. The wage gap really has to do with the fact that one of my boys explained to me, you know, men work a lot more overtime and men work more consistently. We were designed to work. You know, when a man has a child, we don't give birth to the child, so we don't have to stop working. The women, on the other hand, how you could tell certain career jobs aren't for women by virtue of them having to give birth. You know what I'm saying? I was watching a video on a female lawyer, you know, bitching about she doesn't make as much money. There's not that many women that get promoted to partner, while she's saying, well, she had to give birth. You had to give birth. You know, if you're running a law firm, there's new jobs every day. They don't got time for someone to take parental leave, you know what I'm saying, and still reward you as a partner. You know, so to me, man, and the reason I bring this up is that, dude, think about the preteens. You know, think about a boy, he's like 13 years old, bro. He's got a smartphone and he opens his smartphone. He just sees hundreds of thousands of messages. You know, men are garbage. You know, he goes on TikTok. Men are garbage. You know what I'm saying? Men are the worst. You know what I'm saying? You know, he gets all this imagery before he's even a man, and his body's growing, his body's changing. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you're in your preteens, you're in a very confused moment because your body's constantly changing. Especially once you're a teenager, you know what I mean? You know, think about it, like 3 months ago, you were 5'5". You know what I'm saying? A few months later, you know, you're 5'7". Your body's changing, your hormones are changing, your body's filling up. You know what I mean? You're growing up, you're becoming a man, and you're getting all this message saying, yo, man, men are nothing, you know, hate men openly. You know, you open the media, it's just, yo, they don't care no more. It's just without mercy. You know what I'm saying? They're openly letting men are the worst and this and that. And you got to look at the mind of a developing boy into a man, and you got to understand that he's getting traumatized. You know what I'm saying? He's getting traumatized just watching the media all day, just bash what he will become, just destroy it. And that's why you see a lot of you know, these boys suffering body dysmorphia, potentially trying to get a transition surgery before they're even a teenager. You know what I'm saying? Because they're getting so much messages of male hate, you know, hate men, you know, the worst, the worst. And you know, this is a boy who's yet to become a man. So in that boy's eyes, you know, his mind isn't fully developed yet. He's thinking, damn, I got to prevent myself from becoming a man. You know, how do I do that? And then you see what the media is advertising with transition and, you know, openly targeting young children to have sexual changes and all that stuff, while their mind is just being, you know, bombarded by hate. You know, you're a boy about to become a man. You just hear, you know, the male hatred. And that boy's mind is like, fuck, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to become something everyone hates, you know? So you gonna hear that boy say he don't want to become a man. You know what I'm saying? He don't want to become a man because, you know, he doesn't want to be hated, you know? He doesn't want to end up all over the news. And you got to understand, these are talk shows. They don't even tell these chicks or these women or the news. They don't say anything. They don't have any, what's the word? They don't have any, you know what I'm saying? What, you know, codes of conduct. You know, you don't hear CNN or all of them interviewing some females and saying, yeah, you know, it's not a good look for us if you're bashing men on our network. We got men watching our network. We got males funding this network. We got males working here. It's not a good look that you're bashing men on our network. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand this level of confusion. And what's going to happen is you got to also look at it at they're pushing this narrative that, you know, sex changes and all that. You got to look at that young boy growing up. You know, he doesn't want to become a man, but he doesn't have the money for the transitional surgery they're pushing on him. What does that boy do? He figures out, well, the only way to stop myself from becoming a man, you know, since I can't pay for that surgery, is deletion. You know what I'm saying? It's deletion. So that boy deletes himself. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier than ever before for the, you know, young boys to delete themselves because all they're hearing is pro deletion. You know what I'm saying? The whole news bashing men openly, just news networks, sports networks. Dude, you can't get away from male bashing. And you know what I'm saying? A little boy is watching ESPN. He's watching ESPN at you know, age 5 to about, you know, 10 years old. He's watching ESPN and he just sees the attack, man. The attack, bro. Yeah, oh yeah, sitcoms, yeah. It's became blatant. Yeah, oh, the homie Spec was good, man. I'm gonna open the line soon. Yeah, you know, it's become blatant. Let me read what Spec said. It became blatant whenever sitcoms featured either a single mother or family in which the male was an idiot like Homer and Peter. Yeah. Well, with Homer, they actually made Homer dumber. As the years went on, they made Homer more incompetent. And you got to look at The Simpsons that Homer Simpson works in a nuclear factory. He can't be that stupid, man. If you work in a nuclear facility, you can't be that stupid. You know, Homer Simpson has a house with kids. He's like, I think he's an engineer, you know, a nuclear engineer or something. He can't be that dumb. You know what I mean? Yeah, truth, it almost appears like men that transition seem to have a happier quality life, but women, well, truth pill, the men that transition don't have a happier life. You know, what happens to a lot of the men, and it's been proven that self deletion is higher in the trans community. You know what I'm saying? Because those men, what happens is they transition, but you know, all that transition and stuff, it's an organic costume. So you transition to a woman, you know, a T woman, you know, a T woman, a trans woman, and you know, no one will ever believe, you know, or claim you're an organic woman because you're not. You're not an organic woman. You know what I'm saying? You're just a man wearing a genetic costume. You know what I'm saying? A genetic costume where they you know, they cut your balls, you know what I'm saying? They gave you some implants or whatever. You're on hormones and you know and then you got to look at the damage it's doing. A man's on female hormones of estrogen that is weakening his bone capacity, his bone mass. His body just feels attacked. You know, his body's getting hormones that it doesn't overproduce. And that man's body is just being in constant distress. And at some point, that man who transitioned to a T woman, I don't want to say the full word. I don't know what YouTube's gonna do. A T woman, the man who's transitioned to a T woman, now he regrets it. Let's say he regrets being a T woman. What can he do now? You know what I'm saying? He already cut his manhood. His manhood is gone. What can he do? The only thing he can do and will do is now self-deletion. He's gonna look at it and say, man, I removed my my chances of being a man. There's no point in living anymore. So that T woman, that trans woman, whatever, deletes themselves. You know what I'm saying? They delete themselves because they realize, man, they removed their manhood and sacrificed that, and they can't live anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, man. A lot of stuff is happening and it's being promoted, bro. The thing is, we're gonna have more. I've been saying this when I was in a MGTOW forum on Reddit, that yeah, man, self-deletion is going to increase, and it's going to increase in percentages. Where I'm saying kids in high school gonna be deleting themselves, and now because of the pressure the media's putting on kids to have sex changes before they're even teenagers, you're gonna see self-deletion in middle school. You're gonna see middle school self-deletion increase. You're gonna see even before that increase, because that's all the media is promoting: body dysmorphia, self-hatred, especially for the boys, man. The boys, you gotta look at the boys, man. A lot of the boys are in danger. A lot of the young sons growing up without their father. The daughter, we all know about single mother households. At least the daughter has someone to look at to say, damn, has a female example of what they could grow up to be, and someone who could answer questions for their body, going from a girl to a woman. But that boy growing up in a single mother household has no example of manhood. No example of manhood. Oh, yo, it was good. Oh, no, it was good. No example of manhood to lean on. So that boy is going to delete himself and hurt himself a lot more, because, there's some things that only dad can ever tell a son. You know what I'm saying? There's questions that only a father can answer. You know what I'm saying? Questions that no mother can ever answer, because for her to answer it, she would have to be a man. You know what I'm saying? She would have to be a man. So a lot of boys gonna be deleting themselves, man. We're in a pro-deletion culture. You know what I'm saying? The media's openly, man, telling boys, yo, kill yourself. Men are worthless. You hear this shit you hear this every day, bro. You turn on the TV, you watch some movies, they just openly take a jab at men. Men are worthless, this and that. So you have a lot more men suffering from depression. And then you have this other issue where they're promoting men to be more in touch with their emotions, more in touch with their feelings, while at the same time attacking them for being men. So when they tell these young boys to be more in touch with their emotions, they're basically telling these young boys to be more vulnerable to the attack of anti-male propaganda. You know what I'm saying? To be more open to anti-male propaganda by telling these boys be more in touch with your emotions. They're literally setting them up, man. Setting these boys and teenagers up for self-destruction. You see all these ads on YouTube for BetterHelp and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And even if you saw that ad a few years ago where they had an ad about men cry too. What the fuck do you mean men cry too, man? I was a baby. Baby males cry, so why would I as a grown man want to cry for no fucking reason? You know what I'm saying? And then want to cry in front of the public and be vulnerable. So you got to see the attack pattern. They're telling these young boys to teenagers be more in touch with your emotions to soften them, to weaken them, then they're attacking them with anti-male propaganda. So you see all these boys growing up end up on depressants, drugs. They're not even mentally stable anymore. You know what I'm saying? And then you have this same culture telling men you need to be more traditional. You need to be more upfront. You know what I'm saying? Try to start a family. You know, they're telling men all this stuff when legally it doesn't make any more sense. So you're spreading anti-male messages, and at the same time you're telling men they need to wife up women, they need to take care of the household, they need to clean. I mean, in all honesty, the modern West push for a relationship now is basically slavery. You know, it's the push for a man to volunteer to be a slave. And then when that man fails, that he needs to delete himself. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of let me see, Kevin Williams, I agree with Andrew Tate on this whole having men be more in touch with emotions. This is only going to lead to more violence, and men are just naturally. Well, I mean, we men aren't naturally aggressive, you know what I'm saying? Because that notion that we're naturally aggressive would mean that we men can't collaborate. Dude, we men are naturally responsible, and we're naturally more we naturally have to think more because we're dealing with our fellow man. You know what I'm saying? If I was to walk, for example, I go to a country I've never been to and I don't speak their language, I'm not going to try to be combative, argumentative, and aggressive because I don't know these men. I don't speak their language. We men, that narrative that we're naturally more aggressive, it's a lie, man. It's a lie to further dehumanize us men. I mean, how are we more naturally aggressive when we build societies? We're naturally, in all honesty, a man is we're naturally more caring. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. Why would a man build an entire society, you know, to house children that ain't his, to house women that ain't his, house men that aren't his brothers or his family? You know what I'm saying? We men are designed to create a society, man. You know what I'm saying? It's in our nature to build stability. You know what I mean? Men don't want to really go out there and fight and brawl every day and get into violence because, dude, violence limits progression. It limits us potentially becoming a father. Like, how you gonna be a father fighting everybody every day? Just being in violence. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna help us. You know what I'm saying? We men are naturally more strategical because we have to deal with our fellow man. Our fellow man might be smarter than us. I'm not afraid to admit there are guys on this, you know, these streams that are smarter than me. There are guys on this stream that's probably stronger than me, faster than me. You know what I'm saying? There's always a better man or a man in a better than you in a certain area. So we have to move strategically. You know, you don't want to seem like a threat to all your fellow men. You know, if you're a threat to another man will deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Never, yeah, black pill, never show your emotions to women. She will never respect you again. Probably not a good idea to show. Well, I mean, with your emotions, let me get back to the homie Kevin Williams, man. Shout out to the homie. Respect. To me, Andrew Tate, you know, to me, he's pushing that. He's the new Kevin Samuels, man. Andrew Tate, to me, is the new Kevin Samuels. And I think he's more popular than Kevin Samuels, at least. You know, I'm not 100% sure where Andrew Tate falls on the urban demographic. I don't know. Because, you know, Kevin Samuels, rappers were talking about him. Kevin Samuels got a lot of urban respect. You know, Andrew Tate, on the other hand, he's been interviewed by CNN pundits. He's been interviewed by news stations. You know what I'm saying? Pierce Morgan interviewed him. He's the sequel. He's the new evolution of Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? He's the new Kevin Samuels. He's the biggest guy, you know, Andrew Tate's the biggest guy in the red pill sector. You know what I'm saying? The red pill sector, man. GG Gaga, yeah, what's good, man? Respect. Andrew Tate is the big guy now. He's the biggest, most successful guy. I think he's about to fight Jake Paul. You know, he's the biggest, most, celebrity red pillar. But just like Kevin Samuels, what will he change? He's not changing nothing. There will be no change legally. Legally, it's not going to change nothing. And to me, Andrew Tate pushes a artificial hyper masculinity that doesn't really exist in today's system. I mean, when a guy could literally make six figures, coding computers at his bedroom, you know what I'm saying? Coding a computer at his bedroom, he's making six figures, you know what I'm saying? Or he's a millionaire and he just codes stuff. We're not in the age of, the father comes home from construction work and chest out, super hyper masculine. We're not in that age anymore, dude. We're in the age of technology. You know what I'm saying? That hyper masculinity crap, it doesn't work. Yes, you should be healthy. You should go to the gym. You should be healthy. You know what I'm saying? Work out, get your exercise, eat right. But this whole trying to be a hyper masculine to fight bears and become a Viking and all that bullshit, dude, it's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? It ain't realistic at all. We're in the age where you order your food on Uber Eats. We're in the age where you don't even got to cook nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're in the age where you don't even got to go outside to get your meal. The shit gets delivered right to you. You know what I'm saying? This narrative you got in the lesser pillar community, because to me, if you're not black pilled, you're less pill. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow. Oh, man, I might have to put that on a shirt. If you're not black pilled, you're less pill. Ooh, well, that's hard. That's a good ass line for a rap song right there. If you're not black pilled, you're less pilled. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, they push this hyper masculinity. And the difference between Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate is Kevin Samuels pushed the whole high value man thing. You got to be a high value man. And like I've been telling guys, a high value man is really a high value target. There's no such thing as a high value man when the government is the highest valued example of masculinity and manhood. You know what I'm saying? Look at Tom Brady, man. Left. Tom Brady, 7-time Super Bowl winner. The Michael Jordan of football. The greatest football player of all. The Chad guys are worshiping, and look what happened to Tom Brady. His wife just took his kids. She's taking the children. I thought being a Chad would stop a man from experiencing. She's taking your children. She took his kids, no explanation. I mean, these are his kids as well. She just took the kids and moved with them. No questions asked, because a man has no authority. It don't matter if you're a Chad, don't matter if you're a Tyrone. The majority of men in the West now, you're a fucking sperm donor. That's all you are, man. You're a sperm donor and I guess an ATM. You know what I'm saying? Cash dispensary. Yeah, in fact, you're not even an ATM. An ATM actually has choices and asks questions. You're not an ATM. You're a cash dispensary. You just dispense money. That's what you are, man. Because the ATM actually has some authority and features some questions and suggestions. You're a married man. There ain't no fucking suggestions, man. She wants that money, you give her that money, or you get divorced. You know what I'm saying? So, and look at Tommy, man. Tommy, since guys on you, Tommy was a Chad. He was chatting it up, He was a martial arts karate fighting Chad. And look what happened to the homie Tommy. You know what I'm saying? His wife left him. And here's the thing, Tommy I think he wifed up a single mom, you know what I mean? And she took his kids, and Tommy's a Chad, Tommy at 49, great shape, martial artist, You know what I'm saying? Chad is not immune to the family court. Chad is not immune to the legal system. That's why I keep telling a lot of guys in this manosphere that we have a lot of guys literally worshiping Chad, worshiping Chad and Tyrone like it's a religion. Oh man, man, Chad would never get stuck up. Chad would never get ghosted. Chad would never lose his children. Chad would never. You know what I'm saying? Dudes speak about Chad like he's Jesus. Chad could be left in the middle of the ocean, man. No water, no food. Chad will survive because he's Chad. You know what I'm saying? We literally got a Chad religion in the manosphere, online. You know what I'm saying? I think more men believe in Chad than they believe in Jesus today. You know what I'm saying? If Jesus showed up out of nowhere, you're like, oh, who's this hairy bastard wearing a sandal? You know what I'm saying? Who was walking on water? He's not a Chad, you know? Now, Chad, oh, dude, look, it's Chad. You know what I'm saying? He's getting all the women. Oh, he's awesome. Oh, man, if only I was a Chad. Oh, yeah, Spec, man. Chad isn't immune to the system, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Scott. Oh, Scott, you wildin', man. You wildin' out. Hey, you would do makeup for Chad. Wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? Chad isn't immune to the system, bro. We got a lot of men here worshiping Chad and dude, Tommy from Power Rangers, the definition of Chad, man. Martial artist, strong, powerful, great shape, physique, warrior. And look what happened to the homie Tommy. Me, it hurts, man. Just thinking about the loss of Jason David Frank, man. That's some painful shit, man. Because Power Rangers in the '90s, that was a simpler time, man. The guys were the guys, the girls were the girls. You know what I mean? It was simple. It wasn't today's bullshit. So his passing is real. In reality, you know, wouldn't Chad be owing a lot of child support? Yeah. Well, I mean, Chad, a lot of dudes don't get it. The goal of a woman, eventually Chad becomes a beta anyway. He becomes a beta, I'd say most likely mentally. You know what I'm saying? Some dudes, there's a lot of dudes, your father Chad's, he still works out and all that. He's still in great shape. Yeah, Scott, RIP to Tommy, man. Green Ranger, one of the greatest, the GOAT, man, the greatest Ranger. I mean, my favorite Ranger's always been Jason, the Red Ranger. The Red Ranger's always my favorite Power Ranger, but we all know Tommy's the greatest. Tommy's the most well-known, most liked, and he most dedicated to the Power Ranger series, but to me, Jason was always my favorite, the Red Ranger, especially when he became the Gold Ranger. But Tommy, man, grew up with him, man, born and raised on Tommy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, him and Jason had beef, I think, in real life. Something happened, Oh yeah, the Tiger Zord. Yeah, dude, I remember he would have the Tiger Zord blade and he could talk to it. And remember when he was the Green Ranger, he literally had Godzilla as his Megazord, man. When he would do with that flute, that shit was fire, man. But yeah, dude, a lot of guys are worshiping Chad, man. When Chad eventually becomes a beta anyway, mentally, because I got some homies, man. I got some homies that are Chads, Tyrones. I got some homies that are making bread that I know of. If I go out to the bar, they knew me as the bouncer or whatever. We chop it up, we would talk. And a lot of these homies are on a schedule. They're on their woman's supervision. Like they can't go outside without her approval. They would openly tell me, dude, I can't stay out too long anymore. My girl don't want me to be outside that long. So I'm gonna grab a beer and I gotta leave. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, inevitably Chad will eventually become, you know, Chad's destiny is to become a simp, become a simp mentally. He could still look like Chad, be in shape, work out, whatever, but he's still a simp. You know what I'm saying? Because she's gonna keep him in the house like a dog. You know what I'm saying? Chad really becomes a guard dog. You know what I'm saying? Becomes a guard dog. Stay at home, whatever he's gonna do. He loses his manhood. But with what's going on with the deletion, man, it's we the talking points have to become, man. I'm not trying to tell you don't get married because you could get divorced. I'm trying to tell you, yo, don't get married because you might not survive the divorce. You know what I'm saying? You might not survive the thought of divorce. You know what I'm saying? If your girl literally tells you, yeah, she's planning to divorce you. You know what I mean? You swore. I mean, it's every man swears they die for their family. You know what I'm saying? Especially their immediate family. So, what you see with all these men taking their lives that are married is that they're fulfilling that promise that, yo, if I can't have my fam, I will die for my family. You know what I'm saying? So they end themselves. You know what I'm saying? The big question we got to start asking guys in the manosphere is, can you survive a divorce? You know what I'm saying? Can you survive it, bro? You know what I mean? Will you survive it? Will you be sane enough to not take your own life? That's the question we got to start asking. Because, alimony, a man can overcome alimony. A man can overcome child support. A man can overcome custody battles. A man can overcome all the resource aspects of it. Because let's say a man, he's on alimony. He just has to start living more minimalistic. He can't live that same lifestyle, or even starts living overseas, just rent stuff domestically. You know what I'm saying? So we got to start asking guys a question with not even marriage, because a lot of guys are taking their lives. There was a rapper, I think it was last year or a few months ago, a rapper took his life because his girlfriend broke up with him. You know what I'm saying? And this isn't rare. This happens. You could search it online right now. Look up male self-deletion from relationships, and you'll see a lot of content of men who deleted themselves because they were going to lose a relationship. So we got to start asking guys, can you survive? Can you avoid taking your own life if you lose access to your relationship with your woman? Can you survive it? You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to start asking guys, because the thought of alimony, a lot of guys, what I mean, it's how we're designed, man. You think, oh, no, I ain't gonna get divorced, man, because I'm gonna be a better man than you guys. Or I'm not gonna get on alimony because I know the law. You know what I'm saying? A man can basically navigate ways around those type of questions. But what we got to ask guys is, will you be able to avoid the urge of taking your own life if the threat of losing your family through divorce happens? Are you strong enough? You know what I'm saying? Are you secure enough in your own identity and accepting the responsibility of the choices you've made in getting into a relationship to where you won't delete yourself? You know what I'm saying? We need to start asking guys this, because, this is Black Pill 3.0, man. It's all about telling things how it is. And, after seeing I saw a photo on Instagram. There was a photo on Instagram. They showed Tommy. They showed that Bourdain guy. They showed what's my man's name who played Glover? They showed these male actors who took their lives and guess what? All of them took their lives, and guess what they all had in common? Divorce. They all had in common divorce or a failed relationship. You know what I'm saying? So you got to ask yourself, man, you got to ask yourself a question. You know, are you willing, will you be able to survive the destruction of losing your family to divorce? Will you be able to avoid taking your own life? Because the thing you got to look about marriage is it's the ultimate failure. It's the ultimate L for a man. You know, there's not a greater L than a failed marriage. You know what I'm saying? Because the highest thing you can accomplish, you had children, so you have children. You weren't able to have a successful relationship and protect your children to having access to both parents. It's the greatest level of failure. It's the greatest level of failure, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, truth pill, my brother, man. You know, I survived the divorce and almost deleted. Never doing it again. Learn my lesson. Yo, truth pill, man. Respect to you, man, for even being able to share that, man. You know what I'm saying? Even being able to share that type of experience, man. You know, respect to you, bro. Respect. You know what I'm saying? We're in a society, bro. It's torn men down. You know, a lot of guys don't get it, man. And I said this on a stream way back that there aren't that many men left anyway. How many men are there left when there's generations of men removed from having a father, having access to a father in the household? You know what I'm saying? How many boys have grown up to men when, dude, they're removed over 5 generations from having a father in the household. So how can you claim to be a man when you never had a man in the household? You know, shit is crazy, man. So to me, man, you gotta ask yourself, is the risk, and it ain't only for you, man, is the risk of you getting emotionally involved in a long-term relationship, is the risk of potentially taking your own life worth it? Because that's what it's become now. You know, the relationships in the West have literally become a life and death investment. You know what I mean? That's what it's become. It's a life and death investment. That's what the long term to marriage has become, a life and death struggle and an investment in the most challenging thing you'll ever face. You know what I mean? You invest in this woman, you have children together, you have a household together, you know, whether it's a house, an apartment, whatever the fuck it is, you know, you do all that investment and it could all be taken away from you. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you were in your children's life for 5 years. You know, one of the homies told, I think it was, shout out to the homie Jake, the truth pill. I think Jake said the average marriage lasts for 7 years now. So you've been in your kid's life for 5 years. For 5 years, you held your son and your daughter, you played with them, you took them out on picnics, family meals for 5 years. You had all this. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, some turmoil starts happening, nagging, aggression, passive aggression. And then your woman files for divorce. Like I see it in a manosphere where a lot of men say, well, the women file for divorce 80% of the time. You know what I'm saying? 80% of the time, the women file for divorce. But the problem a lot of men in the manosphere don't mention is that the women file for divorce because the men just don't get it that she no longer wants to be married to you. She's already signaled to you she doesn't want this marriage anymore. You know what I'm saying? You got guys that have to be taken to counseling, you know, marriage counseling. You know what I'm saying? If you got to go to marriage counseling and bring a fucking stranger into your relationship, dude, it's over. You know, the question we got to ask with the divorce rate of how many women filing for divorce, we got to ask ourselves how many men have ignored the sign that the only solution was divorce. You know what I'm saying? There are some women that they don't, and we got to remember women are less assertive. You know what I'm saying? They're less assertive and and taking action to destroy something. You know what I mean? To a certain extent, my wording might be wrong. My wording might be wrong. But if the woman already gave you the signs that, dude, the only way openly disrespecting you in your household, openly disrespecting you, you know what I'm saying? And you don't file divorce, you're two adults. You both sleep in the same bed, you both sleep in the same house, bathe together. The level of intimacy you both share. For you to ignore signs that this woman is telling you that she doesn't want to be married to you anymore. You know what I'm saying? Is it, we got to start asking ourselves, is it the woman's fault that she filed for divorce because the man chose to ignore she no longer wants to be in this marriage? Is it her fault? We got to ask ourselves, if women initiate the divorce 80% of the time, and remember that the divorces has been averaged that divorce is initiated 7 years. So the 7-year mark is when the woman divorces the man on average. Shout out to the homie Jake the Truth Snake. Shout out to that homie. And here's the thing about divorce. It don't just happen. No, man, there's telltale signs of disrespect, signs of she's going, girls' night out, she's not in the mood and all. There's all these telltale signs, you know what I'm saying? And the man chooses to ignore it because we as men want to fix stuff, man. We think we can overcome things, we can fix things and all this stuff when the woman's already checked out. But the man keeps ignoring the telltale signs that, dude, it's over. Shout out to the homie, It's Over, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a legendary name. It's over, So the men are ignoring the telltale signs that, you do it, it's over. She don't want to be your wife anymore. You know what I'm saying? This is the 3rd week that she's not in the fucking mood to have sex with you, and she knows she's your only source of sexual release. She knows this. You know what I mean? She knows this. And for 3 weeks, your girl ain't want to have sex with you. 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? 3 weeks. She didn't want to have sex with you. You're faithful, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You faithful to her. Y'all both signed a marital contract that, her body is your body. It's your property. You know what I'm saying? She promises to cherish and to hold and till blah, 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 do us part. And here's the thing about till death do us part. If you look at till death do us part as a psychological aspect, the woman did, till death do us part actually means till the death of this marriage do we part. That's really what it means. Because if it was till death do us part, she would not be able to divorce you within the legal system. It would be till death do us part. So once you have the legal system that you could actually be divorced, then till death do us part actually means till this marriage dies, you will be together. You know what I'm saying? Once that marriage dies in her eyes, then it's over. So the woman did not leave the man, you know what I'm saying, wrongfully, because, dude, till death do us part does not apply within the legal system. So for a guy to go and, oh man, she left me, she divorced me, we had till death do us part. But dude, how is it till death do you part when you could get divorced and separated legally without dying? So that till death do us part is really about till the death of, so long as this marriage is alive and healthy, we will be together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta get me a beer. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so let me see what the homie Weebly. Yo, Weebly was good, man. Welsh should be, yeah, it was good. You're correct about marriage counseling. If your wife wants to go to marriage counseling, it's already over. She just doing it to show that she's tried to save the marriage to her friends and family. Yeah, yo, marriage counseling, it's a joke. The thing is this, man, the manosphere, the problem with the manosphere is a lot of guys speak hypocritical. Guys will say, yo, women don't make the first move. You know what I'm saying? Women don't make the first move. Then during a marriage, guys will say, yo, man, my wife just won't tell me what the problem is. Dude, women don't make the first move, right? You know what I'm saying? So all her emotions and expressions tell you where the marriage is at. The problem with most guys getting divorced is that, man, they were that stubborn. They were so stubborn. Shout out to the homie JP, man. JP Hives, man. That's the homie right there. Shout out to JP. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is the men are so stubborn, they ignore the signs that, yo, it's time to get divorced. It's done. I had one of my homies tell me, yo, man, I saw it coming. In fact, not even the homies, 50 Cent. You saw 50 Cent, the rapper. He said he saw it coming. His girl was asking him for more money when he was paying her more than she deserved. And he put himself on child support. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men don't have the balls to accept what's going on. You know what I mean? That's why I say in the manosphere, it's a lie, man. Women aren't delusional. If women were so delusional, then how come they're the first ones to file for divorce? If the women are so delusional, how come they're the first ones to file for divorce? You know what I'm saying? It's really the men. I, the dog, shout out to JP, man, the dog pill, as he helped me define it, the dog pill. I work hard. I come home. I take out the garbage. I do everything for this marriage and this family. What's the problem? Why do you want to leave? Dude, she want to leave. Accept it, bro, and move the fuck on, man. You know what I'm saying? She wants to leave, bro. Accept it. You know what I mean? Accept it, bro. It's really that simple. She wants to leave. She want to leave. Get out, bro. You're done. So we got to look at the West. That it hurts me, man. The manosphere. It's painful, man. It is painful to be in the black pill perspective. That I'm now judging my childhood heroes, man. I'm judging. When I heard Tommy, deleted himself because of a divorce, as soon as I heard the divorce, I cared less. I cared less, man. As some guys will say that sounds dehumanizing, but dude, I'm in the manosphere, man. I'm a black pillar, bro. When you're black pilled, there's a lot of shit you understand, man. You understand that it's not about the laws and all that. It's about understanding that these are the rules of the society you live in. You understand that the women aren't the problem. The West, the women aren't the problem. It's the system. The root of all the poison is in the system. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta look at the US like a farmer. What if you have a farmer that he grows his vegetables with pesticide? He grows all the vegetables with pesticide, poisoning, arsenic. You know what I'm saying? And the apples ripen. The fruits all ripen, they grow, and these fruits are toxic and poisonous. Is it the fruit's fault? Is it the fruit's fault, the vegetables' fault that they're toxic and poisonous? Or is it the fault of the farmer who planted them and poisoned the fucking soil? You know what I'm saying? Or Lasagna. Well, Lasagna to me, man, he's, on the streams on MD, respect to MD, Scribe. To me, Lasagna's there. He trolls and he's there for attention. Man, like I call it man tension. There's a lot of men that come to the manosphere for men tension. You got to remember, a lot of guys in high school, me in high school, I was a social chameleon. You know what I mean? I was a social chameleon in high school. You know what I'm saying? I was nerdy enough to play Yu-Gi-Oh with the homies during lunchtime. But I was big enough, I was tall enough, and I was knowledgeable enough about sports to hang around with the jocks. I could hang around with the dudes that played basketball because I was in the same shape as them, looked like them, and I knew about sports. I knew about Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? This gonna sound funny, but I knew the ultimate basketball player was Michael Jordan, and I knew the ultimate card to play in Yu-Gi-Oh was Exodia. You know, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I knew you could say, yeah, the greatest basketball player ever is Michael Jordan. And the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh card you could pull is Exodia. If you could pull all five pieces of Exodia, you're the greatest. You know what I'm saying? You get all five pieces of Exodia, you're winning. Because Exodia is the strongest and greatest card. You know what I mean? It can't be beaten, just like Michael Jordan. So, I was a social chameleon. I fit in with the jocks. I could chill with the jocks. This was later on, this was later on in high school. You know what I mean? In high school, I growth spurt, grew too big to be a dude that was, bullied and all that stuff. So I could chill with the jocks because the jocks, them thinking about fighting me would be, yo, I'm fighting another jock. He's bigger or if not the same size as me. It ain't worth fighting. It ain't worth fighting old Betruvas. We're about the same size. But we just talk about sports and basketball, whatever, and moved on. You know what I mean? So the thing we gotta understand, man, when Jason David Frank passed, man, once I heard it was about a divorce and I heard he lost access to his stepdaughter, his death, his passing cut in half. The emotions got cut in half, man. I was like, so simping killed him, man. In the back of my black pill mind, I'm like, simping killed Tommy, the greatest Power Ranger, just one of my heroes, man. One of my childhood heroes growing up, just an amazing guy. Simping killed him, man. He wifed up a single mom in the States. He was a great husband. He's a hero to kids all over the fucking world. Think about this, man. Tommy the White Ranger, bro. An idol of children, adults ever. Tommy could, you know what I'm saying? Tommy could call you and be like, yo, I want to borrow $200. And if you had it, you'd be like, holy shit, that's Tommy, the White Ranger. Oh shit, that's Tommy. Yo, Tommy, I got you, man. It's $200, man. I hope you're okay. I hope you're safe. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about us fans, man, you get so attached. And in America, they try to do this thing about, oh man, y'all worship idols. No. The guy Tommy played a character that fought to save the world. He fought to save the world. He did, and then outside of filming, he was helping children on Make a Wish. He was helping kids that were bullied. You know what I'm saying? So that man isn't worth worshiping. That man isn't worth respecting. A man that's openly doing nothing but good. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but good things. So you're saying basically, no matter what a man does, he's not worth respecting, idolizing, no matter his accomplishments. This guy was a Power Ranger, a hero to kids. We're talking kids that were bullied. We're talking to kids growing up. You know what I mean? At the time, I was fresh from Haiti, man. My English wasn't that good. You know what I'm saying? And I was watching Power Rangers. It's fucking morphin' time. You know what I'm saying? That made you feel like you belong. You don't know where the fans are coming from. Some kids got into karate in the 90s, and everyone who plays basketball, soccer, you gotta remember this is before the UFC. Now it's cool. Now it's accepted when you're a martial artist. Oh shit, he knows martial arts. Maybe he fights in the UFC. Maybe he's a boxer. Maybe he's a kickboxer. In the 2000s, 10s, it's cool. Dude, back in the 90s, if you did martial arts, people looked at you probably as a weirdo. He's a weirdo, an outcast. Maybe he watches too much Jackie Chan movies. He's a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? So, now it's cool. Now it's cool to know martial arts, You know what I mean? Oh yeah, dude. Jason William Tommy was cool as fuck when I was a kid. Him and the original Black Ranger were the coolest, even outside of the shows. Yeah, dude, Tommy, man, what he did, he did a new character called I think it's called Lord. I forget the name, but he played a new character to revitalize Power Rangers. He became a mixture. You gotta look it up. He became a mixture of the Green Ranger and the White Ranger fused into one Ranger. It's fucking yeah. It's called Lord Draken. He became Lord Draken. Just awesome. You know what I mean? Tommy has inspired so many children and kids, man. I'm not ashamed to say there's some people I idolize, man. There's some people I respect at a high level. Jackie Chan. You know what I'm saying? Bruce Lee. There's some people you idolize because you can idolize their characteristics. You know what I'm saying? He was a hero. He fought for kids and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with idolizing another person based on their morality and what they stand for. You know what I'm saying? Because if we can't idolize another man that's doing something just and respectful, then how can we ever look at ourselves and say that's what we want to be? If you can't idolize and respect another man for doing the right thing, then how can you ever want to be that type of man? You know what I'm saying? Oh, who that? I have so much respect for Jackie Chan. I love his old movies. Yo, Jackie Chan, I would say this, man. Yo, Rumble in the Bronx, classic. Rumble in the Bronx. That's a movie that should be shown at schools, man. That's a movie that should be shown at schools, man. Yo, hold the truth, spread awareness about self is more important than ever. Oh, my brother, man, Steve J, man. Let me read what you said. Yo, hold the truth hostage. Spreading awareness about self-deletion is becoming more important than ever. I have uh, two wizard friends who feel very inadequate being virgins. Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to virginity, man, you know, a lot of guys don't want to listen, to you're gonna have to pay for it, man. Your best bet, if you're a virgin right now, let's say you're in your 20s or 30s, you're still a virgin, dude, go to Vegas, man. Go to a brothel, knock it out. It will save your life, man. That pressure of being inadequate because you didn't have sexual validation, it can destroy a man, especially in this hypersexualized culture. I mean, dude, I was on Instagram a couple minutes ago because I make comic books, so I follow some channels with hot women because I will reference their bodies to get a character drawn. You know what I'm saying? I reference their body to get a character drawn. And dude, all I saw in these Instagram videos were just women shaking their ass, shaking their breast. Dude, man, we're in the age of hypersexuality. But the problem, this will be a golden age. This to me, a lot of men overseas, this is a golden age for them. Yo, man, the women are all over Instagram. They're hypersexualized. They're showing off their bodies. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of men in other countries, they're reaping the benefits. You know what I'm saying? But over here in America, sex is used as bait. Sex sells. You got to remember that old saying, sex sells, but also you got to remember sex also enslaves. Sex also leads to, what is it? Sex imprisons. You know what I'm saying? In America, sex is utilized as a weapon. You know what I'm saying? It's used as a weapon. It's like looking at a candy in a display. I forget the word, but you got the women hypersexualized, but you got the men demonized for even looking at them or even suggesting that they're looking sexy. You know what I'm saying? You see a chick, you're like, oh man, you looking good. Oh, you abusive. You 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 dehumanizing me. You're sexualizing me. You can't say nothing. Dude, the men overseas, the brothers in Brazil, brothers in Eastern Europe. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. He's in Romania. Andrew Tate is in Romania just dominating. He's reaping all the benefits because the law allows you to be a man, bro. In the West, in America right now, sex is literally it's bait. It's bait for domestic disputes. It's bait for character assassination. Dude, I don't like on Instagram, bro, I don't even, I'll look at a girl's image. I don't like it. I don't click like because in the back of my head, I'm thinking, what if this chick, showcases me or scrolls down one day on her likes and look at all these loser men that like my photos. You know what I'm saying? I don't like none of their images, man. That's how tactical I've become, man. Tactical. In the West, man. In the West, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Truth Bill was good, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, yo, Black Circle, the homie, was good, bro. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, man, you know, the homie Stevie J, you gotta tell these guys, your homies, they gotta save up some bread, go to Vegas and finish, in their virginity. The thing about this I've learned, you know what I mean? If you paid for it, you learn that sex is literally currency. Sex is currency, man. A lot of these chicks on Instagram showing their bodies off, they're showing you themselves as a product. And once you pay a chick at a brothel, you pay for sex, your mind changes. You actually, in all honesty, you basically I forget the word when you adjust the clock. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there it is. You synchronize, you resynchronize your manhood. If you pay for sex, you're like, oh shit, that's it. I paid for it and got what I wanted. And I'm done. I got my nut and I left. Man, it's that easy. Wow. And they got motherfuckers jumping through hoops and fucking dates and all this bullshit. I just want what I want. The reason they demonize men for paying for sex, and we got men in the manosphere, we got some bitch made men in the manosphere, crotch watching other men. The reason they want you to be embarrassed for paying for it because they know once a man pays for sex, a man becomes hardwired to just get what he wants. You don't deal with women from a perspective of what I might do, what I might get. You deal from them from a will I get what I want? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And you're not gonna be rude. You just gonna talk to her and openly. We're both adults. You know what I'm saying? You look at Tinder, a lot of adults having sex and all that. They're adults. You know what I'm saying? If you can't ask a woman and talk to her like an adult, let's meet up at your house and you mean you want to have sex. I don't know you. You don't know me. But we both know we want to feel good and we both know we might be attracted to each other. So let's do something. And if we enjoy it enough, you know what I'm saying? We might move on from that. We're two adults. You know what I'm saying? Sex is normal, bro. The problem in living with the West is we were taught that sex is a selling point. You know what I'm saying? Sex sells. We were taught that sex sells in the West. As in, if it's not for sale, it shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be given out for free. You know what I'm saying? It should always be held behind a paywall. Dude, in other countries overseas, man, sex is sex. Nudity is nudity. I remember when I was little, I went to one of my cousin's houses and we were watching news from France. We were watching news from France, and the women in France were openly borderline naked giving the news. And they had advertisement that was very sexual because in foreign countries, sex isn't such a sell point and it isn't so taboo. Dude, it's just a body. It's just nudity is normal overseas. It's in America where they try to, you know what I'm saying, they try to hide it and limit it because sex sells over here. I mean, look at movies we watch. Like how come a movie is rated R because a woman's naked on it? You know what I'm saying? That's how you know it's being manipulated. Is how come we watch a rated R movie? Oh man, there was a naked woman, so it's got rated R. Why? Why isn't it still PG-13? I mean, it's just a naked body on the screen. Who gives a fuck? That's normal. But in the West, we're trained. You gotta hide this shit. It's for more mature people. Yo, man, it's a naked woman. Who gives a damn? This movie should still be PG-13. Who cares? It's a naked woman on screen. But that's how the West works. They work by suppressing it. You know what I mean? They suppress it. They suppress that crap. They suppress sex, and so they can sell it behind a paywall. The thing is this, man. Once a man pays for, even if you pay, like let's say, I know a couple homies that escort max. Some guys will just pay an escort to go out to eat with her. He'll really just pay her to escort him to a dinner. He just wants to eat with a woman without the stress in the fucking games. You know what I'm saying? That's how fucked up the West is right now, man. Legally, they're demonizing men every chance they get. You know what I mean? You're getting ghosted, you're getting seen as clingy or disrespectful for trying to build something with a woman. Yo, dating is dead. So men right now, it's happening in Japan. Like, what I want y'all to do, look up Japan. Japan literally has a girlfriend gig, like a gig for a woman to be your girlfriend. They even got a gig for you to be a family member, a cousin. This is what's going on, man. The thing is this is how fucked up things are, that you got to pay an escort to go out on a date with you. You know what I'm saying? The escort will be focused on, being serviceable, talking to you, eating, not checking her fucking Instagram every second. This is how fucked up the system is here. You know what I'm saying? That guys are paying escorts just to go on a date. They're paying an escort just to, yeah, paying an escort to come eat a meal at a diner. You know what I'm saying? He just wants a woman's company on a normal level. Just come sit, talk to me. I'm gonna pay you like $250, easiest $200 you'll ever make. She's an escort, $200 just to eat a dinner with me at the diner. You know what I'm saying? I just want the presence of a woman without the potential stupidity of what's going on today. That's how fucked up it is right now, man. That's how fucked up shit is, that you gotta pay an escort just to go out on a date with you, so she could give you her undivided attention. That's how fucked up it is in the West. And you got guys saying, "Oh, the dating." There's no such thing as dating in the Western world. Dating is reserved for. I think dating's becoming a class thing. You know what I'm saying? It's becoming a class-based activity. Like, you're a high-class person, you're a millionaire, she's a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Or y'all both live with high influent families. You could date now. You know what I'm saying? You could date. You know what I mean? You could date now, man. Oh, Iori was good, man. Was good, bro. I mean, we're gonna chop it up. I'm gonna hit you up because this stream is about self-deletion prevention, deleting, avoiding that. Let me see. Yeah, escort maxing has become more acceptable within the manosphere, not in general society though, but well, I mean, the homie Steve G. No, escort maxing even isn't fully accepted in the manosphere. Maybe in the black pill sphere. One thing I've noticed is that escorts, shout out to all the homies in the black pill. When I first got in, because I was coming from the MGTOW sphere, but I didn't know I was black pill. Because I used to talk to some MGTOW homies, and they'd be like, "Yo, what you're saying here, man, it's different." And I was like, I'm, it's just logical. I'm just replying to things logically. But the thing about escort maxing, and shout out to the black pillars, man. The black pillars have invented a whole new way of talking. Like, only in the black pill will you hear maxing. Like, one thing I've learned in the black pill is everybody ends a lot of their sentences with maxing. You know what I'm saying? You're sleep maxing. You know what I'm saying? You baby max. I'm geo maxing. That's how you can tell somebody's had access to the black pill is they talk and maxing. Everything ends with maxing. You know what I'm saying? But no, escorting hasn't been accepted because, especially by the lesser pill or red pill community, they don't like escorting because escorting ends their potential making money from you selling game courses and their masculinity, hold your masculine frame. Dude, your masculine frame don't mean shit, bro. It don't mean nothing. Guys trying to hold masculine frame are basically frauds. You know what I'm saying? Well, your masculine frame gets you out of the court system? No, it ain't gonna do nothing. Masculine frame is a joke. You know what I'm saying? And you got Andrew Tate overseas, bro. You got Andrew Tate in Romania. To me, you think Andrew Tate, who's in Romania, with his money, would be doing things where he's trying to help men from the States get to Romania. Yo, I'm gonna help you guys get a citizenship, how to start a business in Romania, how to take care of your family in Romania. You think Andrew Tate, his biggest thing would be about getting guys overseas. Instead, he's overseas selling this whole masculinity, masculine frame. You know what I'm saying? I was watching a video by, I think his channel's called Tribe of Men, where he said, yeah, man, consent could be retracted. Consent can be retracted. That's how fucked up it is in the state. You fucked her. She said, yes, you want to do it, but she can retract. She can retract, man. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of you think Andrew Tate would be saying, I'm going to help you guys come to Romania. I'm going to be launching a camp, some type of housing program where I rent a big space in Romania where you could live there like you're dorming and you could work so I can remove the stress of you trying to rent a house and get a place to live by creating these bunkers. You know what I'm saying? You guys come here, live in these bunkers, and while you try to work in Romania or something, you don't see that. Instead, he's pushing, you got to be masculine, bro. Women only respect men that get respect from men. You got to be masculine. You got to be strong. We didn't see Hulk Hogan. I mean, Hulk Hogan had 24-inch pythons. Guess what? His wife divorced him and had sex with his son's friend. Hulk Hogan is one of the definitions of masculinity. Brother, I got these 24-inch pythons. Brother, Hulkamania is running wild on your wife. You know what I mean? Hulkamania, 24-inch pythons, worth millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Hulk Hogan at a point was like Superman, known all over the world. He's hyper masculine, lifting roids, super strong. What the fuck happened to Hulk Hogan? He got divorced and his wife is sleeping with his son's friends. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here with this hyper masculinity bullshit, man. Masculinity in the West is worth as much as a penny as trying to buy a Ferrari with a fucking penny. You know what I'm saying? Try to buy a Ferrari with a penny. You know what I'm saying? That's the worth of your masculinity. These be hyper masculine and super alpha, bro. And this is what's killing a lot. This is what's causing a lot of guys to self-delete as well. This pressure to be so masculine and so alpha when there's no cause for it. Dude, you're not a soldier. The only men that should be hyper masculine, super strong and always on their alpha is a fucking soldier. If you're not a soldier serving time overseas, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck are you being hyper masculine for? You know what I'm saying? You're not a bodybuilder. If you're not a soldier, a bodybuilder, a wrestler, what are you being all this super hyper masculine, super gym bro for what? What are you doing this for? What are you doing this for besides trying to hide the fact that you're not comfortable in who you are? You know what I'm saying? You got all these guys preaching this hyper masculinity. And as we've seen with Donovan Sharp, we've seen with the majority of the less pill community, the less pill community, you know what I'm saying? We've seen that all these hyper masculine guys are nothing more than bitch made, full blown simps, man. You got Lucario wifed up, got a girl that comes to his home with men's other ranch, with other men's ranch dressing on him. We even got the president of the Manosphere wifed up an escort. You know, she would come home with ranch dressing from other men on the bed. You know what I'm saying? These are the images of these so-called hyper masculine men. The majority of guys in the manosphere that are so-called hyper alpha, dude, I'm so alpha. I don't even, in my dreams, it's just me flexing, bro. It's me lifting weights. My dreams are the gym. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here, man. All this hyper masculine bullshit, man. It's worthless, man. You know what I'm saying? What is, how masculine is Mark Zuckerberg? How masculine is Elon Musk? How masculine is the guy who created Twitter? You know what I'm saying? The most influential people are not this hyper gym bro masculine crap, dude. They're mentally, their mental is crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was building a social media app. I was working on a social media app. You know what I'm saying? So anybody here, man, if you're interested in collabing on a potential social media app, if you know how to code PHP, email me. You know what I mean? We could try to work together on something. I can't, we could collab on it. I already got all the code and shit. I just need somebody want to check it. I guess we could collaborate on it. But dude, yeah, hyper masculinity, bro, it's dead. It's, you know what I'm saying? The most influential men today are tech industry, man. They're in tech. I've never looked at a photo of Elon Musk and said, holy shit, man, Elon Musk he's gonna beat me up. He's gonna take my dinner. No, dude, Elon Musk is built like the Revenge of the Nerd guys or something. You know what I'm saying? The dude who made Twitter, Instagram. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Remember Steve Jobs? Steve Jobs is literally one of the most influential men to ever live. Probably he will be one of the most important men to have ever existed in society for the next 1,000 years. I'm talking kids in museums will be looking at Steve Jobs 1,000 years from now. Oh, it's just a skinny, bald guy wearing a turtleneck and some glasses. He changed the fucking world. He wasn't flexing his muscles online and all that bullshit, being a hyper fucking, shout out to the homies. He wasn't being a masculine maxim. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't masculine maxim. He wasn't doing that. He was mind maxim, man. And Steve Jobs is the most influential man on earth. And guess what? He looked minimalistic, no jewelry, no chains. He just had a long sleeve turtleneck, some jeans that were too fucking baggy for his body, and some cheap ass fucking shoes that I don't even remember the brand. Yet we got all these guys in the manosphere telling, well, dude, if you know what, brother, if you want to be respected, you gotta be hyper masculine, you gotta be super strong. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Your idols are you're telling me to be hyper masculine while you're holding a fucking Apple phone. You know what I'm saying? Get the fuck out of here, man. You're holding an Apple phone. You know what I'm saying? You're worshiping fucking Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? Look at Andrew Tate is the perfect example. Andrew Tate got kicked off of all social media apps. Got kicked off of all social media apps. Let me ask everyone here a question. How masculine were they when they kicked them off? They just pulled and deleted his name. How masculine were they? How alpha were they? No, they just removed them from these social media apps. The age of being a masculine, alpha, tough guy is dead. We literally have drones dropping bombs. Like even soldiers today, you know what I'm saying? We got soldiers in America. Like even soldiers aren't even as valuable because we got drones. You got drones that could fly over a city while they're being controlled with a fucking PlayStation controller, and you could drop a bomb and win a war with a drone. You could literally win a war. You know what I'm saying? You could literally control a drone while you're taking a shit in the toilet. You know what I'm saying? You look at Andrew Tate, he got removed from all social media apps. You know, did Andrew Tate say, you know what, dude, I got removed. I'm going to create my own social media app? You know what I'm saying? Nope. Nah, you got to be hyper masculine. You got to be super strong. Well, how strong were those guys that kicked you off of all social media? They were behind a fucking computer and they kicked you off. Come on, man. A lot of these guys, man, it's hyper masculine bullshit. And that's what's fueling a lot of men deleting themselves. They're trying to live a life, you know, you're trying, yeah, ranch dress max. And yeah, man, you know, there's a lot of men in the manosphere, you know, coming home to, you know, having their woman come home with another man's ranch dressing. You know what I'm saying? You know, and still kissing her. You know what I'm saying? Still kissing her, you know, saying they're the presidents of the manosphere. So deranged. We got guys here that are presidents of a manosphere that doesn't exist outside of the internet. We got guys that are telling us that looks don't matter, like Lucario, when you wifed up a woman that, you know, you're in an open relationship with a woman that collects other men's ranch dressing. You know what I'm saying? So this is the bullshit we got here, man. Prostitution is the oldest profession in the world. Saw a study showing how even monkeys, yeah, the monkeys even got it. But the oldest profession in the world is really nomadics, nomadic hunting, nomadic. The man is the oldest. The oldest profession is man. Man being a hunter, a nomadic hunter. Then second to that, probably prostitution, I guess. You know. Oh yeah, Nicholas Tesla. Yeah, you know. So the guys that bash us. Let me read them. Black Circle. The guys that bash Escort Max and are the same dudes running Mode One and dating single moms. Whew. Fatality. Flawless comment. You know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's pseudo masculinity, man. I'm a open the stream, man. If anybody wanna, we're probably gonna go for a couple more 30 minutes or something, because man, it's very important, man, that we talk on this, because a lot of self-deletion, it's only gonna increase. It's gonna, and the reason this conversation is important is that, man, you have to be able to identify when someone in your family is on the verge of self-deletion. It might be a little cousin, it might be a nephew, it might be a brother, it might be your best friend since kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? I've dealt with it. I've dealt with I won't say nothing. I won't say the person's name on them, but I've dealt with a friend that wanted to delete themselves. You know, at the time I didn't know as much as I know now. So I couldn't really help him, but I just gave him an arm. I said, yo, just lean on me. Let's get busy, man. Let's make some video games. Let's stay active. You know what I'm saying? Because a big problem you have in the States, where to me, it's almost as though they're preparing men to delete themselves. They're preparing men. The most dangerous thing for a man's health is emotion. You know what I'm saying? Emotion is very, very dangerous for us, man, because we're gonna do it. Oh, Finley was good, dude. It was good, bro. You know what I'm saying? The most dangerous thing for us is emotion. And if you look at this system, they're telling men to be overtly emotional. They're trying to tell you to lead through emotion. And then you got to look at the fact that in the 1950s, they brought a propaganda guy to turn a lot of men into romance. Like I tell a lot of guys, dude, watch the movie. Watch the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly for a couple more dollars. Once Upon a Time in the West, Jesse Wells. Try to watch movies that came out, TV shows that came out before the 1950s. And when you watch them, you'll see that the men there were super stoic. They had nothing to do with emotion. You know what I'm saying? A man would, like I watched the movie Jesse Wells with Clint Eastwood. When you watch that movie, it's fire. And I think it was made in the 90s. They killed his child and they killed his daughter, they killed his wife and his son. So throughout the movie, he's trying to get revenge. But guess what? Why is he trying to get revenge? Because they killed his wife and his son. You don't hear mentioning of love. You don't hear none of that bullshit. You don't hear, oh man, I loved my wife. There's no scene of him crying over love and being a bitchy ass dude. Because Clint Eastwood was alive before they brought in the propaganda to emotionalize men with romance and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Clint Eastwood was there, bro. If you watch these movies, I'm telling you, man, this is a self-deletion stream. I'm telling you, bro, watch The Good, the Bad, and it's gonna be good for your mind. Like it'll help you, you know what I'm saying, resynchronize with your manhood. The good, the bad. I rewatch these movies every couple years. I'm rewatching The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. You know what I'm saying? It is pure, man. Pure fucking spaghetti western. There's no, well, they killed my wife and I loved her. There ain't none of that bullshit, man. It's just, they killed his wife, his son, and he wants revenge. You know what I'm saying? Jesse Wells wants revenge. He don't even mention he loved them. That was his wife, AKA, that was his property. A man sees his children and the woman he's with as property. You know what I'm saying? You don't see a woman as your partner. You know what I'm saying? There's no way a man and a woman could be partners. There's a reason why they call gay men and lesbian couples partners. You want to know why they call them partners? Because they're equal in what they can accomplish. You know what I'm saying? They're literally the same sex. So they're partners because they can both pull the same weight. You know what I'm saying? A man and a woman ain't no fucking partners, man. That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's that romanticization. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my my what they call, I forget it, man. You know what I'm saying? Romanticization. They've romanticized being a man. Oh man, if I don't find love, that's why, shout out to the homie Black Circle. He knows. We've seen guys on stream saying, sex don't count if you don't love her. What the fuck, man? Sex don't count if she doesn't have genuine feelings for you. Dude, my private parts beg to differ. You know what I mean? I didn't love that woman, but I was I was sexually turned on by her, and we did what we did. It was done. A lot of dudes have been so feminized and plugged into being romantics that the women, like I said, I don't blame the women, man. To me, women in the West, man, it's sad. It's fucking, you feel sad for, once you've taken this black pill, you've accepted it for what it is, you realize, man, it's sad. You feel sad for the women. You feel sad that women in America can't actually experience men. You know what I'm saying? They can't experience a real man in the West because you got motherfucking men approaching women with love and all that bullshit, man. This is why women are so attracted to your Chads and all that stuff. Chad has been programmed. Tyrone has been programmed to just do what men do. He fucks her and he leaves. He fucks her and he leaves, bro. You know what I'm saying? He hit that and he leaves. He understands that sex is natural. There's nothing, what they're doing here isn't special. It's fucking normal. The Chad guy will just have, and here's the thing, a lot of PUAs try to train you. Well, man, you got to learn to be unattached, unemotional. You got to become a bad guy because women like bad guys. You know, no, dude. The difference between you and Chad, of course, his looks, his attraction, whatever. But the other thing with him is he's in a level where, dude, he just looks at sex as just an activity. He wants to get his rocks off. He fucks her and he leaves. You know, he ghosts her. He don't even care. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Finley, man. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, yeah. The Japanese Ronin Musashi Miyamoto said that you shouldn't base life decisions on feelings in his book of Five Rings. Oh, man. Kevin, that's dope. To me, I gotta read more, man. My problem is I don't read a lot because a part of me don't read a lot because I think it might alter my thinking or my philosophy. You know what I mean? The way I approach things. I don't reference a lot. I don't reference people because, I'm an old school philosopher. Everything I'm talking about, the source is my own mind. You know what I'm saying? I can still remember the amount of books I've read in my life. How many books did I read? I don't count. I've read magazines, I've read comics. I gotta read more comics. But because I had a teacher, man, shout out to this teacher, much love to him. I gotta hit him up. But he told me you should read, man. You don't need to read novels, but you have to read. Read magazines, read comics, just read. Get your reading up, So I don't read a lot of other people's philosophies because I think it might either water down my own way of thinking or it might, you know, alter the way I respond to things, where it isn't, pure for me. You know what I mean? I'm an old school philosopher. Everything I talk about, I'm talking from my own mind. I'm pulling everything from my own mind. I'm not referencing any books. And no disrespect to anybody that reference books at all. No disrespect. It's just to me, I'm operating like the old philosophers. I forget the philosopher's name. The Roman philosopher who said democracy's, demonic. I forget his name. Socrates. Socrates. Those guys didn't have books, man. Those guys were just coming up with the philosophy right off the top of the dome. So you could basically say I'm a freestyle philosopher. Everything I'm doing is a freestyle. You know what I'm saying? And another reason I do this is that, I think by me just doing it off the top of the head, a lot of guys I talk to will say, holy shit, he got this off the top of his head. He didn't read nothing. He's just operating on pure logic. He's operating on pure logic and he's getting all this. That means I could do it. That means I don't need to read my way into thinking like him or thinking better than him. I just have to be more logical. You know what I'm saying? So I don't disrespect anybody. I might have to read a little more. I mean, but I just operate on a straight off the dome, freestyle, you know, freestyle philosophy, you know. But let me share the link again. Let me see. Uh yeah, 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 yeah. So, to me, man, with what's going on with the deletion, a lot of men are armed with the resources to delete themselves. You know what I'm saying? You've been bullied since that. That's why I look at Gen Z and Gen Alpha, man. Gen Alpha's gonna be a whole different monster, man. It's gonna be when we hit 6G, bro. I need to buy me I gotta upgrade my phone. I'm still on 4G LTE, so I got to update to 5G. And I don't want to, I'm not updating because I need a new phone. I'm updating to see the difference with this speed. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard 5G phone is like, what is it? I heard 10 times faster or 100 times faster than 4G. You know what I'm saying? I heard it's at the same speed as your landline. You know, I'm gonna buy me a new 5G phone because I want to see the side effects of the speed, you know, because my prediction is that, man, when we get to that point where you can upload selfies, when you can upload a selfie in less than a second, when you can upload images of yourself on Instagram in a millisecond, it's over. It is over, man. When you can upload to Instagram and all of them in less than a second, it's over. Because what's going to happen is a lot of people are getting overstimulated by social media. Your brain is trying to keep up with the internet speed and it can't. So your brain trying to keep up with the internet, it's letting go of certain functions. Like they said, our attention span is dropped. You know, your attention span is dropped to, I heard, below 8 seconds. It said the average human now thinks has a lower attention span than a goldfish. You know what I'm saying? Because your brain has to sacrifice certain skills and attributes so it can keep up with the internet. You know what I'm saying? So it's you have less thinking, you know, less attention span, you know, so you can keep up and multitask between liking this new video, looking at this story post, jumping to YouTube, jumping to Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Your brain is removing certain abilities so you can keep up. And once the internet, man, once the internet reaches that speed where the upload on a Instagram is, you know, I mean, look at me blinking. When it uploads at the speed of a blinking eye, it's over. It is it is full blown zombies. MD to me is right. The zombie thing. The problem with people with zombies is people think that you got to be dead to be a zombie. No, man. To be a zombie is when you're alive and you're doing something and you can't stop. You can't stop doing it and you don't even know what you're doing. You're not even aware of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people will be zombified and addicted. The addiction level to social media interaction, it's gonna be insane. I remember I was working with a fireman, you know, cool dude. He was on because I was thinking about making what they call that a TikTok. I was gonna make a TikTok just to mess around, you know, some jokes, have some fun here and there. You know what I'm saying? Nothing serious, you know, just the comedy side. But I saw firemen just keep scrolling through endless amounts of TikTok videos because they were bite sized. He could just keep consuming them over and over. About an hour passed of his brain just getting used to absorbing content that's 8 seconds long, just scrolling, scrolling. You know what I'm saying? And what's going to happen, to get back to the deletion thing, is that, man, just think about it. You got developing minds. You know, these little boys and little girls are being targeted by corporations, by propaganda because the government, man, it's so fucked, man. It's so fucked that the government would allow it to be legal for your school, the school you send your kids, to attempt to compromise the sexuality of your children. It is insane, man. Other countries, I think some other countries are watching America and saying, what the fuck, man? This is borderline demonic. You know what I'm saying? In all honesty, I don't think, you know, I came to the realization that, man, you know, mankind, the devil is a cope, man. Demons are a cope because we're worse. We're worse than the demons. You know, a devil, like, for example, you look at the devil. You look at the devil makes you an offer. If you give me your soul, I will give you this. You know what I'm saying? And you will go to hell. You know, the devil lets you know that my what I want to do for you is negative. There will be a price to pay. We as humans, we don't operate like that, man. We don't operate black and white. We operate on a whole spectrum. You know what I'm saying? A politician will literally bomb an entire country. You know what I'm saying? Will drop a bomb on an entire country, then at the same time run for office and hug newborn children. You know what I'm saying? You just wiped out over 1,000 people. Then you're gonna hug a baby and say, I appreciate life and I love children. I hope for the best for the future. You know what I'm saying? We're worse, man. The devil, when you compare the devil and God to man, there's no way that the devil could be worse than mankind. You know what I'm saying? We've surpassed that. The devil, if you look at demonics and you know, we've surpassed them. The devil is limited. You know what I mean? You gotta look at the devil. The devil only gets new clientele by telling them his demonic deeds, evil deeds. You know, while mankind will literally, your local politician will say, "I'm here to save children, help the community," while he's shipping drugs, while he's literally paying people to off people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? This shit is real, man. There ain't for you to think the devil is worse than what a man could accomplish. Your mind is gone. You know what I'm saying? The devil actually has standards. The devil has rules. Mankind, there are no rules, man. There are no rules, man. I could be a politician and, yep, I want to support students, schools, want to support their schools while at the same time I'm passing laws to target their fathers, you know, put their fathers in jail. While I'm preaching, I want to help families build a stronger community. While I'm building laws that will arrest their fathers, I'm allowing child support, a corrupt system. Come on. And you're saying the devil is worse than mankind? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is they say, oh, the devil can torture you, dude. Man, look, ask them dudes in Guantanamo Bay. You know what I'm saying? They were tortured, whatever, dude. Whatever happens. Dude, mankind has surpassed. You know, when you read the Bible, you gotta read the Bible like it's a limitation. So you're telling me the devil wants you to go to hell, you know, then burn you, man. The guy I know that was a serial killer, he didn't want you to wait to go to hell. He would torture. He kept dudes. He kept people in a shed. He would feed them, cut off a limb, you know, what I'm saying, fix it, heal it, let them live, feed them, then come back and cut off a new limb. Come on, man. The devil is the most evil thing on earth. Come on, man. Get that bullshit out of here. And, you know, what you're gonna see is more male deletion because what's seen as toxic now is, you know, male masculinity is toxic. You know what I'm saying? But they're still pushing the narrative of you got to get married, you got to be a family man. The same time they're telling you you're the worst, you being a man, you're the worst. And, you know, they're still preaching get married. You know what I'm saying? They're still preaching you need to be a traditional man and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The traditional man now is basically preaching slavery. You know what I'm saying? That's how the West is working. It's preaching slavery. You know what I'm saying? You got the women here so diluted. Like, for example, you got a chick, she went to college. Yes, you're college educated, lady, but that guy's a plumber making, you know that, you know, just college, there's other jobs. That guy's a plumber making 80 grand a year. 80 grand. He's making 80 grand a year a plumber. That guy's a super. He's making over 100 grand a year because he's a super for an apartment condo. He just went to you know what I'm saying? I forget the name of that school, He went to vocational school. You know what I mean? He learned how to be an electrician or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things, man. The West is done. That's why when guys talk to me and say, "Yo, man, overseas, you're wrong," dude, they don't want you here domestically. You know, this is why I say the most delusional people are the men. The women are not as diluted as the men. If you listen to men in the manosphere, you're like, the delusion is insane. We got men telling other men, trying to shame them, attack them. Oh, you don't want to stay here. You're a lame. You're a failure. You know what I'm saying? Dude, this country doesn't want you, bro. How many times they got to do an ad for toxic masculinity for you to get the fucking point? They don't want you here, bro. They don't want your seed. They don't want your children. They don't want you here. It's like how many times they got to make it clear for you to understand. That's what a lot of men here don't get, man. Yo, your government here doesn't want you to be here as a man. It doesn't want you to have authority, logic. It doesn't want you to raise your children. The government here does not want that. You know what I'm saying? Because if it wanted that, you know what I mean? No fault divorce would not be supported federally. Child support would not be a federal bill. It would be based on the states. You could actually look at certain states and say, oh shit, this state doesn't have no fault divorce. That state doesn't have this, man. You could have a family in this state because they don't support the anti-male laws that were passed. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of men, man, a lot more men will take their lives, they will hurt themselves. And we're about to have deletion. It's basically about to be like a plague. I personally think that, you add on the fact that we got Conan 19 with a potential sequel in the works. There'll be a sequel for Conan 19. You add on the fact that a lot of these boys growing up don't have a father present. They're online just being exposed to anti-male rhetoric and propaganda, just destroying their self-esteem. And then they're being told to be emotional so people can laugh at them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you should open up, you should cry. And you look at these guys, you're weak, man. You're weak, bro. They are making you weak purposely. Because when a man cries, it's a signal that he's easy prey. He's easy. He's accepted the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He's prey. Oh, he's gonna be an easy meal. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of young boys growing up without the father figure and the knowledge in there. And then you got them all trying to pursue something that doesn't exist, which is high risk now. I mean, even trying to date in high school is crazy now. Because what they've basically done legally for women is they've given women what I call, they've given women a reset. They've given women a control. You look at it like a controller. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They've given them like a controller. So they can pause, they can edit. She gave you consent, she can rescind it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things for the guys growing up, man. They're growing up with a high level of risk, you know. And to me, man, to see a guy like Tommy, a Power Ranger, you know what I'm saying, a global icon, he got divorced. You know what I'm saying? I followed Tom Brady. I followed Tom Brady, but I wasn't that invested in Tom Brady. I didn't grow up on Tom Brady. I didn't watch the Patriots like that. I guarantee a guy who's a Patriots fan, a diehard Patriots fan, finding out Tom Brady's divorce is devastating. You know what I'm saying? Me, on the other hand, I was like, all right, Brady, man, Brady could do better. He's good. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, it's only gonna increase, man. 5G, once we hit, let me see, the 5G shouldn't be too much of a problem if the person isn't too close to the tower. Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the tower effect, but the speed, the access to that speed, uploading, and like I said, man, we got to change our talking points, man. From now on, when I talk about divorce, having children, and all that stuff, I'm gonna talk about from the perspective of, will you be able to survive? Will you be able to survive, the loss of your children, the loss of access to your kids? Can you survive it? You know what I mean? Because that's what's going on. And you gotta look at how frequent, celebrities are deleting themselves. You know what I'm saying? The celebrities usually are a telltale sign of what's normal. You know what I'm saying? What's normal or what will be normal. You got to look at Kim Kardashian's coverage, or you look at the Hiltons, you know what I'm saying, way back in the early 2000s. But Kim Kardashian ran with it, became super sexualized, butt implants, all that went super, you know what I'm saying? Super sexualized. And that became the fate of this country. So you're looking at all these celebrities. You got to look at Anthony Bourdain, the dude who deleted himself from a divorce. Which, I heard he was simping out anyway. He was simping, but he deleted himself, what was it, 2 years ago? And you got to look at Chester. Chester from Lincoln Park deleted himself. I forget the name of the dude. He made the song Black Hole Sun, Won't You Come? I think his name was Chris Pontes. I forget his name, but he deleted himself. And if you look at all the guys that tend to delete themselves, a lot of them were married. You know what I'm saying? You got to start looking at you know what I'm saying, what's going on. A lot of men that are married deleted themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because they saw, remember, every man says, I'm willing to die for my family. You know what I'm saying? So they delete themselves because they saw, man, I can't live without my family. Like, I spent all this time married, establishing my family, children. I can't live without my family. And you got to think, a man thinks long term. So that man is thinking about not having his family in his 40s, 50s, 60s. He thinks in long term. So to me, man, you got to look at it and say, wow. You got to say, man, the main thing here is all those guys were married. Chester from Lincoln Park, man. Lincoln Park, bro. That is crazy, man. When I heard Chester died, I was like, wow. That's fucking Chester, man. The lead singer of Lincoln Park. Just dropping hits after hits, man. The first rap fusion rock band. They were fucking awesome, man. The hip hop like beats and instrumentals with rock and the riffs. The Linkin Park riffs were insane, man. You could tell if it's Linkin Park just off the riff. You know what I mean? Off the riff alone, you could tell if it's Linkin Park. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. And Chester died. Look at Heath Ledger, man. Heath Ledger took his own life, and Heath Ledger, I heard, was dealing with a divorce. That was the rumor. I think he was dealing with a divorce, and Heath Ledger, the Joker, he killed himself. You know what I'm saying? To me, you gotta look at the death of celebrities and start looking if they're married. You know what I'm saying? Start looking if they're married, because, man, that's a telltale sign of what's coming on. They can't live without their family. These men become so attached and naturally attached to having their family long term. And then, man, they delete themselves. You know what I'm saying? They delete themselves and for losing their family. They can't live without their family, so they delete themselves. You know what I mean? So you got to look at that is the word, common denominator. The common denominator is most of these celebrity guys that deleted themselves were married, either married or going through a divorce. You know what I'm saying? So you got to start looking at it as, marriage now is a man, marriage now isn't just potential financial we all know the financial risk, but marriage now is a potential risk and a potential reason for you to for you to self delete. You know what I'm saying? For you to get that wrist knife or that rope necklace. You know what I'm saying? Marriage is a trap in the West. Mainstream won't talk about. Yeah, the homie Spec, man. Spec, you already know. So a lot of men, man, they're, in fact, I'm gonna use a word. I think erasing. A lot of men are erasing themselves, deleting themselves, man. It's so the whole marriage thing's become a question of, are you willing to get to the point where you might delete yourself? You know what I'm saying? Because that pain, man, that pain of waking up knowing you might lose access to your children and in that image you work so hard to create, a household, a wife and kids might be gone. You know what I'm saying? That's a tragic and horrific loss, man. That's a extremely painful loss. And you got to ask yourself, is that man, will you survive it? You know what I'm saying? Will you survive it when the longer you're in this marriage, the more reasons to delete yourself? You know what I'm saying? The more reasons to delete yourself. So it's man, R.I.P. to Tommy, man. R.I.P. to Tommy. You know what I'm saying? Jason David Frank, R.I.P. to him. And R.I.P. to Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman. I think he died due to cancer or something. Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman from the animated series. So man, it's a lot of risks, man. I think I might be doing this once a month. Hopefully next time we get some guys to hop on. But yeah, we gotta talk about it, man, because this self-deletion stuff, man. The thing about self-deletion is it's gonna become a norm. You know, you look at Japan, a lot of people think in America with self-deletion, we look at it like, oh man, it's painful, it doesn't happen that much. No, dude, look at Japan. Japan literally has a self-deletion forest, a forest for self-deletion. You know what I'm saying? I think in the West, it's going to increase, man. It's going to increase a lot more because we got to remember in the West, unlike Japan, in the West, most children in the West are drugged and medicated anyway. You know, now you add in they're being drugged, they're medicated, then add in the social media. You know what I'm saying? Add in the say no to self deletion and knee touching. Oh, knee touching's gonna increase, man. As you can see, in the manosphere, the most well-funded thing is the closet. The closet in the manosphere is the most well-funded. The closet had two conventions. There's two different conventions funded by the closet. The closet is the most well-known, and I'm surprised it took me this long to notice that the closet is the most well-funded thing in the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? The closet has the most budgeting and support. So that's another thing is that a lot of men are going to delete themselves because of the closet, because they're forcing that on you. I was talking to one of the homies on the Discord, and he told me that, yeah, man, in high school, there's some closeted dudes trying to force themselves. And the thing is, you know, how do you handle that? How do you handle that without getting a hate crime? Think about a a dude in high school being approached by a dude in the closet, a dude that isn't straight. He's being approached by him for potential intercourse or something like that. And the guy says no, man. The guy says no, I'm not like that. And they might try to put a hate crime on him because he doesn't date T women, doesn't date T girls, or he's not willing to compromise his sexuality. Man wants to powder your balls. Yeah, man. I mean, we're in a different time, man. It is, man. That's why I say with us millennials, we gotta understand, man, the Gen Z guys and the Gen Alpha, they're going through a whole different thing, man. They're going through a whole different minefield because when we were in high school, you didn't have to deal with potential hate crimes because a gay dude tried to approach you. And you just told him, yo, get away from me, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into that. You know what I mean? Now there's a potential they might put a hate crime on you at your school. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how you told this gay dude to get the fuck away from you in high school. You know what I mean? Or this T girl. You're like, yo, man, you're not a real woman, bro. Get the fuck away from me. Next thing you know, the principal comes, I need you in my office. I need you in my office. You know what I'm saying? I need you in my office. You were a hater. You've shown signs of a hate crime. The way you spoke to Elizabeth, the trans girl. You know, you're supposed to treat her just like a woman. You're not supposed to talk to her like she's a trans person. And for that, you are expelled from our school. You know what I'm saying? Yo, shit is rough for the Gen Z, man. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, man, they're growing up in a minefield. A fucking minefield, man. Their minds are on the line. Their futures are on the line. I mean, think about it. What if you got a hate crime put on you in high school and that stays on your record for employment? You know what I'm saying? Because you told some T girl in high school, yo, get the fuck away from me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into you're not a girl. You know what I'm saying? You're a fake girl. You know what I'm saying? You're a dude. You know what I'm saying? What was that movie Tropic Thunder? You're a dude disguised as a girl, that's a dude. You're a dude disguised as another dude, that's another dude. You know what I'm saying? So the Gen Z, man, those guys, man, they growing up, man. I've been approached by a guy that was out the closet during my freshman year in university, and I told him no, and get out my face, and yeah, bro. I mean, you're in college, bro. To me, Gen Z, college and high school, bro, and you tell them no, you don't know, and it depends on how you told them. How you tell the guy that's gay and how you tell the guy that's tranny approaching you could determine if you never get a job anymore. You know what I'm saying? At your school. You gotta be polite, and that's the thing is they might do something that makes you unpolite. You know what I'm saying? I remember I saw some dude at the bar that was that was out the closet, slapped another dude's ass. He didn't know him, and that dude was about to break his jaw. You know what I'm saying? About to break his jaw. Or I saw in the bar where tranny was targeting men. This tranny will wait till these guys are drunk and try to kiss up on them and get close to them when they're super drunk. And you can't really tell these guys that, yo, that ain't a man. That's not a woman because that could be a hate crime. You know what I'm saying? You can't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? If you're working there, you can't say, yo, man, yeah, dude, that's not a bird. That's not a bird, man. That's not a bird, that's a worm. You know what I'm saying? You can't identify that. So a lot of dudes in Gen Z going to high school or in college right now, man, they're dealing with a whole different minefield, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all literally, man, no wonder a lot of guys ain't going to college no more. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys, you know what I mean? A lot of guys is dropping out or not even going. Oh man, yo, Kevin, I was in '06. Oh yeah, then you were good. '06, man, that was different. Back then, yeah, back then you could tell that dude get the fuck away from me, man. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't as liberalized as it is now. You know what I'm saying? 2010s, man, at least especially Middle 2010, it became full liberalized. In the middle, a lot of guys don't remember that a college had to shut down because the students were protesting. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't liberal enough. They protested and got the school shut down. You know what I'm saying? The system is wrecked, man. To me, the Gen Z, man, all I gotta say with Gen Z, those guys are under pressure, man. They're under a lot of pressure, man. You know what I'm saying? On pressure that's never been felt before. You know, because it's become full blown. I mean, the fact that you apply for a job and now you have to put your gender. You don't even get to put your sex anymore. They ask you what's your gender. You don't get to put your sex anymore. Society's become full blown crazy, man. Full blown insanity. You know what I'm saying? When you hear the doctor say, "Well, what's your baby's gender?" Yo, doc, I don't want to hear what's my baby's gender. What's the sex of the baby? I can't I can't tell you that. I can only tell you the gender. I can't tell you the sex of the baby. I can only tell you the gender, please. That's the orders they gave me. I can only tell you the gender. I can't tell you the sex of the baby. That's too that's too stone age. That's too anti-progressive for me to tell you the baby's sex. I gotta tell you the baby's gender. Yeah, man. Yeah, Transformers used to be robots in disguise. Now it's gay men in disguise. Yeah, I mean, Transformers. No, you gotta remember the slogan for Transformers, man. More than meets the eye. you know, Transformers more than meets the eye. I gotta see if I can do my Optimus Prime. Autobots, roll out. The Decepticons have arrived, and they seek to destroy us, Autobots. It is I, Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. Our orders are to stop the Decepticons. You know what I mean? It is I, Optimus Prime. You know what I mean? It's Transformers, the slogan. You gotta remember, dude, Transformers told you. You go to the bar now, you gotta be wary of Transformers more than meets the eye. Yo, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And what it does is it makes the bars less fun. I mean, you can't get too drunk or drink too much. Because man, if you can't tell that ain't a bird, you're done. You can't tell that's not a bird. You gonna walk out with a sausage. You gonna walk out with a sausage with wearing a dress. You know what I mean? And I got no hate for that, man. I've worked. We've all worked, man. You know. Give me a minute. Who is that? Uh, hold up. The hell will call me? Yeah. So give me a second. Hold up. My bad. Ran damn man. Ran out of accidentally got disconnected. Damn man, the troll army's already coming. God damn. Gotta block all these people. But yeah, man, to me, dude, it's changed, man. The average boy growing up now, man, they're being raised in a minefield, man. You know what I'm saying? And to me, the self-deletion, let me share the link once more. The self-deletion, it's only gonna increase, man. It's only gonna increase because everything in the West now is designed that when a man invests relationship wise, it's designed to be a high risk, you know what I'm saying? High potential of self deletion, you know what I mean? And then you got to look at the fact that so many are demonizing being a man, toxic masculinity. It's crazy, man. The news stations, they just don't care, bro. And but at the same time, to close out the stream, I don't want to end it on a doom and gloom. You know what I'm saying? You know, the other thing is you gotta understand, bro, you're a man. You know, you gotta understand the society's about training you to seek out failure. You know what I'm saying? I would say right now, the average man, by the time you're 18, you should have a passport. Get yourself a passport, man. Be able to fly, not just fly overseas, but fly all over this country. You know what I'm saying? Remember Vegas. Look into Vegas, man. To me, as a man, you have to step into Vegas. Go to Vegas, man. You know, escort Max in Vegas. And I know one thing we got in the manosphere, especially in the black pill sector, a lot of guys be talking about the price of the escorts in the West, saying, oh, it's $200, $300, whatever. But dude, if you got to get your rocks off and you don't got the money to go overseas and you don't got the time, you're working a job where you can't afford to leave that job like that, dude, get your rocks off in Vegas, bro. Go to Vegas. You might pay 500, 300. At least you get it out of your system. You know what I'm saying? You get it out of your system and then you come back to work and you do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Because once you get it out of your system, it'll be a lot easier for you to control yourself, and be calm. Because the thing is this, bro, they wanna train you to be all emotional because I'm gonna give you an example. And this is the example of what they don't want you to have. I'm gonna show you an example, and this is how easy it is. I'm gonna show you an example right now. You know, Here's the example right now. Notice this is what they don't want you to reach. Look at this. I'm holding a bottle of water, right? I'm gonna mute the dot, the mic for a minute. Yeah, if you were watching, that's what they don't want you to have, man. Notice I just drank some water. There was no emotion involved in that. I just lived my life, bro. That's what they don't want you to have, man. You gotta understand, dude. It's got nothing to do with peace. It's got nothing to do with all of that, dude. Being being a man is simple. You're calm and you're only emotional when it demands it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in a dangerous, stressful situation, yeah, you're gonna be angry. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get angry. You're gonna tighten up your muscles and all that crap. Yeah. But other than that, I mean, fat boy, what you doing? That's my cat, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the boy who inspired me to look at the people, man. That's the cat that got me to develop the scooper, the cat scooper. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how you develop something for a pet as a man, something you love, you care about. and they say you grifting. But the thing is this, bro. They don't want you to arrive at the level. I made a video, man. It's a very important video because I got a lot of old videos. The problem with a lot of guys I talk to is you got to understand, dude. This channel has over 450 videos, man. Scroll through my back catalog. I made a video called um, Existence Over Purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because, dude, your purpose isn't to be seeking out, purpose is garbage. Purpose changes all the time. You know what I'm saying? Your purpose in the year. In fact, give me a minute. Let me share the video with you. Give me 1 second. It won't let me search it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Black Pill Junkie was good. Yeah. Well, I made a video, man. You could scroll, look for it. It's called Existence Over Purpose. Existence Over Purpose. If you're really struggling with potential deletion, man, and I like to tell people this, dude, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a trained medical professional. I'm just a philosopher, man. I'm just a philosopher, a black pill, philosopher. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a philosopher using a black pill to guide me in life. I'm gonna tell you this, man. Purpose is a scam. Purpose is a scam. And if you listen to the manosphere, the majority of red pillars will keep telling you, be about your purpose. Purpose is a scam, man. Purpose will potentially lead you to self deletion. The only thing that matters is your existence. Your purpose in the 90s isn't the same as your purpose in the year 2022. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at 2022, for example. Your purpose in 2020, when Conan 19 was at an all time high, when we couldn't go to work, we couldn't leave our homes, your purpose was completely different. The thing is, this purpose is always changing, but your existence, the laws of existence have not changed. It's about food, shelter, you know what I'm saying? Provisions, protection. That never changes, man. That's why I tell guys about minimalism. I got demonized for minimalism because these guys that want to scam you want you to follow this purpose crap. Purpose is a scam. You know what I'm saying? Happiness is a scam. You know what I mean? Especially in the West. In the West, they try to train you to do what makes you happy. But you can't be happy all day, man. Happiness demands that you refill it or you maintain it. Happiness is a scam. You know what I'm saying? The worst thing they want you to do is just exist. You know what I'm saying? When you exist, you're not in your feelings. And that's when a man operates at his prime optimized, perspective is when you're just existing. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna show you a sequence. I'm gonna just look at the screen. I'm gonna look at the screen, and you could practice this too when you look in the mirror, or turn on your phone and put the selfie camera. Look, I'm doing something called existence. I'm just existing. You know what I'm saying? That's what you do, bro. The worst thing they want you to arrive at is to arrive at the point of existence. When you think, I mean, I look up this video. It's super important. I made a video. It's called Existence Over Purpose. Please watch that video, Existence Over Purpose, because you got to look at it like this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Look at a cow, man. Look at a cow at a farm. That cow is just eating the grass and it's just existing. You know what I'm saying? We have to, shout out to the homie Black Pill Junkie, man. Minimalistic based lifestyle. Yeah. Well, I mean, minimalism is in actuality when a man reaches his optimal way of thinking. I'll be right back. Yeah, so you know what I mean? You gotta to end this stream, man, we gotta end it positively. You gotta understand, man, the worst thing they want you to learn is existence. When you hone in and focus on your existence, I'm not saying I'm perfect at it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to stay on that level. But you gotta understand, bro, everything in the West is designed to get you away from your existence. You know what I'm saying? Once your main priority is happiness and all that emotional BS where you got to refill it. You need to refill happiness. You need to maintain happiness, but existence, you don't need to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? You were born and you exist. And if your pursuit is existence, you're gonna worry about how you eat, when you eat, the basics. You know what I'm saying? The basics of life are simple. You know what I'm saying? The basics are shelter. It's gonna be security, shelter, food, and the rest. That's it, bro. That's what life is really about, existence. But what they've turned existence, the focus of existence, into, oh, he's too poor, he's impoverished, he's not playing a rat race. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the West now, everything's about, why aren't you a millionaire? You know what I mean? You opening up a deli. The only people open up delis that are actually living the American dream tends to be the foreigners. The foreigners come here, they open up a restaurant, they open up a deli. You know what I'm saying? They do business that keeps them happy. Well, not happy. Give me a second. You know what I mean? The foreigners do business, bro. That's about securing the existence of their family, securing the protection, the provision of their families, man, and themselves. You gotta focus on your existence, your priority. Purpose And I'm gonna give you an example of why purpose is a scam. Is that if you took a guy from the 1980s, you bring a guy from the 1980s that was all about his purpose, he was super successful. You bring him with his technology right here from the 80s right now, he'd be a failure. He's got an old, big ass cell phone, big suitcase. He's outdated. Purpose changes, man. Purpose is always fluctuating, changing, but your existence, it remains the same. You know what I'm saying? Your existence and the goal to maintain your existence, it remains the same. You know what I'm saying? So what you have to do is prioritize your existence, man. You know what I'm saying? And you have to be, especially after Conan 19, you know, a lot of these PUAs, red pill dating coaches, you know, all these scammers in the manosphere, they're trying to, now that Conan 19 is calmed down, they're trying to take advantage of you with the illusion that things won't change anymore. You know, Conan 19 is over. You can go back to normal. No, there is no more normal, man. Normal died with Conan 19. When Conan 19 happened and they said, unless you're an essential worker, you can't work, you can't provide for yourself, you can't eat, normal is dead. There is no more normal. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that's normal now is being prepared for the next Conan 19. You know what I'm saying? Being prepared for the next next pandemic where you can't work and you can't even eat. That's what you gotta do. I mean, so and what terrifies them, if a man arrives at the point of existence and prioritizing your existence, is that you're gonna spend less money, man. You're not gonna spend money on these dating coaches and all this BS. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna focus on the fact that your life is priority. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no such thing as a good father when that father doesn't prioritize his interests. You know what I'm saying? If your interest in your existence and safety is priority, that means that child will know that they'll have a father that's, about protecting his existence. And that means if you're about protecting, oh, Tuesday, what's good, man? Oh, yeah, give me a minute. What up, old truth? Thank you for doing stream this. Yeah. Oh, Tuesday, my brother, man. Respect. Nah, I had to do it, man. We have to. I'm gonna try to do this once a month, man. You know, we gotta stream about self-deletion, man. We have to. You know, it's a lot of guys being pressured, man. You know, I won't lie, man. It wasn't normal. Like in the 90s, it wasn't normal for them to promote, deletion, self-deletion like they do now. Like right now, they're baiting you. They're baiting you to delete yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? Because the way the system works is if you're not gonna get involved, if you're not gonna marry, have children, and feed the system, if you're not gonna feed the system, the pressure becomes to delete yourself. And then they say you're a failure, this and that. You know what I'm saying? To me, man, with what's going on, like I said to guys, I made a video, man. I can't, for some reason, YouTube won't let me search it, but you gotta scroll through, look for, on my channel, look for a video called Existence Over Purpose. It is probably one of the most ultimate videos I've done, because the thing is, dude, if you prioritize your existence, you wouldn't have a kid in the West, because it's a danger. It's a threat to your existence. You know what I'm saying? Family's supposed to be a reward, not a threat. It's supposed to be a reward with, I forget what it's supposed to be, an investment with high return. There it is, a high return. It's supposed to be a high return investment, not a high risk investment. You know what I'm saying? And if you arrive to the point where you're focused on your existence, bro, you're not gonna have kids here, man. You know what I'm saying? The West is done, man. If you can't even go on a date, we got a hookup culture. You know, how can you think about having kids in a country that's about it's about hookup culture. You know what I'm saying? It's about hookup culture, man. So how can you try to raise and have kids here, bro? It's this land is no longer a land of family where it's a high return. It's all high risk, man. It's all a high risk venture. And the high risk now with what we've seen with a lot of men deleting themselves and from now on I'm not gonna talk about divorce and marriage without mentioning the risk of deletion. You know what I'm saying? Because men will survive alimony, but men will not survive. It's extremely hard to survive deleting yourself when you've been married for over 3 years. You have kids together. You've had a household. You know what I'm saying? You would do anything to keep that. So what happens to these men is they realize if I delete myself before the divorce, technically I died a married man. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand a man is, capable of justifying anything. I mean, we've been, we go to war and all that. So you look at the men deleting themselves that are married, they saw the divorce coming. They couldn't live without being married. So they look at it and say, well, if I delete myself before the divorce, I was deleted a married man. I will die a married man. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta understand, man, it's a rough thing, and in the manosphere, most people aren't talking about this. So when they talk about it from a perspective implying that you'll delete yourself because of depression. And here's the thing about depression, man. This system builds depression. You know what I'm saying? Telling men you gotta be more emotional. If you're not emotional, something's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Something's wrong with you if you can't open up to people, which that creates depression. Now you're depressed because you can't be emotional. You know what I'm saying? You're depressed because, well, I'm depressed because I can't open up to people. What? That's why you're depressed. Like, are you having anxiety attacks? Are you losing anything? Let me see who this. Oh, let me check if that's the homie Spec. Oh, Spec, what's good, man?
What's good, Ho? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you, dog. What's good, man?
Man, it's been a long time since we
Um,
chopped it up.
word, bro. Dang, man. Yeah, because I've been neglecting it. I gotta get back on stereo, but I kept neglecting it. But what's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts on this whole deletion, man? People just, a lot of men just doing it now, man.
Oh, yes, I noticed since like COVID-19, kind of what you was talking about before, there's been like a uptick, like just
Mhm,
an uptick of deletions. Um,
mhm,
we've seen it with men. Usually, the reasons why men do it is because just the disposability um, here, the disposability. Um, a lot of men they feel, and I'm gonna use the word feel. I don't
mhm.
really like to use the word feel, but that's the word I'm gonna use.
Word.
They think, or let me actually say think. They think
Mhm,
that they have to be in service um, to others, which is it's okay, but that's the 100% of their emphasis is being in service to others, and usually that other person is a woman. So we've seen a lot of guys deleting themselves due to past relationships. Um, and this guy here, what this was his second divorce. I mean, his second divorce, correct?
Yep.
Oh, oh, it
Yep.
was Tommy's second divorce.
Yeah. Yep. That was his second.
Yeah. I think
It
this
wasn't
was
married.
Tommy's second divorce. He in the '90s he was married as well. So he got married in the '90s. Then he tried again, and I'm gonna tell you this: if anybody in that's listening has gotten divorced never try it again, especially in the West. Because the first time, I know we discussed that number 50% and how misleading that number is. Let me tell you, second time is at an 80% clip. So, yes, so that is the reason. So we saw that. Let me bring up something else. It may not relate, but since we're talking about self deletions, do you remember that guy in South Carolina
Mm.
that got with? So basically, the guy in South Carolina, he was married, he had a kid with a woman that he worked with. They got I think they were getting a divorce. He got with another woman and she got pregnant as well. And then she was threatening to keep him away from the kids or something like that. And he deleted both of them and the kid and himself. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. There was a video of the guy.
Yes. He said, I forgot what he said. What did he say? He said, I forgot what he said. It was such a because the guy, he was devoid of emotions as well. He did this emotional act, and he was like so devoid of emotions. I forgot what he said. Does anybody, Neo Wolf, do you remember what he said, or do you know what I'm talking about? This guy that
I don't-
deleted, basically deleted his ex-wife, his baby mama, and himself.
Honestly, I don't know the name.
I forgot what he said, man. But the reason why I brought it up is because it just shows you. I believe the biggest issue when it comes to men and how they react toward women is they're pretty much pedalizing these women. We're taught in the West to pedalize women and to put, to idolize them and see them as the mother goddess personified. And this is how these guys see these women. In other countries, if a woman gets wrong, she's pretty much disposable. Like, okay, I can switch her out. If she starts acting, she starts tripping, I'll switch her out. I'll still be able to see my kids. And if I can't see my kids, and this may sound cold, I still got to preserve myself, because that's the only thing that I can control is myself. I also noticed women during the pandemic, deleting themselves as well, but it was for a different reason. It was for the reason that they weren't getting attention anymore. Because during the pandemic, some of the simp attention kind of went away from them, and you would see them doing it for that reason. Now, men, I've seen an uptick. We've we've seen an uptick in divorces and deletions. So double D, deletions and divorce. I mean, it was so many people getting divorced during COVID-19. You remember that? Like, you turn the TV on, 5 or 6 people getting divorced. Another 3 or 4 people deleting themselves. Remember that rapper? What was his name? Little Loaded?
Oh yeah. Rapper deleted himself for his girlfriend. You know
Over a girl as well. But what we need to do is, and I'm glad you're doing this stream, we just need guys to be able to, they do need to be able to talk and be able to talk and share what's going on with them.
Oh yeah, because to me, man, during COVID-19, when it was happening, is the women were deleting themselves because the women do not have skills to stay at home. Like, the home has become a location where the woman gets dressed to go outside. So when you look at when the epidemic happened, is that what are they doing? Like, she can't cook, she can't clean. You know what I'm saying? She has no off-bed skills. So most of them chicks that were those Instagram thoughts, man, they had nothing to do. They only had to and the lack of skills they had. Like they were staying at home. Like, what can they do? She can't cook for herself, and certain stores were closed. And remember, we got Uber Eats now, so you don't even have to go outside. So she can't even go outside for fresh air, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't even go outside for fresh air, and they just order the food and just stay more segregated. Their whole existence is to be a sexualized tool. So, like, what were the women? As for the men, they were deleting themselves because a lot of the women, what I saw happen with Conan 19 is that they saw that it was like the end of the world type of event. So all the women that was staying with their simps or their betas realized that, yeah, I don't want to die with this man. I'll just divorce him, get the alimony check, and try to get the man she really wants. So the pandemic changed a lot of women too. It changed a lot of women to not even settle for the orbiters anymore. Like the beta bucks plan where guys, we say in the manosphere, yo, the chick is waiting for a beta to provide. Now, after the epidemic, man, they thought about it. They're like, I don't want to die with a beta. They divorced, and divorce was over. I heard epidemic divorce was over 50%, over 70%. It went up like crazy a month. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you, Neo.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so as you were talking, I was listening the whole time, both of you, and I just want to thank you first of all for this information. Plus, what you stated about the suicide of women. Actually,
can't use that word, man.
Delete self-deletion. There we go. My bad. So, I just actually wrote a new song because of this, and it's called "Misandristic Deletion." So that's awesome. I'm just, yeah, man. Yeah, dude. I'm already, man. Dude, I have this one song that's gonna be coming out called "Hatred" for Shatan's Wars of Fallen America. I mean, it's kind of long, but yeah. So I've been working on that. Now I already have a new song coming up. So thanks for that.
Go on, man.
I mean, dude, like, to be honest with you guys, and I'm a man. I got my flaws too. But when I was younger, I actually had thoughts and prayers for women. Like, I'm talking about these modern thoughties that they should kill themselves. I know it's I know people delete themselves, but anyways, like, I know some people will think of me like as, oh yeah, so you hate women. I mean, blah blah blah. But I mean, at the same time, though, it's like, once I realize this, like, it doesn't require any of my action. I just, it's just the thoughts and the emotion because of abuse from these certain types of women in my life. So, especially like the relationships with my mother, like my mother was pretty, she was a little abusive, and, we all have trauma when it comes to growing up with our mom. And even, what's this guy's name? The book Iron John. I mean, the book even mentions about just boys getting abused by their moms and dads, and it even mentions about Vietnam War and all this other shit in human history. And it's just it's like a collective, like a psychological collective disease that just keeps passing on one generation to another. And I just see it,
Yeah, but hold up. Nah, my thing is, what's your thoughts on, because to me, man, we got to talk about it. I'm not trying to talk about male deletion like they're doing with the mental illness scam they're pushing out. That's the ultimate grift right now. But what's your thoughts on men deleting themselves? Because, dude, Tommy just deleted himself.
Yeah, dude, I was actually depressed I'm sorry, not depressed, but yeah, it was like an emotional burden because I grew up with Tommy, since I was 5, dude. I mean, I remember watching Mighty Morphin Power Rangers when I used to live in Germany, really young. And I grew up watching, from that to Space and Wild Force, and then I stopped, I remember this one episode where, the Wild Force episode where like all the Red Rangers.
Oh, all the Red Rangers, yeah.
Yeah, man, dude, that was awesome. I got so excited when I was a kid, man. And Tommy was like, the leader, and the red, he was the Red Zeo Ranger. I was like,
Zeo. Neil,
my thoughts. Oh man, sorry. What was you were gonna
go
say?
on, bro. Go on, bro.
But yeah, honestly, it's more men that we look up to, even in like Hollywood. Yeah, there's certainly going to be more male deletion in the case because of this divorce. I guess I can call it a pandemic at this point because it really is, and it's impacting like so many lives, including especially men and the association of their self deletion. Oh man, it's gonna get bad, especially once after 2023 comes out, man. More stuff's gonna come, It's uncertainty.
Well, I mean, it's kind of spec to me just broke down, son. Is like what you were saying is that, dude, a lot of men see it as a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like we're in the manosphere, and most men in the manosphere will say men are disposable. When in reality, dude, we ain't, bro. We're not we're the least disposable. Because if we were so disposable, we would be the thoughts on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it, dude, they've trained the women to be nothing but sex objects. And what's the most disposable thing in the history of man? Sex objects.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You replace one for a new one. They've trained the women to be out in their disposability. Like if I've been watching a lot of compilations of manosphere content creators that show compilations of a woman hitting the wall. I watch it from time to time, and you understand the most disposable thing here in the West is the women. They've made them absolutely disposable with just being whores. So all you do is say Neo Wolf got with one chick, Spec got with one too. And all they did for y'all was fuck y'all. So y'all replace them with a new one. And while we men, some of us here are working in the engineering field. Some of us are construction workers. So how are we disposable? That's the problem with the manosphere, is that a lot of dudes making content here, they preach disposability. Dude, we are the least disposable things in this country. Because if you look at the system, they want men to, when they say men are going to college, well, those men ain't going to college. They're construction workers. I got a lot of homies that are just construction. Like, they're like, dude, I dropped out. I work construction. I'm like, all right, word, cool. We're not disposable. We're the least disposable things in this country, man. The most disposable thing is an Instagram thought when she hits 30. Come on, man. You know what I mean? That's why we got a lot of guys here, man, lacking and deleting themselves, because they're trying to fulfill like Spec was saying, where a lot of men just see themselves as disposable, when in reality, bro, we're not. We're not disposable, bro. How are you disposable when the whole country runs on us men? You know what I'm saying? Construction. I don't know if y'all saw, it happened in Jersey and New York, where we had an MTA a strike, and guess what? The government made a law that you can't strike if you work for the trains, because it would mess up the whole economy. So how are we disposable when over 99% of construction workers are men? So how are we disposable when the government literally created a law, or tried to make a law, where they said, no, you MTA workers, you men, you can't go on strike. It's illegal. We'll arrest you for going on strike, because it would cancel out the whole country. You know what I'm saying? So how are we disposable? You know what I mean? What's your thoughts on that, man?
Oh yeah. So society's so actuality, so reality is one thing, and then society's perception is another thing. And society's perception, or maybe I shouldn't use that word perception. Let's use the indoctrination word. But basically, what they do is they indoctrinate these young boys and young men to think that they're just purely disposable. That is what I mean. So basically, a lot of these young men and they grow up thinking, okay, in order for me to actually have some type of relevance, in order for me to be somebody of importance or stature, I have to have a woman. I know you've heard this saying. Damn, I forgot. Behind every great man is a great woman, or some shit like that.
Oh,
Remember
yeah,
that? So I'm gonna bring some of the most simplest, all these simp talking points, and then you have even the best actor, arguably of our time, Denzel Washington. Happy wife, happy life, saying stuff like that. So what's happening is a lot of guys are being indoctrinated that way, but men have to be indoctrinated that way because at the end of the day, and I'm going to be honest in regards to this, men are going to fight the wars, right? So 100%, pretty much 99%, your wars it's going to be fought by men. At the end of the day, these wars, let's keep it 100. I mean, most of these wars, they're being fought in order to enrich some billionaire's pocket. Let's keep it 100. That's what's happening. So how do you get a young man to join something like that? You would have to be able to indoctrinate them to think that they're canon father, to say the least. But I do agree with what you're saying, that in actuality, a lot of these women are actually disposable because they have a short shelf life. They have they contribute nothing of value to society. The only thing that they give society is fucking pussy. And let's be honest, some of them can't even fucking keep that shit clean. Let's keep it honest. Some of them can't keep that shit clean. And then some aren't even fucking good at serving. Like, you can't even serve a man. You're supposed to be a slut. You're supposed to be a hoe. And you don't even know how to serve. It's crazy to me, man. It's crazy. Let me stop, man. I don't want to sound like I'm just dissing the 304s, because I honestly understand why they become the way that they become. The reason why is because that's how they're brought up in this Western world. We don't bring up women to be wives. We bring them up to be disposable Instagram thotties, and they get rewarded in the short term for being Instagram thotties. That's the fast cash way, right? You know how when we were really young, we all wanted to kind of get fast cash, like a lot, in some of the communities, because you saw the guy with the fast cash getting all the fine bitches and the nice cars and all of that shit. So I can kind of understand where they're coming from, but long answer, I'm gonna say society pretty much indoctrinates men into having that type of mentality, that disposable mentality. And some parts of it, I believe that they have to, like I said, when it comes to war and when it comes to dangerous jobs, they have to program us to do that a little bit. What do you think about that, Hold?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say this, man. The women are useful, man. The thing is, society has demoralized women. Like, I remember watching a Steve Urkel episode where his grandma said, "We knitted this quilt. Every generation knits this quilt. We pass it on." The women, the problem we have in this society is made women useless. Because when women were moral and mothers and so on, they could actually add into society. They could keep those children taken care of, and they could actually have a support structure for them. But what they do when you create a society where your majority is whorish, man, the whores have nothing to offer to society except STD money, what I'm saying, and dysfunction and prisoners. But to go back to one thing you said about disposable is that, dude, we men, we don't need to be indoctrinated. We're naturally disposable. Like right now, like I'm gonna be real with you. I work on comics. I've been working on comics, had my own company since 2014. I've been taking L's for damn near 10 years because I was doing it myself and I was doing it with my homie. You know what I'm saying? We men are naturally disposable because we're willing to die for our goals. We were designed to mold and shape this world. Like if Neo Wolf told me, yo, man, I'm going to build the biggest bridge ever. And, if Neo Wolf is going to spend, Neo Wolf will probably be willing to spend 40 years designing that bridge. We're naturally designed to be disposable because in order to have your pursuit of your goals, you have to be disposable. If Spec told me, yo, man, I'm going to fly all over the world, or he said, I'm going to dig into this mine to find out what the hell's in this mine. And I'm going to be, yo, Spec, it's dangerous. Or you like, dog, I got it. It's what I want to do. We men are naturally disposable. You know what I mean? Even as a baby, you know what I mean? You look at a baby boy, he's already trying to figure out how to put his will on the world. And the only way you're willing to put your will on the world is if you're willing to actually be disposable. We're like the ants, man. We're like the army ants. They just send us, we're naturally disposable. You know what I'm saying? Because for our dreams, for us to accomplish our goals, we have to be disposable. Because we got to be willing to die for these goals, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why you hear men like, yo, man, I'm going to take 110%. But you're like, dude, you can't go more than 100%. If you go more than 100%, then you risking your life. You know what I mean? But for me, dude, we're naturally, they don't gotta indoctrinate us. We're naturally, bro. We're naturally, dude. I've lost over. I'll be real with you. I've probably lost over 100 grand. Chasing a goal. You know what I'm saying? But man, it is what it is. I'm willing to die for that goal. Is part of our manhood, man. Our manhood demands that. I mean, look at the dudes who followed. That's why when they say we're heartless and we don't care. Look at the dudes who followed Alexander the War. They had nothing to gain. They had no children. Like, Alexander wasn't gonna give them kids or nothing. That was just, yo, man, he's got a great goal, and I'm willing to die to make Alexander the next king. That's how we men work, man. We're naturally, disposable. It's a negative and a positive. The negative is that, you see what's going on with men deleting themselves is, it's like I was telling people on this stream, what I learned is the most dangerous thing we men say is, I'm willing to die for my family. A lot of people, when they hear that, they think, oh, I expect gonna fight for his family. No, I'm willing to die for the image and having a family. So you look at Tommy, man, this shit hurts, man. That's my man, dog. It's like the death of Kobe Bryant, man. This ain't natural, man. This ain't good, man. It hurts you in your soul, man. You know what I mean? But Tommy, he died for his family, as in the image of having a family. Think about it. He deleted himself before the divorce was finalized. So he basically died a married man.
Well,
you know what I mean?
let me mention this too, kind of what we were talking about earlier. I think in the first divorce that you get, well, not divorce, I think every divorce took a piece. The first divorce that he had took a piece out of him too. So he knew, what he was going to have to go through in this divorce, and that pretty much killed him, man. That's why I'm like, I don't understand how guys can get in 5 marriages, go 0 for 5. You know, if I'm shooting that many bricks, I'm not gonna keep shooting, man. You know, I guess that's some Kobe Bryant stuff.
Hey, respect, man.
I'm
Not if you Russell Westbrook.
I'm gonna pass the rock, man. I'm gonna pass the rock. Like even Tom Likas. You know, Tom Likas is arguably one of the architects, they would say, of what the modern day red pill is, or the purple pill, whatever you want to call them. He went through 5, well documented that he went through 5 divorces. Like after the first divorce, going through one divorce is so the animosity, the everything that you go through and you endure, the pain, the suffering. After that first divorce, you would think that the guy would be like, okay, I touched the stove, it's not for me. But this guy, he kept going to the stove, kept touching that hot oven. He did it 5 times. And no wonder why he's turned into a lunatic right now. Like, I don't know if you've seen Tom Likas lately, but this guy, he didn't turn into a straight up loony bin liberal. I don't know what the fuck happened, but that's it takes a toll. Basically, what I'm saying is it takes a toll. But I'm also glad that you mentioned, indoctrinate. And I would not say that that's the word for it at all. Now that I go back and I look at what I said, but yeah, it does make sense. We have usually we have goals, right? We have goals. We have the hormones that's in men. We have a need to leave our mark on society, right? We kind of have a need to do that. That's how we're programmed.
Well, I mean, we're the strongest sex, bro. It's like, you know, a man will die for his goals. Like, you know, if for example, you and Neo Wolf have a town, it's my goal to conquer this town. You know, that's where right and wrong kind of gets blurred, is that, you know what I'm saying? It's my goal. And by any means, that's how men work, man. We're the stronger sex. The only thing that can stop a man is another man. And sometimes our goals, you know, go against each other's life. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, to me, we're naturally disposable, because we will die for our goals, man. You know, it's hardwired in us that, you know what I'm saying, I got fired at certain jobs, or certain jobs I just quit off the disrespect, or I ain't even have another job. I'm just like, yo, you're not gonna disrespect my existence or my life like that, man. And you know that we're men. It's not even about the hormones. We're the stronger sex, man. That's why I tell a lot of guys, I don't blame the women, because they operate from a perspective of weakness. You know what I'm saying? If you were a man to put yourself in a position where you can't think about when a woman looks at a man, you know what I'm saying? She can't outmuscle him. She can't outthink him. She can't overcome him. The only way a woman can overcome you is by deceiving you and letting you lower yourself to her level. That's why you see men deleting himself. And you see Tom Likas, man. Tom Likas didn't survive those 5 divorces, because look at his body. He's out of shape. He's unhealthy. He's destroyed himself, man. He's rotting away. You know what I'm saying? And it took over 4 divorces for him to arrive at the point. Like, he had to get a full body. He basically is the guy that touched the stove and it was hot, and it took the stove burning his whole arm for him to say, yo, y'all better not touch the stove when it's on fire. You know what I'm saying? I don't know your thoughts on everything, Neo Wolf, you know.
No, man. It's the whole thing with like what a lot of guys are doing right now in the States, and you know, as well as most of Europe, is just it's masochism, you know what I mean? It's it's not like that, but it's you know, it's addiction, you know. like a lot of guys have these types of dreams where it has no it doesn't align with reality and how the system works. It works to fail most people. Just like one divorce. Especially second divorce, it's like 80% likely to fall apart. Third divorce, more percentages every time. Just like the whole body count thing with women. The more body count she has, the more likely she's going to spread certain diseases, especially if she's kissing a dude. Kissing actually um, transfers, not just minerals, but viruses. That's where like HIV comes from, and herpes and whatnot. It's from oral transferring. You know what I mean? Just by kissing. I haven't even thought of that too, but it's yeah. I mean, what a lot of these dudes are doing is really. It's like injecting poison, just like injecting the vax. You know what I mean?
Oh, can't use that word, brother.
The vax.
You can say the serum or the
Sharpshooter.
cure.
Just say sharpshooter or something. Yeah.
I mean, or you want to get a little weird, the dip.
The dip. Zombie bite. There we go.
Yeah. So the thing is, bro, man. I look at a lot of guys don't look at divorce. That dude, she's comfortable with divorce now. Now she's becoming quicker to shoot. That's why divorces don't last as long. She's now older. She knows she has less time, so she's not gonna stay in a relationship that ain't working. She's gonna divorce sooner. Like if a chick got divorced, let's say at 30, her next marriage, she gonna divorce sooner because she's not as young as she was when she stayed 10 years in the last marriage. So she has to divorce the guy sooner. And if she's got some mental issues, she does have mental issues to divorce a good man and a good family structure. You know what I'm saying? So her mind is already warped and her timing is gone. So she knows that she's 30 now. She can't stay with that next man more than about a year or two because she's getting too old to be able to appeal to the next man. So it becomes, for the women, it becomes like overtime. You know what I'm saying? The older she gets, she's on overtime, man. And anybody who watches sports, every second counts, every dribble, you know what I'm saying? Every second counts and you can't afford to make a mistake. So on her second marriage, man, any sign that shit ain't working, gone. Plus she gets another alimony check. You're literally telling her double up. You know what I'm saying? Triple up. This is her third marriage. I see compilations where these guys are playing videos of a woman who's a single mom, recently divorced. Said, I'm doing all well by myself. Yeah, you're living off your husband's alimony check. You're really independent now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That shit grinds my gears, man. I've been hearing that for years, though. Especially in the Black community with some of the Black women, that they've always said, "Oh, we so strong, we so independent." Meanwhile, she got like 3, 4, 5 baby daddies on child support. So how are you independent if you can't go without that child support check? How are you independent if you call the police when a man disagrees with you? You're just gonna straight up call the cops, and guess who's gonna come? Not another woman, another man. So you can keep going. It just annoys me when I hear that. I hear that all the time, though. I'm independent, but I can't go without man's money. But I'm independent. Like just pick one. If you want to be independent, I'm cool with that. But be independent, shit.
Well, you look at the whole. I made a video way back, man. It was like 2 years ago where I said, dude, there's no such thing as an independent woman. You know what I'm saying? Because her whole life is dependent on the government and the laws that allow her to work. And the other thing you got to look at, the biggest scam of this whole women screaming, I'm an independent woman. You're like, we're adults. Like, it's like if Neo Wolf came up to me and said, dude, I'm an independent man. I have my own job. Have my own spot, I'll be like, yo, that's what you do as an adult. Or, that's what you do as a working man. I don't get what's so impressive about this. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you look at the women, say, I'm independent, I'm strong. I'm like, you're an adult. Uh self-sufficient adult, like the majority of adults that are self-sufficient. I don't get it, man. When you look at shit from that perspective, you're like, it's a joke that the women, and it shows you how toxic and poisonous the society is, that the women have to scream, I'm independent, I'm strong. And you're like, wow, this system is fucked, man. While, the women that used to be the real strong and independent women that had a family and a structure, they weren't screaming and yelling about it. They just were, all right, I'm taking care of my family, I'm good. But you got women openly screaming, I'm strong and independent, and you're looking at it like, this is normal. Like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? What are you achieving? You know what I'm saying? It's like if Spec told me, yo, man, I'm crossing the street by myself. I'd be like, dude, yeah, you're a grown man. You're supposed to be crossing the street by yourself. I mean, I don't get what's so impressive about that, man. It's to me, the West, man, in the deletion, it's gonna grow because, sad to say, man, a lot of these guys, like I said, with the technology here, it's perfectly beneficial overseas. Overseas, guys are, even the homie Neo Wolf said Neo Wolf, didn't you change your Tinder location to like, I think you said Japan or Thailand?
I it was all over the place, and the Philippines, I had the most matches, and this was on both.
Yeah, bites, dude. The guys in the Philippines killing it. The problem with us is we got all this freedom, but all the laws aren't designed that way, dude. A woman can retract consent. That's insane.
Woo.
That's insane,
So
bro.
that's in North Carolina. So North Carolina, basically, if she regrets, let's say, for example, you met her, you smashed, and let's say that somebody found out, let's say her boyfriend found out, her family found out, she got embarrassed. She could say right then and there, I didn't enjoy it. So he raped me. And she would be able to get a case. There may be some lawyer that may take that up and may prosecute you. Now, I forgot his last name is Cooper. I forgot the governor's name, but he signed his name on that bill. This was like 3 or 4 years ago. I remember LOM, Blind and MGTOW, he made a video in regards to that. But basically, I forgot what they call it, revoke consent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's called revoking consent, and that can happen. And we got that. There's a couple of things that just about the West just worry me a lot. Well, not worry me, but if they don't worry guys in the chat, I don't really know. I don't know what to say. Here's 2 other laws. One in New York, they decriminalized prostitution, right? But guess who gets in trouble when they get caught? It's the man that's buying the coochie. So if you buy the coochie, you get in trouble. She giving that coochie out like hotcakes. Nothing happens to her, but you get in trouble. Like, that's some bullshit if I ever heard it. So you got that law, and then out in Texas, there's a law now where if you get caught, pay to play. And I haven't heard of anybody that's gotten caught, but I'm pretty sure it happens because they do stings on some of these, especially these massage parlors out here. They're giving guys up to 2 years. Yeah, I said it, 2 years.
2 years
for buying snuggles. And that's the conservatives doing that. So you got both parties, 2 cuck parties in this nation. But the West is it's life denying. That is what it is. It's life denying. But when it comes to that, the whole Me Too thing, the whole revoke consent and stuff like that, these things, they do a number on a guy psychologically. The thinking man, it does a number on him because it makes him double take. You see, on one end, we have our primal instincts, right? So our primal instincts is you see a chick with a short skirt on, smelling good, fat ass, fat, nice titties, busty, and she's smiling at you. Your instincts is gonna tell you to go up there and see what's good with her, right? But when you think about it, you're like, okay, well, I know this hoe she's attention seeking. She's attention seeking, and then all of these things can happen. A, she could lie. We're at work, so yeah, she could lie. This could cost me my job. B, damn, I forgot what else I was gonna say. So yeah, it could cost me my job. B, I can be put on TikTok. She could be like, oh, this dude, he made this unwelcome advance, and next thing you know, you're getting shamed on TikTok. So at this point, it's just fucking lead the West, man. I'm not trying to be cliche with it, but if you got some bread, leave the fucking West. And I mean, there's so many beautiful women outside of the fucking West. They're actually in shape and they're respectful. I'm not saying go wife them. I'm just saying, go give them the pipe.
You gotta be like Super Mario, man. You know what I'm saying? Be a plumber all over through many worlds. You know what I mean? But I mean, the thing is, dude, you gotta understand, man, with what the homie just described, man. He dating in the West is like trying to what they call that when a bomb, you know what I'm saying? You're not solving a bomb, defuse. Like, consent in sex now is like defusing a bomb, man. You know what I'm saying? And approaches are like the colors of the wire. Do I calmly approach her? Do I hug her? Dude, I was working at a bar once, man, and I knew this chick. Man. I knew this chick and she was too drunk. We usually, you know what I mean, get the feels on, hug her and all that stuff. And one day she came drunk. I'm just massaging her back, just telling her, calm down. You're too drunk. We got to get you home. It ain't good for you right now. Let's get you home. And she just yelled, don't touch me. And I'm like, wow, dog. My hand came off her shoulder like somebody shot a gun. And I never looked at her the same again. Like, because I looked at her from a perspective of that yell you did could have, you know what I'm saying, could have suggested something that could have, led to me getting a case. So now when I look at her, I still greet her, whatever. But I'm like, man, this chick, what she did, that scene, the yell, don't touch me. I'm like, wow, that is evil, man. That is some darkness for you to yell at a man with the cases and everything going on. And I was a bouncer. I was just trying to help her out, to get her out because she was too drunk. Because, the hardest job as a bouncer when you work nightlife security, it ain't the man. The men are easy to deal with because odds are 9 out of 10, you could talk to them, or they see too many bouncers and they're like, shit, it ain't worth it to get a case out here. But the women, that's the hardest, you know what I'm saying, the hardest ones to get out. You know what I'm saying? You got to try to talk to them polite. You got to be careful how you touch them to get them out. Shit is crazy, man. The West, I saw cops. I was working in New York, and the cops saw this chick blacked out on the ground. And the cops just walked away. They said, yo, we don't got a female cop. We can't touch her or lift her. They just walked off. They said, man, they called it and just kept it moving because they can't really hold her or try to wake her up. A lot of the women don't get that they've become that disposable. That, we know there'll never be as many female firefighters as there are men. Just imagine you're a male firefighter. You're trying to save a woman. She blackout drunk in a fire and naked. Like, what the fuck do you do? Like, what do you do as a male firefighter to help her? Without in the back of your head going, shit, she might give me a case. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do? The women have limited their options for being saved and helped. You see a naked chick in a burning building, like, what do you do? You know what I mean? What do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they know that, though. I think sometimes they know that, but they look at it I don't think they're thinking it through clearly, because there are circumstances where she's going to need a man she may need a man, like you said. For example, one time a woman, her car had, her tire became flat, right? And she needed somebody to help. So some Samaritan helped her put her tire on. And this woman basically filed a case against him and said that he raped her.
Oh yeah,
So
Australia.
was that Australia? So you got
Yeah,
stuff like that. You got cases like that. And then in New Zealand, so you better be glad you're not in New Cuckland. If you were in New Cuckland, what they would do is, as a bouncer, as a man, well, as a bouncer, you would have to take men out the club if they look at women. So if a woman say, I'm uncomfortable. He was looking at me. He looks like an inkwell, and and he needs to be out the club. He's a creep. I don't know if you saw that article, but there is one club there, not in every place in New Zealand, but there's one club that's implementing a creep rule, they call it. So that must mean if you are unattractive and you look at a woman there, you will get escorted out by the bouncers.
Wow. Let me ask Neo Wolf. Neo Wolf, you've been to concerts, man. What's the vibe you've seen with the women and the men, with the concerts?
Most of the time, there's a shit tons of simps, or I call them metal simps, or metal cucks, right?
Shit, metal cucks.
And at least 90% of women are covered with tattoos, covered with piercings on their face, are disrespectful, drunk, and dressing the most promiscuous outfits they could ever do, And I saw this type of and even the underage girls were like, under 18 were dressing like, it's a good word to describe, but yeah.
Oh, well, with that, we don't want to talk about that age, man. Too. But yeah.
I was in a similar situation too. But what you were describing, actually just recently when I was in Boston, because there was this younger chick. She had piercings all over her face, and I assumed like she was, with her parents, but not really sure. So as the line, we were, me and my friend, we were waiting at the line, and as we were just like, moving along with the line, and she actually fell against this fence pole, and I wanted to, so I checked to see if she was fine, and then she turned around. As she was turning around, she gave me this demon look, like she thought I was, thought I was gonna do something. And what the fuck? So, yeah, I can't even. Yeah, you're right. You can't even help women anymore, which makes it even more disposable. And and it just makes a lot of sense now, because I've just been thinking about it all day today, like where's the direction with these American women? Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense now, especially you got more women getting themselves into debt from college, and they spend tons of money on stupid shit, as well as they actually get scammed as well, so they're more likely to become scammed victims. Funny story, I have a cousin who lives in Alberta, Canada. She got scammed by this dude, thinking she was gonna go to some travel, I don't know, some travel shit. I don't know. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is because what I looked at, man, it's dangerous, bro. The danger of today's age where you can't help women is that, your moms won't get helped, man. Like, when the females in your family leave the household, you know, if, for example, your mom's tire popped, you know what I'm saying? She's got to wait for the cops. She's got to wait for AAA because no man knowing the law,
Hello?
no man knowing the law would do it because they're like, bro, man, it's too dangerous. So, you know, it's a risk. It's become so I don't even like this word, toxic, whatever. It's so divisive, you know, the war, what do they call that? The war of the sexes. It's so corrupt right now that, dude, all the females in your family are in danger. And the more cucked the state, like when you said North Dakota and Texas, you know what I'm saying? These are supposed to be conservative, so-called, you know, protect the man. The man is the authority in the household, all this crap. And you turn out it's a lie, bro. Like in Texas right now, a father, I don't know if it went through, a father was battling the state because his ex-wife wants to give his son a sex change. He said, man, my son comes when he gets custody, his son acts like a boy, spends time with him. But when he's with his mom's putting dresses on him. Yo, shit is fucked, man. You know, shit is it's the West right now, man. It's poison, man. You just make your money here. Being a man here, like I tell a lot of guys, you're born a target. You're like a prisoner within your own skin. That's why when guys go overseas, you hear them just so happy because they're like, dude, for once, I'm not a prisoner in my own fucking flesh. Just being a man doesn't mean I'm being targeted to go to jail. Every fucking thing I do can be revoked or, you know, lead to my imprisonment. That's why, you know, Neo Wolf was doing that exercise where he was using Tinder, I think, in Philippines and Japan. He was getting, you know, he was getting them because over there they're still traditional because the laws, you know, it ain't social media, man. That's one thing I hate about the manosphere is a lot of guys bitching about, yo, it's social media. Then why the fuck is Thailand? I mean, I heard Philippines divorce rate is at 3%. They got Tinder, they got Facebook, they got Instagram. Why is divorce in Thailand, the Philippines, 3%?
Well,
It's the
because
law, bro.
they'll shame that woman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I get it.
Can you hear me? I
Yeah,
said
I get
because
it.
they will shame that woman. They will shame that woman, and other women will hold that woman accountable. Here in the United States, that shit ain't gonna happen. Here in the United States, they gonna say, "Go, girl, you know, go sample more, go get more eggplants." That's what they gonna tell them, you
Go
know,
get more
and that's
ranch
sad.
dressing.
Yeah, it's sad because grandmas, and think about it, we see grandmas that's 40 years old these days. That's way too young to be a grandma.
Mm.
So the knowledge transfer never passed along. And then you gotta think about it. Most of the grandmas, um, all of them, went through the whole feminist movement as well, right? So they all went through the feminist movement. So they've all been indoctrinated. Then the young women have been indoctrinated. So that's why I believe it's so different. Yeah, you're right. It's not really social media. It's more of the culture. Because there, let's say for example, you get with a you stay in her country in the Philippines and she do some fuck shit to you. You know who's gonna get on her? Her mom is gonna get on her. Her mom gonna be on her ass, gonna hold her accountable. Here, like I said, here ain't shit gonna happen. And if you do have a righteous, let's say a righteous older woman tell her, she's gonna be ready to box that woman.
Oh, yo, that's something you bring up that ain't said, dude. If another woman tries to tell a woman do the right thing, they gonna fight her, man. They gonna fight her like the thing is the ratchet level is expanded. You know what chick isn't ratchet? They're raised to be. What you got is the demoralization, and even if I was talking to some chick like, you know, they think you hate women. No, dude, I love women. You know, to me, a woman is like the greatest amusement park. A woman is the greatest level of comfort. and way to relax. But at the end of the day, we're in the West, man, where you being normal and wholesome is you being boring, creepy, or what they call that word, fucking when you stick to a woman, clingy. You know what I mean? You just being normal. Just asking her question, dude, it's done. That's why I said with that Casper pill video, guys are becoming ghosts. You know, because the way this system works now, all you can do is ghost. You want to break up with your girl, ghost. You want to let her know you're not interested in something, ghost. Because
Ghost.
ghosting is the only way to avoid a potential domestic case of violence or harassment. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to your girl and say, hey, he done, oh, she's slashing your tires, she's slapping you, she want to fight you. You can't even text her, we're breaking up, because, oh, he disrespected me, he threatened me on the text. Dudes are ghosting, man. And what it's training a lot of men, it's only a matter of time before men learn to become the full-time ghost. It eventually it's gonna click that, yeah, man, I can't just ghost women. I gotta ghost the system, I gotta ghost society. You know what I'm saying? I won't buy a house here because I don't want them to know where I live. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys are going off grid. They're going to become ghosts. The Casper pill is spreading, man. It's men are becoming full-time ghosts, and they're realizing it's the safest thing to do. Never meet a chick at your house. Don't even meet. A lot of dudes aren't even trying to meet women at their houses anymore. They're trying to
Oh yeah.
motel.
Don't give her your number either.
Yeah.
Give her a pinger number. Give her that Google.
Oh yeah,
That Google burner phone.
Burner number. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're giving her the burner. And the other thing is, some chicks, today's age, they don't even want the number. Just she wants the Instagram. Give her the gram. There was a chick I was talking to in the West. Like I tell guys, man, it's all about a point of attention. Man, I was working a bar. I was hugging up on this chick, man. I was touching her like that was my property. She gave me her Instagram. I hit her up. I was like, yo, when you free? Ghosted. Gone. You know what I'm saying? Ghosted. She's, you could see she saw the message, but that's how it works. A lot of guys don't get it, that there's a point of interaction. There's a point of contact, really. They came here to get interaction at the bar, contact. And you got to look at what Tinder and all of them have trained women. The reason a lot of women and a lot of millennial Gen Z and all of them don't have talking skills is that they're used to having control. A lot of dudes talk about the dating apps from the perspective of, I can't get women. No, the dating apps give you complete interaction control. She don't want to talk to that guy, she deletes him, she blocks him, or she swipes past him, or he says something wrong. It gives you full control. So like in real life, like we're talking right now online, Spec says something, I say something. It's like ping pong. Conversation is ping pong. But when you're on these dating apps, what talking skills does she need? If she selects and chooses the men she's interested in, you know what I'm saying? There's no point. So these dating apps are removing the skill to socialize. It's removing the ability to talk. And Gen Alpha or super, or what I call close to Gen Alpha, Gen Z. Like, what is a Gen Zer anyway? What year is that? Because I forget. I think a Gen Z is born in 2000. What is that?
I'd say not. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I believe it started in the late 90s. Like I would say 98.
Oh,
how about you,
98?
Neil? So 98, maybe it isn't it like maybe 98 to like 2000 and 2000 early 2010s, right?
No. Isn't it 98 to like 2005 or something? Gen Z?
Yeah, 2005. Yeah, 2005. 2005.
Yeah.
But dating, let's be honest, everything has been transferred into an app. Everything has, right? Remember when you wanted Domino's and you had to call Domino's, but now you just go online, you go on the app, put your credit card number in, boom, it's there. And that's how dating is for women. They know the type of dude that they want to get, and they're looking for certain type of attributes, right? All they do is they sign on to the app. The only difference is, I say, the difference between dating for women and ordering pizza for men. Uh, for us, we have to select everything, right? We have to go. We have to engage that. But a chick, she doesn't even have to engage that. He can, like, the dude that she's looking for can send her a message, and she could just say WYA DTF and just give her address, and she getting piped down in 2 seconds. To get pizza, you gotta get up, and you either have to get up and drive your car, or you have to tell the delivery person exactly where the fuck you want your pizza to go. Exactly where. I think it's more complicated. Basically, what I'm saying is everything's an app. Everything's been monetized. Everything's a commodity. Also, it's all consumption. So the thing that's killing people too is how everything is monetized, how everything is consumption. And getting the man out the household has made it where, okay, we can make it where the men and the women consume, because we got the men thinking like women, and then we have women already. We know women's emotions. We know how to get them to continue to consume. But the encouraging thing is, if guys are leaving the West, if guys have a minimalistic standpoint, if guys aren't falling for that purpose crap, then they're going to be able to buck against the whole consumption model. They're going to be able to say, "Hey, I'm gonna live this flatline model. I'm not going to be you let my emotions make me buy irrational things. I'm not going to buy this $350,000 house. I'm not going to buy a $50,000-$60,000 car that I can't afford. I'm going to save this money so I can go overseas. That's what I'm going to do. I want to go to Colombia. I want to go to Thailand. This money would be better off used for those experiences than blowing at the club here." So,
I mean, like when Neo Wolf checked overseas, man. The thing is, dude, it's like I went back home. I went to Haiti, and it might have saved my life. It did. I was getting pressured while I was here. I was having like a fucking mental breakdown because it started feeling like I was claustrophobic. You know what I'm saying? It's like the state. I was talking to Neo Wolf about this one. Neo Wolf told me he moved, like he left his hometown, he went somewhere else. He felt more free. You know what I'm saying? Because you get claustrophobic when you start feeling like the state is oppressing you, like it's applying so much pressure. You don't succeed, you die. Like if you don't succeed at the level they want you to, you die, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say, to get back on the dating thing is that, dude, everything has become, like Spec was saying, is everything's become a middleman. You want to date, you need an app. Everything's about having a middleman. Like you said with W, what you doing today, WAD, whatever. All the short-term writing, that's how we talk. We're gonna, I think us older generation guys will not lose our skill. Some guys do, like I've seen some millennials trying to pretend they're Gen Z, saying they're over adapting. But to me, guys like us, if you're a millennial where you're adapting, but you're noticing what you lose if you completely commit. Because most chicks in the society living is, you don't talk no more. Everything's direct. And some of it is actually us going back to the primal ways. Our caveman ancestors, they wanted to have sex, they just had sex. You know what I'm saying? And they kept it moving. So in some aspects, it's freeing because you don't got to do all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, the problem that's killing America's dating system is the laws. When your wife can retract consent, done. It is done, man. It is. You know, I tell guys this, man. This is the slogan you gotta live by in the West. It's swipe left or swipe right. You know what I'm saying? To hook up, you know, to look up and hook up and meet up. That's it, man. There ain't no more dating, man. Dating is dead. And even the men, about the ghosting is that guys are trying to, and they're doing the right thing. Let's meet up at a coffee spot because you got a job, I got a job. I don't need to impress you. You don't need to impress me. Let's meet somewhere we could talk and see if we, you know, get a little spark and whatever, and we'll move on. But that's been dead. They've trained women to just be look as hot as you can so this man can spend money on you. He has no social skills. The number one skill now is just look good. And it's sickening where you see some chick on the gram pregnant, still wearing a fucking bra and lingerie while you got a baby in your stomach. You know what I'm saying? That baby gets. Oh, go on, bro.
I've seen worse. I don't know if you saw. Okay, so I don't know what that was from. It might have been. Somebody did a video on it, but this woman was pregnant, and she went back on Tinder.
Ooh,
and some simp took her in.
Oh, dude, I saw you. There was a simp, man. He wrote on a sign that she was pregnant. She wore a shirt. I'm expecting, and this simp said, "It don't matter. I'm gonna love him no matter what, even if he's not mine." I'm like, wow, dude, man. And you hear the manosphere, in our delusion. Get the fuck out of here, man. The delusion in manhood right now is insane. You know, there's never been a time where men are more diluted. That's why they hate guys like us when you tell them, yo, it ain't the women. The women adapt. Women have been adapting since the Viking times. The Vikings come in there, they pillage, and you hear some guys in the manosphere, why ain't the women fighting with the men? She's a woman. She would actually be what they call it when someone's a risk while you're fighting. It's not a disadvantage. Disadvantage. If the women fought with
Should be a liability.
There it is, liability. She'd be a liability. You're better off fighting the Vikings without a woman. You got to worry about defending her and all that. And the women, when the Vikings would come, they would pillage. And think about it. They would impregnate the women and leave, or they'd stay. But that woman didn't die. She lived on, and she still got to experience motherhood and lived on. But we live in a society where they're training you that, women being impregnated by the Vikings is worse than the man who died. You know what I mean? Because apparently, I guess, getting impregnated is far worse than death. You know what I'm saying? So, because they want to make money off that trauma. To me, man, the West is done, man. You got women pregnant, taking photos on the gram with lingerie. I think who did it first? I think it was Beyonce who did it first or something. Yo, the whorish culture is insane, man. That baby is getting exposed to, horror waves. You know what I'm saying? Like gamma radiation. That baby's getting exposed to more waves before it's even born. You know what I'm saying? Horror radiation. You know what I'm saying? From the womb. You know what I'm saying? That baby from the womb, that baby is listening to their moms is wearing straight up naked. They're born, man. It's crazy, bro. And that photo on Instagram. I think, man, they canceled that.
Kanye. Look at Kanye. Kanye had and no disrespect to Kanye, and he has a family and everything, but remember when the so the kid went to school and actually found out that that Ray, about Kim's porno, right? It's shit like that that's gonna continue to happen. Cause you gotta think about it. All of these women that's been on OnlyFans, some of the sons is gonna come to school and be like, man, I saw your mom, she was getting a train ran on her. Damn, your mom, I call her ass the throat queen. You know, you're gonna you're gonna have all of this stuff going on. I mean, it's just so embarrassing. Could you imagine that? As a millennial, I can't imagine it. Cause I'm pretty sure none of us had, perfect upbringings or anything like that. But some of this shit was just kept in the dark. Nowadays, these women are all out front with this shit. Teachers on OnlyFans teachers, not only are they on OnlyFans, but they're shooting OnlyFans videos in the classroom.
In the school. Bring that
In
up,
the
not to
school.
interrupt you, bro. They found that thing you just said. There was a dude going to school. His classmates were watching his mom's OnlyFans. And she got fired. She got fired because they saw the OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? And she was having sex in the school, recording her OnlyFans videos. The thing is, dude, there is no more moralities, man. We're in the age of, like I tell people, man, it's shocking. Ludacris predicted the future. That Ludacris song, "Use a Hoe," dog. That song is biblical. That song is that song should be like, we should have a statue of Ludacris like he's Moses, and just have him holding the sheep to that song is like the new Ten Commandments.
Area
man.
code. Area codes too. Remember area codes? Both of them songs.
Oh yeah, dog. Ludacris is a prophet, man. He's a prophet, bro. Like use area code, listen to area codes, and you know what I'm saying, use a hoe. And I think 50 Cent made a song, Groupie Love. You know what I'm saying? Groupie Love, we need to build a statue of Ludacris with the lyrics from area code. Like he's holding 2 stone tablets. One tablet is use a hoe, the whole lyrics. And the other stone tablet is area codes, because, dude, the West is done, man. The West is over, man. We're in a whore society where, and the thing about it is fucked up is that, dude, like, there's a lot of pedos just getting free content. Women are, the amount of people overexposing their children, it's insane. It is insane, man. The overexposure of their children, showing their children in positions you shouldn't be showing online. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? The fuck, that's a kid. That's a fucking baby. What the fuck you got a baby sharing these type of moments online for, man? Dude, attention is the #1 currency for hoes and bitch-made men, man. Bitch-made men are at an all-time high, man. The pink pill, I gotta chop up the video, but this shit is real, man. You know what I'm saying? The society we live in is poison is morality. When you're in a society where poison is morality, it's done. It's like I was telling guys before y'all hopped on, is that if you got a farmer farming his land and he's putting toxins all over, he's putting pesticide, he's putting all these poisons on these apples, and the apples grow and ripen, it ain't the apple's fault that it's poisonous. It's the fucking farmer. And it's the system we live in. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna put your wife and all this shit in pure poison? You know what I'm saying? A woman can't even cook for her kids, and she's proud. She's proud that she will starve her fucking children by not being able to cook them a whole meal.
Yeah. You remember what those 304 said, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion?
Huh?
They said that they can cook and clean, but they got a ring. I'm just saying.
Right. She can't cook or clean, but pussy. That's it, man. Your children can't live off. Oh man, I don't even want to say it. It don't sound right. Children can't live off your wife being a hoe, man. Or and I tried to spell the 304 thing. I don't see it, man. I spelled 304 on the calculator. I don't see the word hoe. I kept trying to do it. I don't see it. Brothers is reading. brothers, man, because the word thought became, because YouTube and all of them, they started canceling certain words. You know what I'm saying? So brothers are getting far more creative, 304, whatever. You know what I mean? Because they
Yeah.
can't cancel a number. They can't cancel a number, but they realize thought means that hole over there. And we've been saying, remember my brother saying thought back in what, 2015 or 12?
But we used to say some crazy terms, like bit night, flipper, jump down,
Mm.
all type of rule. I mean, all type of what would you say? All type of euphemisms to try to hide the word.
Jumps.
But I mean,
You know what I mean?
garden wrenches, garden tools. It's a lot of things, a lot of ways that we used to do that. So man, it's just crazy to me though. Um, yeah, but that's another reason why you just can't in the West, you cannot just procreate with any chick just because she looks good. Because you don't know her past, and then if you do have kids with her, then that past can wear its ugly head. I can't believe Kanye did that as a thinking man. Now, I know that Kanye's decisions aren't his decisions. I know that somebody else is making the decisions for him, at least at that point in his life. But the only reason why I had brought him up is because I was thinking about that funny ass song Ray J made called "I Hit It First." That's how niggas is. That's how niggas gonna be in the future. I hit it first. The only thing that you can brag about is that you hit it first. Cause she a hoe. They all hoes. But you're just like, okay, I pretty much hit it first. But all of these things, man, I do believe that well, I won't say believe. I know that everything that's happening right now, all of this was ordained. The elites have these things in books. I mean, books that I've read seem um pretty much some of the books they parallel completely what's going on right now, where females are for the streets. They have so much contraception, so much birth control, so many population control, um, in all of these things. I mean, it's not just a dystopian play anymore. This is what's actually happening. Um, Books don't have to be hidden. You know why? Because people are going to be too consumed or too drugged out or too fucked up or too infatuated with sex to even grab a damn book. So it's like you don't really have to hide shit. You agree with that?
Well, I mean, to me, he brought up something. I want to ask Neil Wolf, son, because Neil Wolf, you where you at, man? What's the thought culture when it comes to the suburbs and what I'm saying, the non-urban lifestyle? You know what I mean? Well, what you've seen where, with the thought going on,
Dude, it's pretty so it's pretty heavy out here, especially in New England, because I was at Boston freaking 2 nights ago, where I was waiting in line to see a show of a buddy of mine. There was another bar like right across from us, and there was nothing but like freaking thoughts, like coming into the bar wearing like the most promiscuous shit you could ever like think of, and I'm like, holy, and there'll be like dudes who are just like wearing suits and shit. I'm like, what the hell is this like? But I never saw myself going in there because it's not my type of thing. And like I wear my battle patches. My battle vest with some metal patches and all that. So like me going to an alien territory is just asking for trouble. It's like putting my hand on the stove. So that kind of thing. 'Cause I've done that before. Like went to this college bar once and I got kicked out for just, um, you know, It's another story. I don't know if you guys want to hear that too, but that happened like I mean several years ago, and it was one of my black pill experiences. And this is where I got kicked out. I got kicked out of the bar, just for introducing myself, and I hugged the girl. But the funny thing was, I actually met these two chicks at the beach, and they're the ones that actually invited me to go meet up with them at the bar, right? So I went out looking. So I'm all right, yeah, sure, I'll meet you at this. It's called the Scorpion Bar or whatever. So I was there. I still had my battle vest on my because I was just at the freaking beach. Like what else? So went in there. I met with the girl, and then this chick, she starts introducing me to other girls, and then when I hugged this girl, and this chick was like, she was petrified or something, right? And then she called the bouncer, and the bouncer said, "Oh, I have to leave." I'm like, "What the fuck they do?"
Well, what you're saying. I worked security, dude, and I had to. There was a chick because women come in there. There's levels of attention. She wanted me to kick a dude out, claiming, "Oh, he looked at me. He was asking me stuff," and the dude didn't even know her. He was like, "Dude, I don't know this chick. I didn't ask her nothing." So I had to tell him because a lot of what's happened at the bars as security is the women tend to create the hostility when they abuse that they know that if they point at a guy, you gotta kick him out. So I would tell the guy, yo, man, just move away from her, bro. I know you ain't do nothing, but just give her space. Remember, we a lot of women are on antidepressants, drug addicts, you know what I'm saying? And to go back with what Spec was saying is that a lot of people are so drugged up that, yeah, man, they don't got to hide anything anymore. I mean, they said the average American reading skills are going down. We're basically in a farm. Like I tell a lot of guys, is spell the word, look at the word citizen and look at the word cattle. What's the difference between us and the fucking cattle? They tell the cows what they can and can't eat. They point them the direction how they should live, and like look at the news. How every few months they'll say chocolate is bad for you. Then no new proof that dark chocolate is good for you. You know what I'm saying? They're telling us how to eat, how to live. What's that whole big push for gluten free when I heard less than 2% of Americans are allergic to gluten. Because I remember way back in the 90s where I was watching this show. I forget the name of the show, man. It was fire. It was this show where they were talking to aliens or some shit, and he was drinking a gluten beer. I think it was Hank Hill when he was drinking a gluten beer or something, and they laughed at him. They're like, "What the fuck are you drinking?" "Oh man, I got a gluten allergy." You know what I'm saying? It's less than 2% of people have gluten allergies, but we got a whole hype around gluten beer, gluten-free bread. And you're like, well, what the fuck is, and then I looked up what gluten is it's just some part of the wheat or some bullshit. But the thing is, man, we are the cattle, bro. Once you accept that you're part of the cattle and you're gonna get slaughtered anyway, you realize, man, I gotta chew my grass slower. I'm one of the smart sheep. You know what I'm saying? So I'm chewing my food slower. You know what I'm saying? I'm gaining weight slower. So they're like, damn, man, we can't harvest to hold the truth hostage sheep. He's taking too much time to gain weight, so we gotta let him live a little longer. You know what I mean? Dude, man, we're in a system, bro. It's the West right now. And 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 I've seen some women, like there are women, there's wholesome women, whatever, but the problem becomes you marry her, and what I tell a lot of guys is what can you do to maintain and keep her wholesome? And if you hesitate, that's a sign. So, and then there's a lot of women being pressured by their whorish friends that tell them, "Don't you regret not experiencing your whole phase?" Like, think about it. We're at a point in society where they're telling women to have a whole phase where they access and risk STDs, overexposure to sex, and dehumanizing activity, demoralization. It's known as a phase now. And they tell a married woman, don't you regret not being a whore? This is the system we're in, man. And you're trying to get married and start a family in this system. Yo, man, it's done, man. The West, what was that movie? Olympus Is Falling. Wasn't that the name of that movie where it said the White House is falling? Yo, the West is falling, man. It's done, man. It's over, man. You know what I'm saying? And any man trying to tell you to start a family here, they're trying to trap you, man. It ain't even about being on a plantation anymore. They're trying to send you towards self-deletion.
How about that dude from The Roommates?
Mm.
Trying to persuade you to get married because he got married. And then they asked him if he got a prenuptial agreement. And he was like, no, we got something that's real. Now, if I had $1 for every time I heard a dude say, oh, we got something that's real, like everybody else, every other man that got married didn't think that he had something that was legit. Of course, she got the mask on. She's smart. And if you married her in California, if she's smart, she's going to play that role for 4 years and 12 months, 11 months. Then on the 5th year, she's going to file for alimony. What happened to Hode? He gone? Oh, there he is.
Oh,
I bet. What was that?
What you say? I couldn't hear you.
No. I'm something disconnected.
Man, I can't hear. 1 second.
It was to me, man. He's right. The thing is, dude, it's done, man. The West, the homie Neo Wolf is here. Yo, the thing about this is the suburbs and the urban area have now intersect. You basically have, you go to the more impoverished neighborhood, you got poorer hoes. You go to the richer neighborhood, you got wealthier hoes, man. The whole, what they call it, the whole, I'm saying, you gotta look at the system like there was an update. The whole update has happened. We all get updates on our phones, man. The whole update has happened. You know what I'm saying? It deleted all the previous content known as morality. It's done. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have an update on the society, and the update was the whole update. And the thing is, you can't avoid it anymore, man. There are women being pressured to be hoes by their girlfriends. And what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Well, what you can't do, you can't maintain it anymore, man. So the way I look at it, man, we got to stop using dating. We got to stop saying dating, man. Just call it what it is, man. It's hooking up, man. The hookup, that's it. Dating, there was a purpose behind dating. You know what I'm saying? You're going out on a date to get to know her, and if you sleep with her, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But now, come on, man. We're operating on the whole OS, man, the whole operating system. You know what I mean? The whole operating system, whole OS, and there's no room in whole OS for father figures. You know what I'm saying? That's a virus. Father figures, that's a virus. It's done. You know what I'm saying? When Kanye West wifed up Kim Kardashian, that was the sign you can't turn a hoe to a housewife, man. You can't. You know what I'm saying? 100% you can't. She's 100% proof. And with her success came the end of the girl next door. The girl next door doesn't exist anymore, man. And if she exists, like, what's stopping you from her becoming a hoe? What's stopping it? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I was at the bar, dude. This girl was married. And she was basically trying to give me a lap dance while her husband was right there. You know what I'm saying? Husband was right in front of us, and they're trying to give me a lap dance. It's done, man. And there was a dude, rich dude, and this is how you know the money maxing, that whole high value man, you need to have money thing. Yo, attraction, you know, is number one. And I had a chick, her man had a Uggs, dude. Yeah, big money, man. Big money, man. You know, I'm a bouncer, and dude, this guy's buying her wine, and she telling me, "Come." And I'm trying to be respectful to him because you know we both men. But I have moralities. That's why I'm gonna stop having morals at some point. It's like, yo, she came, come here, let me see your hands. And I'm looking at him like, yo, you're with your fucking man. Why are you trying to emasculate him in front of him? Like, you know, so I came and she's like, honey, look at the size of his hands. And he's like, and you could hear him laughing and dying at the same time. Oh, that's big hands, fella. I'm like, oh, you look at him dying. And dude, he just bought her a bottle of wine and she's trying to interact with me, a poor bouncer. You know what I mean? It's done, bro. It's over.
Yeah, that's sad, bro. That's some sad shit. That doesn't even sound yeah, that doesn't sound too good, man. That sounds like some some 1870 shit, right? That's what it sounds like. Look at his hands. Right.
Look at his hands.
But
oh, you know what?
That's swinging,
you know, bro.
My bad. That's swinging culture
go on,
stuff, man. I don't know if you know about the whole swinger culture, but there's a huge swinger culture where some of these dudes will.
Your mic breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's the little disconnect here going?
Can you hear me now? Okay, so I was gonna say, swinging culture is pretty big time, man. It's becoming mainstream recently. So still going in and out. Damn, cricket is the worst, man.
You might have to refresh it.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Okay, I'm gonna do it on my computer. All right.
Where?
Bye.
Spec was bringing up swinging culture. When he come back, I'm gonna tell you. I think I told you this story, Neo Wolf. I don't know if you heard it, but I got approached, man. I got prospected for it was a dude. I was working at a bar and I got prospected for a dude to be a swinger. He came at me and said, yo, man, I want you to fuck my wife. My wife wants to fuck you. And I'm like, what? In the back of my head, I'm like, what? I mean, a part of me, like, I do it, you know, but a part of me knows, man, this dude's gonna have a camera or some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? But he said he got money. He was like, dude, I make money. He's like, you know, I'm a millionaire. I make money, man. And when you make money, you get to do things the average person can't do because he's trying to prospect me. You know what I mean? I'm not stupid, man. The black pill is like, you know, it's like an indestructible shield on your mind. So he came to me, he's like, yeah, bro, I make money. You know, he's trying to prospect me, said, yo, you saw my wife. I want you to fuck my wife. And I'm like, in the back of my head, I would fuck your wife. But I know this shit's, he said, yo, come to my house, man. I live in a good house, you know, big bread. It's a mansion type setup. But I'm like, man, this is where you get filmed and some weird shit. And then you might come there to bang his wife, and then the dude's there to watch. You know what I'm saying?
What?
There to film you or some shit, man. You know, that swinger shit. I mean, I'd be real with you, man. You know, we're men. If you wanted to fuck, you know, you'd probably fuck the dude's wife. Like, you don't give a fuck, you know. But the prospect of him potentially filming and recording or just showing up, because you know, there's a lot of closeted dudes, man. The closet is real, man. The closet. Let me put back the link. But yeah. The closet is powerful, man. The closet is the strongest force on the internet. Or, you know, because I was like, yeah, I'd probably fuck that dude's wife. You know, his wife was looking good as a sex object, whatever. You probably hit it, but I'm like, nah, man. I'm gonna go to that dude's house. He's probably got a camera. And next thing you know, I'm on fucking Pornhub, fucking a dude's wife. And they save it for video to rewatch it. And I'm like, nah, man, I can't risk my image or my, you know, my life like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of the homies told me, yo, you should do it. I'm like, dog, I might show up on fucking Pornhub, job prospects. Because, yo, a lot of people don't know that these people that do amateur porn and all that, you can't get a regular job after that. Yo, once they find you doing porno and all that shit, it's all over the internet. You can't get no job, man. You're done. You know what I'm saying? You could probably work as a garbage man and shit like that, man. But there's a lot of swingers, you know what I'm saying? Because like Spec was saying when it comes back, there's a lot of swingers because there's a lot of guys who are scared of getting divorced, man. They're so terrified. They running on that cheaper to keeper cope. So they're like, fuck, man, my wife wants to bang other guys. I might as be supportive. I might as tell her, yeah, we'll be swingers, honey. Even though he's not swinging nothing. You know what I mean? We'll be swingers, baby. You know, I want to have fun. It'll do. This is why I say the pink pill is the future, man. The pink pill is the future of manhood. The future of men in the West is watching your wife getting banged by another man. That's the future, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, what's your thoughts on that, Neil Wolf? You know?
Oh boy, it's still a lot to take in at the moment. I haven't really I haven't really thought that far ahead when it comes to you know, the interactions of men and women and these especially with these contracts and these made up terms that's now being indoctrinated to the, you know, the average couple. But you know, I was just thinking about something today. You know, if marriages and or hookup culture, you know, I'm not gonna call it dating because I even had this thinking in my head too that dating is dead.
Mm.
So how about just, you know, instead of like how a lot of dudes like the red pillars, how they're trying to save dating and marriage and all this shit. How about just like let it uh let things become destructive about, you know, it's follow just allow nature, you know, allow nature to do its work. And this is a very spiritual thing. It's simplistic and it's logic, you know what I mean? And this is like how a lot of these Gnostics think, because they know a lot about female nature and as well as life itself, and you know, they studied astrology and all that shit. So I was thinking, you know what? Because I know shit's already it's done. How about I just help make the destructive process faster?
Nah, Neil, you don't do it, man. That bro, that's when you're invested too much in the system. My thing is you gotta learn to accept it, man. Dude, dating died, and this is where I hurt guys, is that dude, dating died as soon as no fault divorce was passed. Dating was dead. That means dating has been dead since 1969. Because as soon as a man getting married was a risk rather than a high return, it died. That means men have been coping on dating since the 60s till now. You know what I'm saying? Dude, dating died in 1969, bro. Dating died. As soon as no fault divorce was passed, dating was dead. You know? No fault divorce and alimony, dating died, bro. This is why I say, bro, we gotta learn to accept things. The black pill is about acceptance. And you know, when I started the philosophy, and I was like, dude, we gotta learn about the pills, bro. We gotta learn astrology is worthless because, you know, you got women living on astrology oh man, I'm a Scorpio. This is how I'm supposed to behave. I'm supposed to be antagonistic to my man and aggressive and violent. That's a sign that your
Yeah,
society
that's not
is
even real
corrupt.
astrology. It's just the basic shit, but it's not even true at all. It's all made up crap about like associating yourself with like certain archetypes and all this shit. I don't even believe in this astrology shit, but like yeah, there are some truths to it, but it's not, you know, it's been modernized. I guess that's a good word for it. It has
Uh,
nothing to do about the truth and, you know, um the alignments and numbers and all that. Nothing to do with that. It's all bullshit, you know. Just like
oh, what
George Carlin would say.
you're saying that astrology was supposed to be looking at the stars and trying to just understand it
Yeah,
versus
exactly. It's supposed to
trying
be a
to
map. Yeah, exactly.
versus
Supposed to
trying
be
to use it as a way to dictate your life. My
a map.
bad for interrupting.
Dude, hell yeah.
Uh, I mean, the homie right here brings up Woodstock. I'm gonna tell you this, bro. Woodstock was the beginning of simping, man. Simping, Woodstock is Woodstock is the highest, the representation of simping at its core. Because how the fuck is it the free love? How is it free love when you legally can't have polygamy? You legally can't have prostitution. Woodstock was when man said, yeah, man, it's free love to be enslaved in a system where it's illegal to actually be having sex freely. You know what I'm saying? Woodstock, when I looked back at Woodstock with a black pill perspective, I was like, damn, that was the beginning of simping at its highest core. You got a lot of men coming together, and Woodstock was technically a high swinger, a lot of swingers and all that bullshit coming together saying this is free love. So free love is living in a system where polygamy and prostitution are not openly allowed. Woodstock was a declaration of acceptance of sexual slavery, man, and sexual limitation. You know what I'm saying? That's what Woodstock was. But I'll say this, Neo Wolf, man, dude, you don't want to try to help the destruction, nothing, bro, because that would mean you're trying to, you know, work with the system. To me, we're in the hookup age, man. The hookup culture, I think hookup probably began in the 90s because, the black community, it used to be called a booty call. I don't know if you ever heard of that, the booty call. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not really familiar with the term definition. Yeah.
Oh man, my brother, man, dude, yeah, it used to be hookup culture. It's been in the hood, man. It's been in the hood in the black community. It was called a booty call. Like you would call a chick, you would get a call from her, and she's not interested in getting to know you or nothing like that. It's a booty call. You know what I'm saying? That's what hookup culture really started in the yeah. Oh, the homie's saying it. Yeah. That's the 80s and 90s hookup culture started. It started in the urban areas. So the black community, maybe New York, if you want to get more of a melting pot experience, but it used to be called the booty call. So the hookup culture is actually an evolution of the booty call. That's what it really is. So, people used to just call each other, get sex, and move on with their life. It's called the booty call. It would be like, oh man, I hit that. I got, you know what I'm saying? Or the hit culture, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So booty culture, man, the hookup culture is really a sequel or digitalization of the booty call. You know what I'm saying? So to me, dude, it's over, bro. To me, we need to stop talking about dating. I think Neo Wolf, you might have inspired me we need to have a stream called RIP dating. Like we had a stream where we buried let me pull this up, man, because a lot of people come here, they're new, but we actually had a stream. We had a stream for the red pill. We actually had a stream where we actually laid the red pill to rest, man. So
it's Kevin. Fucking his name, Kevin Samuels.
yeah. No,
died.
we had a stream way back over a year ago called R.I.P. the Red Pill. You know what I'm saying? It's a legendary stream where we buried it. Dude, the red pill's dead.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We buried it a long time ago. You know, I need to make this into a shirt. You know what I mean?
There's still guys that think like they still use the red pill term, but like this guy I follow, his name is Alaskan Whiskey. He's a veteran Marine dude. He's actually at the Philippines right now, enjoying his shit. And before he actually got off of Japan before he went to the Philippines, and he said, Japan freaking sucks. It's full of racism. You can't even eat at a restaurant. If you're white or black, it doesn't matter. If you're not Japanese, you're not welcome in the country. So what his channel is like, it's not like gold pill, but he exposes some black pill here and there, and he still uses the red pill term like it's still alive. I'm like, bro. I mean, I told him in the comments one of his videos. I said, bro, I mean, you're not using the correct terminology or the philosophy. And I got now shout out to you. But I simply said, Leo, man, a lot of the shit you're describing is black pill, because red pill is actually, it has been infiltrated by these closets, and just straight out. And I never got a reply from that comment. So, and now he's offering consultations. Like, bro, what the hell?
Well, I mean, my thing is this, dude. If you're it's like you, Neil Wolf. You to me, you in the black pill, but you play guitar. So if you were to be like, dude, I'm offering if you wanna, I guess, because they do it now. They do online video chat training where you train somebody to play the guitar through an online seminar, or like, I guess, a video conversation or something. You know what I'm saying? Because if someone was to hear your music, it's like, yo, Neil Wolf, man, if you could teach me how to play guitar, you'd be like, dude, you might have to pay for that because I got work or something. It's got to be worth my time. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, if they're consulting or helping people, whatever, as long as they're not selling that fucking PUA bullshit where I'm gonna make you attractive to any woman, that scam where they're trying to offer you something they can't guarantee. There's no way. And to me, the PUAs are basically teaching guys, they're borderline teaching men how to, force sex, force it. Because if you're saying no woman could say no, you're implying she has no fucking choice but to accept this game or this crap you're trying to teach.
That's graping. Yeah, that's
great, man.
Yeah, it's graping for sure.
It's great. You know what I'm saying? I gotta show what I'm drinking. It's you know what I'm saying, Coors Light. Coors. The banquet beer.
Does it have any like subliminal messages on it, like the 666? Some companies have that.
Nah, well, I don't think so, but it's Coors, the banquet beer. They always got that dude who sounds like a farmer. Coors from the mountains of Missouri. Coors Light, the banquet beer. You know what I mean? Nah, dude. I mean, the thing is this, dude. The red pill to me, I talked to MD. I talked to a lot of people. Dude, the red pill was never the truth, man. The black pill has always been the natural state of man. Our ancestors were black pilled. Our ancestors were like, okay, they're hunters or whatever. They see the deer moving west. The red pillar would be, man, we gotta make sure these deer stay here. We gotta, root the land. We gotta farm it. We gotta make sure the deers. The black pillar would be, the deers moved west, man. I'm going west. I'm not gonna waste my time changing the land and all this bullshit. We're moving. You know what I'm saying? The red pill has always been a scam because the red pillars all start off with we need to change the laws on marriage and all this shit. Dude, you're not gonna change anything, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Hey,
is
hold
it
the truth.
Mr. X?
What's
Mr.
good?
X, it's me. Hey, what's going on? Hold the
Oh,
truth.
Mr. X, what's good, man?
Oh, not much, not much. Did you happen to catch that Tony Bruno roasting stream yet last night?
Oh, nah, man. I caught some of it, but you know, to me, I left it alone. I watched some of it, man. It's not even a roasting. It's just an old man bitching for over 4 hours. And now he's trying to say I was trying to sell the soap. I was joking with him. But to me, you know, I've done all I did with Tony, man. My thing is he's done, man.
But
I'm
can I ask you a
leaving.
question, Holt? Because I want to have things cleared up because, I'm confused. I'm kind of like an outsider. The whole thing stemmed from the fact that you just didn't want to talk to him anymore. That's all it was about, right?
Yeah. Well, what happened is I told Tony this, dude. I told him, man, and I have it. Like, you know, the receipts are right there on MD's stream. I told him, yo, I don't want to talk to you, man. I've been going through a lot. Because, you know, I've been targeted in the manosphere. You know, of course, the guys that's been targeted the most, MD and Scribe, enemy number one. You know what I'm saying? Then I've been targeted. I got Black V Silver making videos about me. And I told Tony after what happened with, you know, Anthony Johnson coming on my stream threatening me, I'm like, dog, you know, you were supposed to stand up and say, yo, man, you know, hold the truth hostage. Yo, Anthony, that what you said ain't right because at the end of the day, this is a guy who stood up for me when he showed that MLD video when they put a bag over his head. When they put the bag over Tony's head, all of us supported him and said, that's wrong. What happened with MLD, that's wrong. We didn't say, yo, talk to me privately about that. You know what I'm saying? You got Anthony Dream Johnson disrespecting and threatening me publicly. And you want to talk privately about that? We got eyes. We all saw what happened. So to me, I just told Tony, yo, man, I don't want to talk no more, dude. You know, enjoy your life, bro. You know, be happy. I'm just gonna distance myself. Just like I distanced myself from Caduceus and all the other people. I just said, yo, man, I don't want to talk to y'all. Yo, y'all want to do what y'all want to do. I'm a distance myself. And then
But
I
see, here's
get
the problem, Holt. Here's the problem that I see with that.
uh,
This guy's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? He's already threatening to dox people. I think he's threatening the FBI on you and all kinds of stuff. So it's like this guy just won't go away. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
what Tony's trying to do, man, is a lot of guys have seen where the internet can lead to a guy offing himself. You know what I'm saying? So what he's trying to do is keep applying pressure and hope that I'm mentally unstable to where I might hurt myself. But in reality, this ain't doing nothing to me because at the end of the day, it's hurting the 21 brand more than anything. Dude, he has on his stream now Jay Tahoe and Guy Bro
Guy, bro. Yeah.
who's drugged out, like he's coked out most of the time. Drugged out, talking about and Guy Bro is a turncoat. He's hopping from stream to stream. You could tell he's mentally ill, bro. I don't even attack that guy. You know, I joke with, you know, when Guy Bro was coming commenting on my section, I'm just joking at him because I know he's mentally unstable. So you don't see a guy who has mental illness or addiction issues as a threat. You leave him the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So Tony, whatever, you're surrounding yourselves with garbage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got Caduceus, and here's the thing with the vital message thing. It's so easy. I could make a video today. You had Hormax on your streams multiple times. A guy, and to me, if they're watching this, they might delete that stream. They might delete it. You had Hormax on Black Pill Dating 4 episodes. You had a guy that contacts underage women. It's easy, man. Mr. X, man, this shit is easy, bro. You coming at me when literally you harbor you harbor a racist like CBP. You know what I'm saying? The people you're associated with harbor CBP who targets young men and tells them to send photos of them so he can rape them. Dude, this shit is crazy, man. You know,
Well, they're
and
only
I just,
racist online. They're not racist to your face. You know what I mean? These guys are pussies. You know
oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah, they're
nah,
tough
yeah,
guys
nah,
online when they're hidden. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, nah, you know that. My thing is with them is, dude, you're free. The thing about the internet with Tony, what I think's happening to him is he's 60 years old. He never got this much attention from men. You know what I'm saying? So he creates his stream and he gets to sit down with a lot of men. You know, when a man is going online saying the best time of my life was streaming with another man and talking with other men, you know what I'm saying? You're like, no, dude, come on, man. If that ain't the closet, then
Oh, even the thing he calls you, Truthalina. I actually called him out on his message board. I say just the
well,
fact that a man is using the name Truthalina, that's sus for another man
uh,
to say that. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
where you
Well,
come up with this?
oh, dude, he got nothing to say, man. To me, he's hurting the brand. You're a 60-year-old man going after younger men that you need to support, 21's brand. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? This you're going after us? Dude, it ain't gonna hurt me. I've been doing content, and even now, this stream's not even about them, man. This stream, in fact, you're here, man. I'm glad you're here, man.
Oh, sure, sure.
Stream, this stream's about, your thoughts on guys deleting themselves. In fact, you're here. I
Hmm.
want to get your opinion. What's your thoughts on men deleting themselves and ending their lives?
Okay,
What's
well, I have a strong opinion on that because based on personal experience. Now, I've never suffered from depression, but I
your,
did suffer from anxiety. I'm approaching this from more of a medical standpoint because, okay, my anxiety that I had, there was no way I was going to talk my way out of that. That was not going to happen. It
mm,
was basically because I had a poor performing thyroid, and that's what led to my anxiety.
mm,
And it's something that had to be treated medically. Number one, I had to get my thyroid in check, get that normal. And then I did have to take antidepressants to just be able to function. Basically, the problem I was having was driving on the roads.
mm,
And that experience showed me quite clearly that anxiety, depression, now we're talking about real anxiety and real depression, is a chemical imbalance in the brain. It's a loss of serotonin. So I know based on what I experienced through anxiety, if I had experienced depression, I don't care who you are. You could be a Chad getting tons of women. If your serotonin levels start lowering, you're on the self-deletion board. That's in
mm.
play. It could be a guy with the greatest, it could be Tom Brady living the greatest life in the world. If his serotonin levels drop, self-deletion is on the table for Tom Brady. That's how bad it is. A real depression is a medical disorder. It really is.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
you just said real.
Hmm.
You keep going. My bad. Wow.
Yeah, it's just what I'm trying to emphasize is it's not something you could talk your way out of. If I said to myself, you know what, I don't need medication for my anxiety. I'm just going to talk my way out of this. I'm going to get over it. There's a good
Mm,
chance I would have ended up in a car crash because what happened was my heart starts pounding, the world starts closing in. It's like you feel everything shutting in on you. It's a real thing. And ever since I got my thyroid in check, it's gone now. It's
mm.
completely gone. So there was no talking my way out of it. It was all treated medically. So I think it's good to educate people on that because you see a lot of, especially in the poor neighborhoods and your inner cities, medical illness goes untreated, and you see the results of that. It's ignored, and it shouldn't be. It's just I know some people just don't accept it, but it's real. It's a real thing, and it just needs to be accepted and addressed. I think
Wow.
that's my take
To
on it.
me, man, what you just said is you're saying real depression is when it's, a chemical imbalance, not something where you talk through it and you got to meet some psychiatrist online with I forget that crap they keep pandering around YouTube. But
Hmm.
yeah, man, that's deep because to me a lot of guys, man, me personally, I think depression is brought upon by society telling men to be more emotional. I think the most dangerous thing to a man's health is emotion because we men don't function well with wounds we can't see or feel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Emotion is dangerous, man. It is a dangerous thing to be too emotional. You know what I'm saying? And we have a society just telling us, be emotional, be more vulnerable. You know what I mean? I don't know your thoughts on that. You know?
Well, I mean, definitely that could play into it, but also all the processed foods we eat too. It's affecting our nutrition levels, and like I said, for me, it was a poor performing thyroid. Basically, I'm going to break it down completely medically. My TSH levels were almost at an 8. Your TSH levels should never be at more than a 4. That was based on my blood work. Now when I take my TSH levels, they're at a 3.8, which is exactly where it's supposed to be. And that relieved my anxiety. So I know for a fact, if I had gone untreated, my anxiety would have turned into depression. And after that, actually can lead to schizophrenia. So I'm talking about real anxiety, real depression. And it really is a chemical imbalance. I understand what you're saying, but I think some of these people who get a little too sensitive or think they're depressed, that's where it gets a little gray. You know what I'm saying? They can think they're depressed, but they're not actually depressed. Real depression means self-deletion is on the table, and it's actually, that would be a thing. You'd be thinking, I want it. I want self-deletion. That's how bad it is.
Wow.
You know? Yeah.
Nice.
Like I said, Tom Brady, if his levels, his chemical imbalance hit his brain, Tom Brady would think about self-deletion. You know, he's a guy who has everything to live for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, to me, what you just said, man, that would break the whole motive, because you got like Timbo, brought it up. BetterHelp. They're pushing BetterHelp, where you can contact the psychiatrist via video chat. You know what I'm saying? And what you just said is, it's a low, you said
serotonin level. Serotonin
level, and it's actually factual. Versus, oh man, I played a basketball game and I missed a few shots. It's because I got mental illness. You know what I'm saying? It is, man. The West right now, man, it's just, because the reason I did this stream is, Tommy, Power Ranger died, and I noticed a pattern. All the men deleting themselves, man, they were either getting divorced or in a marriage. You know what I'm saying? And I looked at it and I'm like, man, with the way the system is designed, man, because I don't know if you know the rock stars, I forget his name. He made the song, Neo Wolf is here. Neo Wolf, you remember the name of that rocker who made the song Black Hole Sun?
No, but there was actually another guitarist, Children of Bodom, that died a couple of years ago, and he overdosed on alcohol and other chemicals.
I think his name was
Alexi Lahale, but yeah, it's another guy. What was his name?
His name was Chris Pontes or something. Because, man, to me, what you just brought up, Mr. X, man, that's real. That you brought up, Chris Cornell, man. Chris Cornell killed himself. He was married. A lot of these guys, because Mr. X is here, I think the dangers that a lot of men will openly say, yo, I will die for my family. You know what I'm saying? And now the way I look at it is that a lot of men will delete themselves if there's the thought or it's standing in front of them that they're going to lose their family. And I think a lot of men are deleting themselves because if you die a married man, you're still married. You know what I'm saying? Before the divorce happens, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, on my non-expert opinion, I could see external factors like divorce affecting a person's serotonin levels. Sure. I mean, but that's my non-expert opinion. And even science itself can't correlate the two. But definitely, that's not something that is really natural. What's really natural is being married and having kids and having a stable family and a supportive wife. You know what I'm saying? Anything that deviates from that, I could see the person getting into a real depression because of that and looking at self-deletion, It's a part of our society today. I mean, look at the divorce rates are sky high. You can't tell me that's not going to affect men. You know what I mean?
As I told somebody, man, when Conan 19 happened, divorce skyrocketed. And I've been trying to tell people that these dating coaches, dude, Conan 19 changed everything. A lot of women divorced their beta buck because they realize they don't want to die married to a beta. You know, they'd rather divorce the man and pursue that Chad or Tyrone, whatever their perception is of the right guy, you know what I'm saying, before they die. Because I look at Conan 19 did multiple side effects for us men. You know, you see the passport bro thing and Mr. X, you've flown around here and there. A lot of men have realized after surviving Conan 19 and the epidemic that, yeah, dude, I could die. You know, I might as travel around. I shouldn't settle for what the system wants me to get a fat woman, get divorced. I should live. But for the women here, because I've always tell guys, the women are domestic. It's very hard for a woman to go overseas because she has to lose rights. Like an American woman will go to France, she'll go to Canada, she'll go to London, she'll go to Europe. She'll move there and try to live there because they all replicate the rights and the freedoms she has in America. You know what I'm saying? So she's not going to leave America for a non-American country where she has less rights, you know. But I look at it as, man, Conan 19 forced a lot of women to realize they don't want to die with a beta. You know, I don't know your thoughts, and you know, you and Neil Wolf, I don't know your thoughts on that, man.
Well, I think cohabitation, I think with Conan, I think it just exacerbated the divorce rate. You know what I mean? Because it went from like going to the office, you know, she's doing her thing, he's doing his. They only see each other maybe at night for dinner and go to sleep, to like spending too much time together, you know? And let's face it, most of the time, men and women really don't get along. You know what I'm saying? Especially in a marriage situation. Speak from experience. You see too much of each other, it's not going to work out. You know what I mean? So I think Conan really changed the world. It really did. You know, working from home, everything has changed. You know, yeah, the game is different now after Conan. You know, everything is. Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, another thing I look at, I was talking to Neil Wolf and Spec was here, is that what the thing Conan 19 did is that, dude, if your wife can't cook or clean, like she's literally useless in the household. Because I think the modern woman, which has been, you know, turned to like so whorish, is that her house is basically a location to get dressed. You know, it's a location to just get dressed to go outside. So you have them trapped during Conan 19 where no bars are open, no locations outside of the house. That man being exposed to her, like he's forced to see the truth. He's forced to see that, yeah, your wife, dude, she's useless. All she can do besides sex and dancing sexually, she's useless in the household. So I think Conan 19 exposed to a lot of men denying it, that their wife is basically useless, that it forced them to look at her like you had to live with her for I don't know how many days during the quarantine and all these mandatory stay-at-home things, that you learn that, yeah, dude, my girl is useless and we might as get divorced because, you know, besides ordering food and there's no conversation, she's not even human. She's just a sex object. You know what I'm saying? I know your thoughts on that, especially, you know, you being in Miami where, well, I think Miami was open.
Miami was pretty well open. They didn't really close much down. You know, they had social distancing at the restaurants during the heart of it, during the heart of Conan. But really, at least my experience, because I was married, it's just the amount of options. What happens is they see their friends getting divorced. You know what I'm saying? And they want to imitate. And then they go on these dating apps and they see the world is open to them. You know, they got so many options. It's just in their minds, they think, oh, wow, I got all this available to me. Now, all it takes is the illusion that they have something better. Forget the fact that if it's a reality. Once they think they can do better than the guy they're with, they're gone. You know? And then the reality will kick in and they find out that, oh, wait, he was the best guy a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't matter. They have to experience it to figure it out. But once they have it in their minds that they can do better, they're gone. They're checked out. You know, and you can't stay with a woman like that. Once she changes her mind, there's no convincing her. There's no convincing her.
That to me, we're talking about that. I say a lot of men like are delusional. Like the woman's signaling she wants the marriage to end, and this guy's going on marriage counseling. I think the women, in one breath you hear men saying women won't make the first move. Then you got to ask yourself if women at an 80% clip, over 80% of women are signing a divorce first, that has to mean over 80% of men aren't willing to accept that their marriage is over, that they need to be the first one to file for divorce. You know what I mean? I'll say another thing is you brought up with women divorcing is that I think a lot of older women, I'd say women in Gen X to the millennials, are jealous that they didn't get to whore out, and they have regrets. It's like a regret of getting all this attention from the dating app. So they'll divorce their man just to experience getting all this attention online for sex. What you think about?
I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. That's absolutely true. It's almost like a child, that feels like they missed out on something, But yeah, that's 100% correct what you just said. That's exactly it.
Cause I've seen it, man. I've seen it where a chick who's a millennial, you know what I'm saying? Let's say she's like in her mid-30s, will just divorce her husband just to experience. Because I was talking to them, I'm like, dude, Mr. X, like, yo, we live in a society, man. This is how fucked up it is here, that we live in a society where they tell women they have to go through a whore phase. Like, this is normal. I don't know your thoughts on that, man. This is crazy. STD potentials. And they say you're missing out. This is a whore phase. You have to experience it. I don't, your thoughts on that, man.
Well, it's the decay of Western civilization because you can't have a stable family unit if women are going through a whore phase. It just doesn't work out that way, where they go through their phase and once they hit the wall at 30, okay, now I'll settle down with some guy who can support me. That's not going to work. That's not going to be a long-term successful marriage. It's just, have more single mothers. Marriage rates are going to continue to plummet. It's just that's the world we're going to live in, and I have nothing against women doing what they want to do. I don't believe in controlling anybody or taking anybody's rights. Women should do whatever they want to do. They have the right to do that. But we also got to accept the consequences of those actions, where society's headed. You know what I'm saying?
Well, to me, I agree with the way I look at society, man. I personally think, you're an older guy. I personally think the U.S. government is making it so difficult for men to marry here, so they can send American men overseas to infect the other countries overseas with an Americanized perspective. You get what I'm saying? Because if we're in the military, guys that are in the military stationed in other countries, they're banging the local women. Some of them getting them pregnant or having children outright overseas. So how do you change an entire country? You basically without going to war, is you have to create a situation where you can send the men out there, they can bang out the women over there, and you can slowly Americanize them to the point where, like, let's say we're all going to Thailand and we're like, holy shit, there's a shop that sells apple pie. I thought that was an American thing. We're in Thailand and they're selling apple pie. Because I remember Sun Tzu, he said the art of war, the greatest war is to not fight at all. So you're sending all these American men, as you could see with this passport bros thing that's exploding with success, is that now you're sending all these men from America overseas, and they're Americanizing the American values for all these women. Like, you're going to Thailand and they're cooking a Thanksgiving deal, Thanksgiving meal with a turkey. And you're like, man, because, one thing I look at us as being Americanized is, I'm American. If you put me, I wasn't born here, but I was raised here. But if you put me in any other country, I'm still trapped in the American clock. Like, you know, if it's December, I'm still thinking about Christmas. If it's November, I'm thinking about Thanksgiving. You get what I'm saying, Mr. X?
Yeah, I just don't think men in general are that influenced by social media. I think, or the government, I think they're more independent thinkers by nature. And I think the reason they're going overseas in droves, not just the military, but guys, the passport bros and so forth, I just think they're adapting to the times. Things are so bad in the West, especially the United States, where finding a woman that you're actually attracted to is a pretty difficult task. You can, of course, you can find an obese single mom, no problem at all, but most guys don't want that. And I just think they're just adapting to the times. They're taking advantage of the opportunity that's available to them. I think that's what men have done throughout the history of the world.
Mhm.
I think what happened was they wanted the women in general are the greatest consumers of goods and services. These holidays are coming up. Guess who's spending most of the money? It's going to be the females. You go to any American mall, 80% of the stores cater to females. And I think that's what they wanted, and they just don't care about the consequences of those actions. They don't care that it was going to break up the family. It's just that's a byproduct that whatever. We don't care about that. We want promiscuous women, like in MD's book. It's a multi-billion-dollar business, birth control. That's a pharmaceutical industry. Of course, they want women to be promiscuous. They're making the STDs great. We got pharmaceutical companies making billions on that too. You know,
Well,
so it's all about the cash at the end of the day. Whatever the result of it is, where the breakup of the family, the destabilization of society, I think the people at the top say, okay, we don't really care. We just want to make the money.
well, I mean, you bring up some. I was on this app called Stereo, and I shocked a woman by telling her, "Yeah, you've been on prescription drugs." Like once a woman, I think they put women on period medicine once they hit 12 or something. I told her, "You've been on drugs for over 10 years." You know what I'm saying? You don't even, and these drugs alter how you think and how you look. Like, you don't even know. The average woman in the United States, like I asked a lot of guys this question. Most men in the US are dating what I call processed women. The women here aren't even natural. You know what I'm saying? They're not natural because what woman should be on birth control when she's not having sex? What I mean? And we got condoms, we got day after pills. The thing is, these women are on what I call the first subscription. The first subscription plan was birth control.
Sure.
Every day. I was talking to this chick, Mr. X. She said when she goes to the pharmacy and asks for the day after pill, they basically uh what they call it when the cops want to get to know something. Like when they question you, interrogate. She said
Interrogate.
they
Yeah.
interrogate her about taking the 40 the day after pill because they're like they want you on that subscription of birth control every month, every day, man. It's the women here, bro. They're not normal. They're not natural.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I heard birth control because I remember when MD was writing the sperm book. I was like, I told him, yo, look into birth control, man. That's gonna be deep. You look into it because, man, the women here, they don't even know. I heard a woman on birth control, her mind is shifted that she's already pregnant. So she's looking at men from a father figure perspective. Like her whole brain is warped. So the women in the US aren't even fucking natural. They
No.
drug, you know, I don't know your thoughts on that, man.
Oh yeah. And the allergy rates. I mean, it's crazy. When I was born in late '60s,
Mm,
and I barely got any vaccinations, but I don't have any allergies to anything. My kid got I don't know how many, 20 to 30 at least
mm.
vaccinations, and she
Oh,
has tons of
you
allergies,
got,
and so
can't
do.
use that word, brother. Yeah.
Sorry, sorry, sorry,
That is
sorry.
serum,
Shoot.
the serum, man.
Serum. Yeah, she got tons of serums, and she has tons of allergies now. It's like it did the opposite effect. And again, it's this prescription medication and what they take, and she was taking something one time as a child for allergies, and it actually altered her mind into a state of depression. We had to take her off of it
Mm,
because self deletion was on the table. I'm not kidding you. As a kid,
wow.
Yeah, that's how powerful these drugs are. They can affect the serotonin levels. Now, once we got off it, self-deletion was gone. It was gone. It wasn't even talked about anymore. But that's why I stress so much. It's a real chemical imbalance. It's not pseudoscience. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
See, the thing
mm,
about mental illness, what differs from that from other illnesses, if like say you get an infection, somebody cuts you, you see the blood, you see the cut, you see everything. You know it needs to be patched up. It needs to be fixed. Otherwise, you're going to die. Mental illness isn't like that, but it's the same thing. It's just you can't see it, but it's the same thing. If it's not patched up, you're going to self-delete. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So that's how people have to look at it. You know, there has to be a change in society, more talked about, because it's all over the place now. You see it in the streets. Homeless population is just growing every day. You know, and those are people who are suffering from mental illness.
Right. Well, I mean, as I was working in New York, man, they're increasing it purposely, man. They're using it to harvest organs. And I was talking to a buddy of mine. He told me they're drugging up. Think about it. President Biden. This is why I tell guys that come at me and say, well, man, you're running away if you go overseas or anything. We live in a country where the president dedicated $30 million to give drug addicts clean needles. Instead of putting them in a location where they could get clean, or if they're never gonna get clean, they'll be in an insane asylum or some type of location closed out from the regular public. You know what I'm saying? Instead, he's giving them clean needles. This is the country we live in, man. Our president, Biden, got money. This is how fucked up the Democrats are, man. This is why I hear voting. When I hear someone voting Democratic, it just it boils my brain, man. It borderline just it's like the snapping trigger. Makes you lose your mind a little. You know what I'm saying? Let me
I don't see the
see.
difference between Democrat and Republican, to be honest with you. You know, I think they're all in the same boat. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel, what's good, man? Oh man. But yeah. So to me, dude, I look at it. President Biden paid money to get clean needles, man. Instead of helping the people out, he got clean needles. You know, this is how crazy things are, man. You know, and they tell us to stay here and invest here. Dude, the country. I agree. That's where I agree with you 100%, man. That the country to me has been demoralized. I don't believe the country has been completely removed to where it can't function, but it's been demoralized. There are no more morals, man. It is dead. It is, and they're not hiding it anymore.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, hey, Gabriel, what's up, man?
Everything good? I'm listening. I just joined. I just started joining. I just find out that you were on live now, so I started joining the account. How is everything?
Oh, I'm good, man. We're having a stream, man. I want to get your thoughts on we were having a stream about depression and self-deletion. What are your thoughts on why men are deleting themselves?
What?
Ending their life.
It's because I think I have one opinion. My opinion is because the dating scene is very difficult for a lot of guys. Like if you want to, let's say, have a family in the West, like especially the US, it costs a lot of money because inflation. Also, I don't know if you heard the news about crypto. There was somebody. I think the CEO of crypto. They find out he was stealing money. So I think it collapsed. And I was curious. I was looking online, all those channels that promotes crypto. They don't say nothing about it because I guess it's affecting their market.
Mm.
And it's like you say from the beginning, it's a scam, crypto, like Bitcoin. I don't know what's I think the value of crypto went down to the floor.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess they got exposed. They are exposed. That's the word I was trying to say. So it's very difficult dating in the United States. it costs a lot of money. Like having a house in the US is almost impossible. Like you say in New Jersey, a house is I think it's $500,000. And in New York, if you want to buy a house, it's almost impossible. You have to get a mortgage. There's no way you're gonna buy a house in cash unless you're wealthy.
Mm.
So it's very difficult. I think the nation is gonna become, like renting. Like most people are gonna be renting instead of owning. I think someone said something like that. I think there is another country where people don't own land, like because of the price that is so high that people cannot afford. So
Well, I mean, you're right. I mean, the thing that's happening is, I think, like, Mr. X is here. He probably could give us some info, but I heard like a lot of people that construct houses, they don't build any one-family homes anymore. That's why there's so many houses that haven't been bought. They only build 2 to 3 family houses. They don't build beginning family houses anymore. That's why housing is so unaffordable, because they don't build houses with the intention of this is for a family's first home. Like, it's a budgeted house. And the other thing is, man, with today's marital system, where you got to buy the house to satisfy your wife's needs and your wife's desired standing, you know what I mean? You're going to burn a lot of money. And I think after Conan 19, Conan 19 woke up a lot of men. I personally think, and Mr. X and, Neil Wolf and, y'all here, is that I think Conan 19 pushed a lot of men to 5 to 10 years ahead. I think it's actually done a restart and woken men up, because I want to get your opinion, is that how many men lost their homes during Conan 19 because they lost their job.
But
they weren't allowed to work.
You also mentioned something about RB, like removable houses. I think that's going to be the future. RBs. You mentioned a long time ago. You make a video about RBs. I remember. You were talking about mobile houses. That was going to be the future because of inflation.
Well, a lot of it too is the interest rates, because now the mortgage rates are at a 40-year high, I believe. Last I heard, so we've had many years of almost no, to get a mortgage, to get a high pay, expensive mortgage didn't require as much income as it does today. So it's just a lot of free money floating around. But now we're kind of be paying the price, because now they got to tame inflation. It's out of control. It's not where it's going to be. So we're going to have to deal with higher interest rates for a long time. And I'm hoping that that'll actually slow down or depress the housing market to make things a little more affordable, not so much cheap money floating around,
And something also on the news, that the Republicans are the majority in the Senate.
But no, I think the House. I think it's the House, not the Senate.
The House, right? The House, right? The Republicans. But let me ask you a question. Do you think Trump is going to run for president in 2024?
Didn't he already announce it?
Oh, yeah, he announced he running. He running.
Mm-hmm. But something, I think he has a chance of winning, because there's a lot of red states. And, he didn't win New York when he won. He didn't win New York. He didn't win California. And he still was able to become a president. So there's a lot of red states that support
I'm not a fan
Trump.
of either party. Either party, I'm not a fan of. I'd like to see multi-parties, like something like the European system a little bit, where you have, like 20 or 30 different parties. Because to be honest with you, at the end of the day, they're all kind of the same group. You know what I mean? Nothing really changes that dramatically. You know what I'm saying? Trump said he was going to build the wall. He barely built a little patch of it. I mean, he didn't hold through on his promises. You know what I'm saying? Biden said he was going to eliminate student debt. Well, that's over with now. That got held up in court like he knew it was, and now he doesn't care. You know what I mean? It's status quo. Either party is status quo. And Trump used to be a Democrat for many years, so it's just smoke and mirrors as far as I see.
Well, I mean, the reason I think Trump's gonna win is that, dude, Biden was such a bad pick for the Democrats, man, that it made people lose, the country's fate. They lose all hope. They picked a senile, mentally ill guy, man. And in all honesty, all Biden did was actually promote Trump. When Trump runs this time around, people are like, shit, man. They'd rather have Trump than Biden. You know what I'm saying? So it's exposed the amount of damage it did to the Democrats. And another thing with the Democrats, and I agree with you 100%, man. We need more parties, but what's happened to the Democrats is the worst thing that happened to the Democrats was Obama winning. The Democrats used to sell this hope narrative that we're the only party that will actually bring about, racial equality and, representation and all that. And dude, we had a black president and the country has never been more divided than ever before. We had a president that instead of ending the war on drugs, everything that was designed to divide the country, just maintained it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy that we had Obama and weed wasn't legal under his presidency on a federal level. The war on drugs didn't end, man. It's crazy. It's not normal, man. And I think with Trump, I think Trump's gonna run again and he'll win. He'll dominate because who else can challenge him, man? Ain't nobody gonna challenge Trump. And Biden to me just laid the groundwork. But let's get back to what this is about, though. Yeah, I think a lot of men, like Mr. X was saying, is, man, they're not even aware that depression is it's a medical, over.
Yes.
You said an over fueled.
It's a chemical imbalance of serotonin. Chemical imbalance.
It's a chemical imbalance, and and to me it makes sense because all the chemicals, depression, sadness, and all that. A lot of people like to think it's just feelings. No, it's chemicals. Your body produces a chemical that makes you feel sad or happy and all that stuff. I think
drinking hold. Like you drink excess amounts of alcohol, you're gonna feel that depression a little bit. You feel some sadness, not to the extent that it'll be like self-deletion, but you can feel a little bit through alcohol when you get majorly drunk.
Oh yeah, man. If you abuse it. Because to me, man, when you weren't here earlier, I think, man, a lot of men are getting depressed because, man, society is designing it. They're telling men to get more emotional. They even had that campaign years ago where they said men cry when, dude, a male baby cries. We don't need to, as grown men, to just cry for no fucking reason. And we don't need to cry in front of the public. I think they've been training men to abandon their wall. You know how men we build a natural wall around ourselves. We won't let just anybody come into our lives. And I think society's all about teaching us that this wall we men naturally build because our worst enemy is our fellow man. The biggest threat to you is another man overpowering you, outsmarting you, and just beating the shit out of you. So we keep our wall as a way to survive. And I think society's training men to let their walls down so it's easier for them to manipulate and destroy that man. I mean, it's now toxic masculinity if you naturally have a wall around you where you're like, dude, I don't know you. I don't trust you. But now they're telling men, yeah, just trust anybody. Just trust everybody, man. I don't know your thoughts on that.
Look what happened to Harvey Weinstein. You remember he got convicted in New York for the Me Too movement, and he got 23 years now. This old man, I think he's like 60, 66. He might not even make it by the time he do the 23 years, and he has another case I think it's in Chicago, where he's on trial again, and the wife of the governor of of California. She went to testify that he touched her and he raped her.
Oh, you
And
can't use that word.
oh, I'm sorry.
I say
And so
force,
so
sex.
force, right? And so I think he's done. This man. The same thing happened to R. Kelly.
Mm.
He got, I think, 30 years, and he has another case. So a lot of men are waking up about force allegations, the Me Too movements. A lot of people are waking up. Even though you blue pill, even we are in a blue pill society, or sometimes you start to get aware of your surroundings about you start becoming red pill, even though you don't want to become red pill, but you start learning by looking what is going around you.
Well, I think
Like,
you're forced to be red pill, Gabriel. I think you're forced to be red pill in 2022. Or
Wow.
black. I mean, definitely black pill is the absolute truth, but you're forced to look at things differently because, you look back to the 50s and 60s, a guy working in a factory, middle income, he was a man. He was the king of his castle. He could find a woman, and he was he was considered an upstanding man in society. You take the average working man in 2022 who makes 40 or 50K a year, he has had a hard time finding a woman that he likes, and he's actually considered a bum by many women. You make 40, 50K, you're nothing. You're low. You're not even worthy of even looking at. So what we're living in today with the sexual inflation, yeah, it's forcing men. It's unprecedented times that we're living in. You know what I'm saying?
look at Harvey
It's gonna happen.
Weinstein. He was he was the main figure of Hollywood. He was in the peak of his career, and then he got destroyed. His reputation got destroyed. His dignity got destroyed just because of false accusations. It is sad. That means it could happen to anybody. And this guy was very powerful. Harvey Weinstein, he was the face of Hollywood, and he got taken down by the feminist movement, and it's very sad. That means it could happen to anybody.
Well, I mean, with you gotta look at what Mr. X said, man. With 40 grand, you make that. You said they call you homeless or a bum. Is that? I think, or you could correct me if I'm wrong. Is that I think they've basically demoralized the women to the point where they're literally advertised for strictly the wealthy and those making a certain amount of money. And even then, it don't matter because, like, they've indoctrinated so many women to value that school certificate or degree that even a trucker making 80 grand or a plumber or whatever making a certain amount of money, they're discounted because they don't have a college degree. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I don't know your thoughts on that, Mr. X and everybody else.
Oh, they expect men to be perfect in 2022. If you think about it, you look at these dating apps, and anybody who's an average-looking girl or halfway decent-looking girl, she's expecting the world. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a million things to disqualify you in 2022. So of course, if guys are struggling in the dating market and they got to go overseas, or if they're not going overseas and they're just staying here and they're kind of blue-pilled and don't know any better, don't realize the inflation, of course they're going to get depressed. You know what I mean? They might be 30 years. I mean, the virginity rate, they can't argue with the stats. It's through the roof. If you're a 30-year-old virgin, you can't tell me that guy's not depressed. Ain't no hobbies, ain't nothing going on in his life that's gonna substitute for that. He's gonna have problems. I think. They're made to have relations with women. If you don't have that, it's gonna affect your serotonin levels. You're gonna be depressed.
I think society make you red pill, even though we live in a blue pill society. Everything that you see around you will make you sooner or later red pill. Everything that's going on, because nobody is blue pill, because blue pill is basically blissful ignorance. Only a
I don't know if it's
child.
blissful though, Gabriel. I don't know if it's blissful because you're dealing in a black pill world. You can be blue pill only exists in the mind. It doesn't exist in real life.
But blue pill to me is a kid, right? Hold the through hostage, a kid, a baby, a kid, right?
Well, I mean, I look at it, only a child could be blue pilled, man. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And in all honesty, I think Mr. X, you just said something groundbreaking. I think we're living in a red pill society now. I think the conversion, I think Me Too might have been what changed it. Like, you might have, man, I think you just opened my mind to something because think about it, like you, Gabriel, you talking, but and everything. How can you be blue pilled now when you openly have Me Too and it's legal now? You've been forced to be red pilled in the society now. I think Me Too might have ended the blue pill age. I think like Mr. X is saying, now I think about it, this is why these conversations are good with everybody here. I think we're in a red pill society now. Look how common. Like I went to my job and my boss was telling me red pill facts, and he was like in his 60s. Tell me, yeah, it's not yours, it's your turn. Dude, he was literally preaching Kevin Samuels like he's the gospel. Certain lines from, I think Mr. X is right. I think we're in a red pill society, and most men who choose to still go in long-term relationships, they just choose to be either purple pilled or pink pilled. I think Mr. X is right, man. I think we've been ignoring that. The side effect of Me Too is it's forced a lot of men to be more legally aware. So I think, dude, I don't know your thoughts. I think we're in a red pill society.
Well, if you preach red pill, and the only way it's going to work is if that's something that people are experiencing in their daily lives, or they know other people who are experiencing that in their daily lives. That's the only way it clicks. You know what I mean? If people were experiencing blue pill society where girls cared about your personality and didn't care about your money or your looks, the red pill or the black pill wouldn't resonate with anybody, but because that's what they face with on a daily basis, that's why it makes sense. That's why people are accepting it, because this is what I have to deal with on a regular basis.
Also, knowledge make you red pill, because let's say somebody who's very wealthy or rich, they have some knowledge that the maybe 80% of the population don't know. That's why they're wealthy, because they got knowledge. I think knowledge make you red pill, because that's knowledge. Because when you don't have knowledge, you're basically ignorant. That's basically.
Well, I mean, I look at what you and Mr. X are saying, man. I think Mr. X is correct because, dude, it's become normal. Like you gotta look at a guy like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's talking points are normal now. Everybody I've seen, or you go to Instagram and all that, you see them adapting a talking point.
Hello? Hard to hear. Hold, I think you got cut off. Can't hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a minute.
Yeah, there's a background noise.
Yeah, some background out there. Okay. Hey, Gabriel, did you see Tony Bruno's roast?
No, I have to see it. I'm gonna see it after the screen. After this screen is over.
Yeah, it's a very disturbed person, let me tell you. Very disturbed.
Oh yeah?
Very disturbed.
What did he say?
He's cursing out everybody who supports MD. He's cursing them out. He cursed me out. And even that, I don't know, Shift, you know him? He did a total 180. Total 180. Okay. He's a complete two-face. He got on there and he was bad-mouthing MD like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I saw that when I saw Shift talking about MD, where I'm like, man, where he said MD write in a book, he's not a doctor, but MD referenced, like doctors share, like, I don't know, Google has a section called, when I was in college, they showed it to me, it's called Google Scholar, where you can get notes from doctors and written people going to college. But he said MD, to me, Shift exposed that there's some racism in him. Like, so you're hating
Absolutely.
MD because he's Indian? You know, the
Absolutely.
hatred. I hate the man because he's a curry cell. And the thing is, it's been proven where MD said duty was never an Italian. He said, if I was Italian or something. To me, that whole shift in, you know, in criminal background, dude, we all got a criminal, you know, some people, we've all done something wrong. Some of us get caught or, and the other thing with the way the system works, who knows what you, like, let's say if Mr. X went to jail for selling like 5 bags of weed, like, really? Is that a criminal? Come on, man. He sold
Sure.
some weed. You know what I mean? But we won't say it's wrong when the pharmaceutical industry literally sells side effects may include death. I don't know if
Right.
y'all have seen it. I've seen a lot of pharmaceutical medicine where the side effect is death. And it's still allowed to be sold to the public. It's insane. You know?
Sure. Yeah, that
To me,
shift
when I
is.
saw that with Shift, I was like, wow, the hatred because
yeah.
the man's Indian. Wow, and then to me the hypocrisy where, you know, Shift was when he was streaming he was offering, yeah, you know, if people pay me, I'll give them advice for a stock information or whatever. That's the thing about the whole grift thing is, man, there's so many people just openly accusing people of grift to where it doesn't even, the word don't even have value in the manosphere. If Mr. X, who's in Florida, said, yo, man, if you want a what do they call that? Consolidation for guides of where to go in Florida, I could show you. You're paying Mr. X for his time.
Consultation. Yeah.
Consultation. Yeah,
Consultation for his time. So my thing is, man, to side with those people, it just shows you that the manosphere is packed with a lot of mental illness. You got the guy, bro, saying MD is doing voodoo by making memes of people's faces. This is where you get stability. It's
Yeah.
to me, it's crazy, man. This is, you know, it's not looking good, man, to me. And then I shared that video where he supported CBP saying what he said, and you get no comments. This is how fucked up. It just exposes that, you know, if 21 still is connected to Tony Bruno, it just shows that he supports all these talking points. You know what I'm saying? All these talking points are supported, but to me, they're done anyway, man.
They are.
It's the Stone Age. They're part of, you know, what you just discovered, Mr. X, and, you know, you and Gabriel talking. Yeah, we're in a red pill society, so that means everything a red pillar spits is worthless. Because, man, I was working at the bar where my boss started spewing some of this red pill, and it's all over the internet. I mean, every man has a YouTube, I'm a little red pilled. It's all over. It's become mainstream, man. The red pill is mainstream. And once something is mainstream, it just basically means it has no worth. It's not a solution. You know,
Exactly.
You could go on. My bad. Yeah.
No, you're telling people what they already know. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then the next step, of course, is the black pill. You know, that eventually start resonating with people because that's the end result. You know, of just a cold hard truth.
I think
but,
society make you red pill, even though you don't really mean
Today's
to. But I
society.
think yes,
Today's
you become
society.
red pill, right?
In the 50s and 60s, you could be blue pilled because the
Mhm.
market, not only was it not inflated, actually, a regular guy could actually get a girl who would look better than him. You know what I mean? So, of course, you could afford to be blue pilled in that society, 50 years ago. But today, 2022, you can't afford to be. Life won't let you be blue pilled. You won't be allowed. You'll get shot down. You'll get hurt so much that you'll be forced into it,
Well, I mean, well, what you said, like Gabriel brought up Webstein, dude, that Einstein-Webstein thing, Me Too, we're in the red pill era because you saw Me Too, then the what's his name, Weinstein case, which was national. And then, dude, I used to work in New York. It was 20, I think it was 2017 or 2018. I was working at a bar in New York called The Purple. And I would walk by and some guys were spewing red pill stuff. They said, dude, I don't want to approach them because they might be drinking. Because New York passed a law that's insane. The law is that if a woman drinks just one, if she tastes alcohol, just one drip, that's basically saying you tried to take advantage of. Because what I've been trying to tell a lot of guys is women in this society are not allowed to be adults. All women are basically tools, depending on the state you're in. Women are tools for male incarceration. That's what a lot of guys don't want to admit. You know what I'm saying? Because it makes no sense that you could be drunk, and I'm telling you from a bouncer's perspective. So you're telling me this guy could be drunk when he gets in a fight. When he's drunk, I gotta kick him out. But he was sober when he slept with this woman. You know what I'm saying? They can't both be drunk. The whole state is using women as a tool to incarcerate women. I mean, we were talking. I think me and Neil Wolf were talking, and
You mean the Trojan horse, right?
yeah, Trojan horse. They're using them, but not only that, man. They're using them as bait because you can revoke. Like, I don't know what happened to Spec. I think his connection, but you could revoke. A woman can now revoke consent. That's crazy, man. She can revoke consent. Go on, man.
I did hear. Now I don't know if it was New York. I heard something on the internet that they wanted to pass a law that if you stared at a woman too much, that could be deemed sexual harassment.
Yeah, dude. Yo, Mr. X, not to interrupt. Spec brought that up, that in New Zealand, that's happening, where if you go to a bar and you look at a woman too long, they could say that's harassment. They gotta kick you out the bar. I mean, it's becoming the West, man. This is why I'm saying, man, they don't want men here. They don't want heterosexual men here, man. They want you to leave. They want you to make your money here. But they don't want men here to invest in relationships with the opposite sex at all. Because what's happened is it's up to the women. That's why, in fact, let me play this. A lot of guys.
It's so important, guys. So important. By the way, women are the majority of voters in the United States.
You know what I'm saying? Women are the majority voters, which means it's up to them. You got to look at the government using women as a tool to pass laws, and they're basically daring the women to check them. Check and balance and say, no, we can't have this legal anymore. Because a lot of mothers are raising sons that they're raising daughters. I feel bad. I got a couple homies that got daughters, but man, it's sad when a man has to realize that, man, it's getting harder for you to eventually, because every man's goal is to let his daughter go to a man that will protect and provide for her. But in today's society, I mean, you have a daughter, it's very hard for you to think, man, she might get married. And if she does, the worst part in the back of your brain is you're thinking, especially with us being the black pill, is we're thinking like, how will she destroy this marriage? This man is perfect. He works, he's solid, he's respectful, he's honorable. But in the back of your head, you're like, man, she married this man, he's a good guy. You're thinking in your head, like, what will she do to destroy this relationship? It's crazy right now, man. The West, it's done, man. Here, men here, just make your money, man. This is the land of golden opportunity, but even that opportunity is dangerous. Because let's say Mr.
Have you heard the phrase a woman's scorn is dangerous? I don't know if you heard that phrase.
Oh, a woman scorned, yeah. Oh, I heard that. But here's the thing. They don't even gotta be scorned because now it's so dangerous, man. If Mr. X, for example, starts a whole new company, Mr. X can't interview, and he's got to keep a quota. Because how fucked up the system. He's got to keep a quota of men and women to work for him. Mr. X can't interview the woman privately. You know what I'm saying? And he can't interview the man privately while he interviews the woman privately, publicly, because she could sue for discrimination or something like that. Even business is fucked up in the West, man, because they're using the women as a lawsuit bait. They're using them as a tool to sue any man and make money off of that. You know what I'm saying? The amount of corporations that have lost their standing because the CEO got sued for interviewing a woman a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Or even interviewing a gay man a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Shit is fucked, man. You make your money here. I don't know if y'all remember that movie Escape New York with Snake Plissken or whatever.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
This is America now, man. Make your
I
money,
agree.
escape.
Yeah,
Mr.
I think it's
Hanson.
really turning into that. New York City is hurting, man. It's things are changing fast there, man. I don't know if that city's ever going to recover. I gotta
You
be honest with
remember what happened to Governor Cuomo?
Mm.
He had to
Oh, sure.
resign because of sexual allegations. That was very recently. This man was one of the best mayors in New York City, and he has
Cuomo?
to resign. Yes.
You think he was one of the best?
Well, he was a good mayor. He was a very wealthy guy. He graduated from Fordham University. His father was a mayor back in the 80s, and this woman literally destroyed this man. He had to resign. I think he resigned like a week later.
I just didn't
All right.
like the way he handled Conan. You know what I mean? And
All right.
I remember a lot of
All right.
elderly died under his watch.
Oh,
The lady accusing of forcible touching, and he was
no.
done.
Yo, Gabriel, what Mr. X is saying, what happened with Cuomo is that, let me see, I see a new guy. I think it's Idris Neptune. I think I had him before. Yeah, what happened with Cuomo is that Cuomo actually he killed a lot of
What's up, bro?
What's good, man? A lot of people died under Cuomo. Cuomo actually killed a lot of elderly. He sent a lot of homeless people in the old folks' home, and they all died of exposure to Conan 19. And what they did, Gabriel's out. Oh no, yeah, what they did is they put Cuomo on a sexual case because they didn't want the Democrats to get hurt by the fact that he was killing people.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly it.
So, Adris, you're here, man. What's your thoughts on, men self-deleting themselves, man? How depression is affecting men in the States, or where they're deleting and ending their own lives, All right.
I can tell you, like, what I see here in Panama, man. Like, actually, that's a case study. I don't think we have figured like the exact reasons, because people like lie all the time, like they're fine and stuff like that. So you never know like the exact motive they delete themselves.
Mm.
It's kind of really hard to know that, unless like you post your stuff on social media. Like, I have a girlfriend, she's from Korea, and they have like the highest suicide rate.
Oh, you can't use that word, man. You gotta use deletion.
Oh, sorry. The highest deletion. And like, they live in a first world country. So they have like a really, really good standard of living there. So, as same as Japan. So for me, it's a enigma in reality why they delete themselves. Maybe like the new normal for the standard of living, like in many countries, is so high that it's very hard to keep up with the Joneses. And I think everyone want to be like at the top, and they have like super huge expectations. That's my take. I have no idea.
Well, I heard in Korea, man, a lot of people are deleting themselves because of the school requirements. Like in Korea, man, they don't play. You get an A-, man. It's like you've disappointed the family to the point where you spit on your ancestors, man. You know what I'm saying? It's
Oh
it's
yeah, for sure.
crazy. The educational requirements over there is insane. Like they said the pressure, they said kids are literally jumping out of, the 8-story buildings because they scored one wrong grade, man. It's insane, man. And they put so much pressure on education that it's destroying their population, but I look at the deletion thing as, man, a lot of men are looking at it, and I think it's probably a Western. Some guys are more well traveled. Like, I haven't traveled that much, you know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of men in the West, when you exist in America, man, a part of you feels like you exist as a criminal for just being a man in the flesh. Like, a part of you just thinks, especially with how much we've been exposed to the black pill content, Weinstein, and all of you. You're a target. I've been telling guys for over 2 years that, dude, you were born a target. You were born a man. In today's age, if you're a man, you're a target. You know what I'm saying? The system is trying to get you in that cell by any means necessary. You're a target, man. And a lot of men are just suffering from depression, existing in their own flesh, knowing that they're a target. You know what I'm saying? Like in here, like, like I remember I was helping a chick out, man. Like once I went to the bar I used to work at, and I wasn't working. I was just drinking, and this chick was too drunk, and I walked her home. And when I walked her home, she told me come to her room, bang her out, whatever. But I said, man, she too drunk. So I walked I walked her home because I thought I was doing a favor for the bar. I used to work there. And on my way back home, I was like, fuck, I could have been done, bro. I could have been finished, man, because luckily there was security there, in her house where, I walked her up, brought her home, security checked her, let her go back. But this chick would come back and remind me that, oh, you were the guy that didn't fuck me. You just walked me home. You were so polite. But in the back of my head, I'm like, man, if she would have thought the opposite, I would have been done. You know what I'm
And
saying?
like back in the day, that scenario was so common, like pre social media. Right?
Mm.
Like I know many people that have done that. Like girls, that was like how girls like break the ice, just get drunk and bang the guys.
Well, the thing, let me reply to Nerd Guy. Yeah, well, the thing is, Nerd Guy, I'll say this, man. When you're at work, man, you got to understand, man. Even if they're trying to promote the women, like they're trying to force promotion for the women, but we men are naturally minimalistic. So we could actually, to save money, we're in the age of like you rent a room. To me, as a man in the West, you got to remove stress. And to remove stress, you might have to change your living requirements. You might have to go from renting a floor in an apartment to just renting a room in a nice suburban house, for like, 5 or whatever the amount of money is. Because to me, the thing is, you got an apartment and all that for marriage reasons. You know what I'm saying? Big house and all that. So now that ideal is gone, you got to start asking yourself as a man, unless you got big business, you got to start asking yourself as a man, what's the point in investing in big apartments and big houses when you don't plan on having a family here? Go on, Dries, my bad.
Oh, and if a society is black pill, that's gotta be Korea, man. Like, my girl, she says like their like mothers in Korea, they incentivize their young girls or kids to get surgery, like plastic surgery. Like they start with the eyes, with the double eyelids, and then they go for the nose, stuff like that. That's like super common. And men, they get like it's very common to enlarge their their P. It's getting really common now because they have like the highest demographic with small P, so it's super common to enlarge it right now.
Oh yeah, I heard about Korea, man. They're they do a lot of surgeries to appeal more Western, but I'll say this, dude, with depression, like Mr. X said, man, I think a lot of men in the West, I don't know if y'all heard this, man. A guy invented a VR set. The guy that created the VR that MySpace is using, he created a VR set that will basically delete you in real life if you lose a game. I personally think we're heading, like, anybody here watch Futurama?
Yeah,
No, I haven't seen that.
So show, yeah,
I've
dude.
seen like little bits.
All right, dude. I think we're heading towards Futurama had the deletion booth. This dude created a VR that if you lose a game in this VR set, it will delete you in real life. I think what we're heading towards is, remember, we have organ harvesting. I think Futurama, I've said this, Futurama predicted the future a lot, man. I think we're heading to the point where they're going to make self-deletion literally. I want to get your opinions on this. I think they're going to have it where you could just go to a booth or some type of place and just delete yourself.
Oh, it's already exists in Switzerland.
Wait,
They
what
have it already exists in Switzerland. If you look for it in Google, it already exists.
What?
If you have like a terminal disease, you can go to Switzerland and pay for it, and they'll delete you.
You pay and you die. That's fucked up.
No, you can literally just Google it and search it right now. You'll see it. Let me look for it. And
Wow,
Okay.
there's a deletion pod in Switzerland. Wow, that's wild, man. Because I don't know. What's your thoughts on that, Mr. X and everybody, man? What's your thoughts on they gonna make?
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. The way things are headed, and I really believe there's a depopulation agenda going on. I mean, the way we're think about it, the way we are talking today, would we have talked this way 5-10 years ago? You know what I'm saying? Who knows where our minds will be 5 years from now? You know what I'm saying? Maybe we won't look at it the same way as we're looking at it today. I mean, I know for a fact I'm a different person from 5-10 years ago. My views and everything like that on the world.
I believe we're gonna have a digital currency. A digital currency is like not like something like the new world order. I think the dollar, all the currencies, they're gonna be eliminated, and we're gonna have one currency for the entire world. But that's gonna be maybe who knows when. Because I read the documentary about the currencies, because that's what is heading because of inflation. It's like a digital currency because the dollar is not backed by gold because this is a fiat currency. And I was watching a channel on YouTube about, it's basically about people who have the revelations, like dreams. And there was somebody saying it's like 50 years. In 50 years, he saw, like, he went to the time machine and he moved to the future and he saw the whole world. They had like a digital currency because the dollar is not too strong now.
Well,
it's actually pretty strong. It's actually doing better against the euro. It's actually stronger.
Oh yeah, the euro and the pound crashed. The thing is this, crypto died, man, and we had a stream. That's why I keep telling people, man, the black pill, we like some profits out here, man, because we're so logical. We don't get emotional, but dude, I think digital currency, like you see Bitcoin died because the problem with Bitcoin is it's not backed by a military or a nation.
Yes.
So, its value is very, what is that, opinionated or something like that. And the thing is this, I worked once security as a strip club, dude, the dollar is the most thing you could count on, like digital technology. Like I don't know if y'all been to you tried to pay something and like the machine didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like you tried to scan in your credit card and it didn't work. Like the dollar is so physical money is worth more than digital money because digital money you need electricity, you need internet reception. Like when I went to Haiti, man, there was barely any banks where you could pull money out. And globally, physical cash is king, man. And to me, with the gold thing, the problem with gold is you need so much of it to move the currency. Gold is not convenient, man. I think what determines the worth of your currency now is military power. Of course, the
Yes.
U.S. is the number one currency in the world because everybody in the world put their money in there. But military power determines how much your money's worth. I don't know your thoughts on that.
Do you think that it's going to be a major war, like a World War III? Let's say the major nations like Russia, China, United States, it's going to be like a world. Do you think it's going to happen?
Nah,
I
that
think there
world.
could be a war. There
Oh,
could
go
be,
on,
but I
Mr.
don't think. Oh, I was just going to say real briefly. I think there could be some major war happening, but I think the U.S. would stay on the sidelines. Personally, that's what I see happening. I think they would just be on the sidelines at this point of the game.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I don't think we're heading to World War III because the economies are too interconnected. And the other thing is, man, we all have I've been saying this for a while. We're in the nuke standard. Every country has a nuke, man. You can't afford to go to war. I mean, all it takes is one button press and the whole world ends. Like, I mean, we literally end up in a post-apocalyptic world. War right now is really something that's being teased. It's not really gonna happen. It costs too much. There's too much risk. Like it's not like World War One or pre-nuclear war World War Two. Dude, man, you can't go to war anymore. It's not gonna be a battle of men. It's gonna be whoever drops that drone with a nuke, and it's gonna end all life, man. Everything as we know it will end. You know what I mean? That whole world, we're all fighting, and you send men and women. That's dead, man. It's drop the nuke and you win. And it ends the whole world.
Yeah, I don't think America is not gonna lose the war. That's for sure. I think they'll just destroy the world instead of losing.
Well, some people speculate it's the bankers that really decide who's going to go to war and when. That's the way it's been throughout history because they control the money. The federal. I guess they call it the Federal Reserve or whatever. Which is, I know the shareholders are private banks, but that they're the ones who really are going to decide what needs to be done, and usually the reason for these wars is nothing from what we're told by the media. You know what I'm saying?
It's usually a war for oil or whatever it is, man. And it's usually a war. Like right now, we got proxy wars, man. You see the war between Russia and Ukraine. I don't think the Ukraine has nukes, does it? They don't have any nuclear weapons.
I don't believe so.
There it is, man. That's the answer right there. They don't got nukes, and Russia really is just playing around with the Ukraine, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the reason they're attacking Ukraine because they disarmed the nukes.
A lot of Russian soldiers are dying. I've seen videos with the bodies piled up. I mean, they're dying. Putin doesn't give a damn about his soldiers. I mean, he's basically wiping out his military almost. It seems strange what he's doing.
Well, the thing is with Ukraine is like I think Aries was about to say. I'll let you go back, but Ukraine is the main grain producer in Europe. Like the big majority of farms I heard are in the Ukraine. And the reason Russia actually went to war with Ukraine is that Ukraine has been owned by Nazis, I heard. Like the Nazis are running rampant in the Ukraine and they were killing innocent Russians from what I heard. And Russia said, yo, man, you got to stop this. And they didn't listen. So the Russians were like, all right. Because look at how they're handling. If it was war, they would have wiped them out. It looks to me like they're cleaning things up for something. You know what I mean? They're cleaning it up and taking it, whatever, but it looks more like a cleanup job. Because if it was war, Russia has this heat seeker missile that literally I think it's called a hydrogen bomb, where it basically lights up the air and kills everything, man.
No, it's called weapons of mass destruction. I think that's what you mean.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
Ukraine does have nuclear power plants. I do know that. They have that supply the energy. But I don't know the way he's fighting this war. He's got to implement the draft. And actually, they showed like 10,000 Russians a day crossing the border over to Georgia. They just want to get the hell out before being sent to war. They don't want anything to do with this war, you know? I mean, they're dying like crazy. I think over 50, 60,000 Russians have already died in this war.
Well, I mean, another thing, like you said, they got the nuclear plants. You got to be careful. But they're an overproducer of grain in Europe. You know, I don't know. What were you about to say, Adris? My bad. Oh, your signal broke. You know what I mean? But yeah, to me with the war, I don't know, man. But you know, I'll get back. You know, say one thing, man. With what's going on, man. I shared the link to the deletion chambers. I think, man, the U.S. is heading towards. You can just go to a pod or vending machine and delete yourself, and they can then they'll harvest the organs and harvest your bone marrow. And because I heard they found a way to cure cancer with bone marrow donations. You know what I'm saying? Where they put the bone marrow of somebody else on another person's body, and it basically kills the cancer. So I think they're gonna create these chambers for you to delete yourself, so they can harvest your body, the organs they need. You know, your eyes.
Definitely see that.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I know they do that with fetal tissue from aborted babies. You know what I mean? That's that's not a conspiracy. That fetal tissue is essential for medical research, and some speculates it goes into some serums also to cure.
Another take is when I think California is approving a bill like you can kill the baby like after it borns, like maybe like few months or something. I think that's way too wild.
Idris, man, New York's ahead. New York has a day before birth deletion, man. A day before birth, the woman could delete that child.
How do you get to this point? How does America got to this point?
Social engineering. Social engineering. They just accept
the best doctors in the whole world, arguably the best, and I think it's extremely wild. It's crazy.
It's acceptable now. You know, it's the social engineering, the brainwashing through schools and educational institutions that this is okay. You know, people just accept it.
Well, I mean, the country's been demoralized, man. Dude, the U.S. right now, this is why I say having a kid here currently, man, it's a destruction, dude. You got schools openly trying to transition your children. Like, it's what they're doing here in the school system is illegal. A school isn't supposed to try to give your children body dysmorphia and messing up their sexual identity. The school's supposed to teach them math and regular shit. They're the basics. Right now in America, man, that's why I tell people we don't have a government. We have a God-verment. The government has a God complex. And they're looking at life and they're looking at people as sacrificial lambs to sacrifice to them. You know, it's on a demonic, ritualistic level, man. They don't even care. You know,
I agree with that. I agree 100% with that.
Bro, it's because, man, New York, I'm telling you, Idris and everybody, I heard New York not even the day before, I heard an hour. Like, if a chick is about to give birth and just says, you know what, I don't want it, literally could have it deleted that time right there. You know what I'm saying? It just dehumanizes that woman and turns her to, because you got to look at how sickening it is that you want to grow something inside of you so you can basically, you know, delete it. That level of, that is some psycho Because I remember watching dude online. He says, you know, anybody kills something outside of the womb, that's murder. But anybody kills, you know, something inside of the womb, that's just called, baby boarding. You know what I'm saying? I can't say the word. I don't know aborting what, so dude, they're training the women. Like, I think MD wrote, let me pull up the cover. I would say, Idris, you gotta check out this book.
Hold, you just kind of nailed it there. The fact that you can't use that word, that's all a trick. So we don't use these words, so we don't think it's such a big deal anymore. You know what I'm saying? We use nice words for everything. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, murder won't be able to be used. That'll be a trigger word. We have to think of something else.
And
something more
what
nice
are they
and
doing?
Pleasant, you know?
What are they doing with the baby when, like, a day before it was born?
Oh, they harvest it, man. They harvest its body parts, its tissue. Because I heard stem cell research. They harvest the stem cells. And, Mr. X brought up something. They even take I heard the baby's umbilical cord, you're not supposed to take it off. You're actually supposed to keep it on the baby because it gives it some nutrients and all that crap. But, dude, they harvest the umbilical cord, and it's worth hundreds. I heard it's worth thousands of dollars. They take the whatever's inside of it and manipulate it for facial products and all that. But I would say you want to check out this book by MD called The Sperm, Nightmare on Sperm Street, where he talks about
good book.
When they delete
reading that today, actually.
Oh yeah, bro. When they delete babies,
in Panama it's very popular, the stem cells. A lot of American doctors come to Panama for the experimentation. Even like John Travolta comes here, and Mel Gibson have a house here because he's doing the therapy here. He and his father. It's on Joe Rogan. He explains it all because our government allows that experimental procedures here that the U.S. are not allowed to do that for some reason. I've been hearing a lot of not me, the news, a lot of kids are disappearing for no reason. So I hope it's not that.
Oh wow! Well, they're doing that. I mean, up here in the U.S., it said the number one trafficking of children is right here. Like, they're kidnapping them like crazy. I mean, I was talking to somebody on Discord, and I realized that, I don't know, Mr. X might know more than me about this when it started, but I think when they put kids on the milk carts, they're basically advertising mission success. They'll never find. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think it's actually advertisement to say, yeah, them kids, they're gone. And they'll let you find one of them once in a while because they have to make it seem like, the system is working to find these kids, when in reality, the system is kidnapping these children, donating, harvesting their organs. If they got rare blood type, they're harvesting that DNA, man.
If it's happening in the U.S., in China, it's gotta be like 5x more. Because
it's way worse in the third world. It's way worse in the third world.
Yes, for sure.
Because there's no laws. A lot of times there's no laws. There's no accountability. If some kid goes missing, ain't nobody searching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nobody cares. At least in the U.S., you have the I don't know, Twitter that works, or freedom of speech still works somehow a little bit.
And also, there's ritualistic things going on. I know this may sound a little, conspiracy.
Yeah.
Off the wall, but it's a real part of life.
I didn't believe that before, but with all that craziness going on, I'm starting to believe there's something evil going on in this fucking world.
Big
time, do you know, like, you can go to Russia, like, say you are American citizen, you're not allowed to go to Russia because you have a potential of getting kidnapped and go to jail for life. You remember what happened to this basketball player that she went to play? I think she was in the Olympics.
Right.
And she went to Russia, and they gave her 9 years for using some type
marijuana
of
medicine. And a vape.
Oh my God! They did her dirty.
No. They said, dude, she really admitted to bringing it. The thing is, man, it was illegal. It's their country. Even some other people have advertised, you gotta respect another country's law. and she
Yeah.
brought it in, you know, disrespecting their country. But you know, it's an American thing. A lot of the biggest problem with Americans when they travel is, we're in the most popular country, the most watched country in the world. So you have this level of what I'm saying, arrogance, which and she brought it with her. You're not supposed to bring
Yeah.
any potential drugs or anything if it ain't legal. And you gotta remember this is an athlete that's got sponsorships. So she knew to check out what's legal or not. She went there and she doing 9. She might be doing
But that's
9.
why they gave her so much time. I guess because she's American. That's what they are saying. Because she's American, and because of the war, because Ukraine and Russia, I think they're retaliating. It's some type of
The world
retaliation.
is not the world is not America. You don't have the right to remain silent. You don't have your Miranda rights. It's like if I go to North Korea and I disrespect a picture of Kim Jong Il, there's a good chance I'm going to end up on death row. And you know what? That's the law.
No, I
That's
think
the
you'll
law. If I
100%
disrespect
end
that,
up in the death row.
yeah, for disrespecting his picture. If I disrespect a photo of him, that could end me on death row. That's a capital punishment right there in North Korea. You know,
Mhm.
but you can't say it's
You'll
not fair.
mess-
I'm in
you'll
North
mess with
Korea.
North
I'm not
Korea.
in America anymore. I don't have my rights. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, that's 100%. She went up
Mhm.
there, man. She was arrogant. She brought, dude, you in their country, man. It's
Even
'cause-
if she came to Panama, she'll still get arrested, and she'll get at least like 5 years.
oh damn.
In Panama, weed is not legal.
Wait, weed ain't legal in Panama?
No, but people still smoke it, so it's illegal. But
Wow.
if you get caught with more than, not sure, like an ounce or something like that, you get jail time.
Oh, you saying it's decriminalized? That's what you're saying.
No, it's criminalized still.
No. So, well, if you said more than an ounce, then you're saying if you got a couple grams
Oh,
on,
if you get caught
fine.
like a little bit, you won't get that much jail time, but you'll get some. You can pay to get out. You can get bail. You can bail out, but not if you have like a decent amount. You get jail time.
Well, that's that country. That's why I tell guys, dude, if you travel overseas, adapt, man. You got to think just like the people there. I mean, if I step into Panama, I'm becoming a Panamanian. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be Americanized. Whoa, oh my God, look. Wow. Oh wow. You know what I mean? You're not gonna act shocked and crazy. I'm just gonna adapt and be just like the Panamanian guys, just like, oh yeah, this is regular, this is normal. You can't be impressed when you go overseas. You gotta act like you've been seeing this shit, man. You know what I mean? So the locals feel that you've been here before, and the guys that are targeting you looking for, oh, he's a tourist.
So if you get caught with drugs in Russia, you end up in that row basically because that was only a medicine that has some type of weed. Imagine if you get caught with drugs, you end up in that row.
Oh, if you go to China and you get caught with drugs, you still get jailed for sure.
Damn.
No, but you go to that row basically because those are communist countries. They have zero tolerance.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not every country is different, man. You gotta check their law there.
It depends, because I heard some countries, because I heard, man, Futurama's real, man. Futurama had a vending machine for drugs, and I don't know if it was Mexico. There was this country that said, man, fuck it, all drugs are legal. You know what I'm saying? Except heroin, but they basically said coke, weed, shrooms.
Yeah. That's Portugal.
Oh, Portugal?
Yeah, that's Portugal. Yeah, it's legal.
Wow.
Coke?
Everything is legal in Portugal.
Wow.
Everything, cocaine, heroin, weed. I think if you're a consumer, you don't get no jail time. They very, very liberal. I think they are like 100 years ahead.
Wow.
I think that will be that. I think that's the future for humanity. Basically, I think they are ahead of time. The Portugal. I read a documentary about Portugal. They have a
Well,
lot of freedom, and the crime rates is very low, and
well, because
that's very interesting. The crime rate is dropped based a lot in
mm,
Portugal. I guess that's because it's not penalized
well, not only
drugs.
that, they still got the parents over there. I don't think Portugal's is liberal with the destruction of the family. Because you gotta look at mushrooms and all that stuff, dude. It was legal in the 1800s or even before then. The problem with a lot of people is they always when we look back based on, like, I think the average person looks back if something was illegal probably 20 years versus America was founded on all drugs used to be legal. Opioids, shrooms, it was all legal. You know what I'm saying? Until they started, seeing where they could make money and also some banking, some corruption. We used to have all drugs were legal
Yeah,
in
you
the US.
remember about back in the 1900s, like the 1920s, they have something called prohibition
Mm,
when alcohol was illegal. That was when back in the days when Al Capone, um, it was penalized, and then they legalized it. That was called prohibition. I think that was back in the 1930s.
all
It
right.
was it was it was a crime having alcohol. You would
What I
basically go to
don't
jail.
what I don't understand about America is like, why do you wait until 21 years old to be able to drink?
That's a trap, man, because it's about the indoctrination. What they do in the States is, in all honesty, drinking should be here age 18. You know what I'm saying? 18, it's fine.
Like the rest of the world.
Yeah,
I know for a fact, like
mm,
every 18-year-old drinks, man. Like
well,
that's pretty normal.
well, US, it's 18 to buy a cigarette, but you gotta be 21 to buy some liquor. It's because one thing the US does, and I've seen it from working as a nightlife security, is that they basically suppress alcohol use to where it becomes something rare. And by the time somebody starts drinking, man, they explode. I've seen women drink walking barefoot in the streets. We're talking streets where people are pissing. Shit is crazy, man. The US alcohol seen as something special and something you gotta wait for. So what happens is kids here, they're drinking before they're 21 with their friends. And when they finally could drink publicly, they snap. You know what I'm saying? They
They have,
snap
and
like
they all
it's
have
something
like
special.
fake IDs. Like, you know, like I did my college education in America, and I even had a fake ID.
Mm.
You know,
And
so it's like it's crazy.
Reese was out there sipping, man. Yeah. So to me here, like, I went to Haiti, man. My little brother, who was like 10 years old, was buying me some beer. You know what I mean? And he just got it for me like it was normal. He didn't act American. Like, can I taste it? No, it's normal. It's normal, but a lot of people in America they make money off of alcoholic accidents and you becoming an alcoholic. Everything here is designed for profit. Nothing here is done for the betterment of the people. They want you to drink when you're older because they want you to be more mature. No, man, it's set up for when you're so, you got over 2 years of just waiting to drink. Like it's some
Yeah,
special activity, then shit hits the fan, man.
American girls, they drink heavy, bro. It's very
Oh,
hard to compete with them, even with American girls drinking. It's
yeah.
crazy.
Nah, they alcoholics out here, man. I remember working the bar and dude, it was 8 p.m. No one at the bar and these chicks are taking shots already. Just bang, bang, just shooting them because in America they've demoralized women to where, dude, they're sex objects and party objects. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Have,
they
have, have you been to Mardi Gras?
Mardi Gras. I think I
That's
was.
the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, you talking about New Orleans now? I haven't been there.
Yeah, and I think Missouri has one too, the second biggest one.
Nah. Mardi Gras. That's nothing compared to what they call it when you go to. I think Panama, Haiti does it where it's like it's not a parade. I forget the word. where they have
Carnivals?
a festival. Yeah, Carnival. Now
Oh, carnivals. Yeah, Panama
that's
carnivals is
real.
wild. That's wild.
You know what I mean? Snakes, naked women, shit is wild. You know, the Caribbean
But
Carnival.
Mardi Gras is crazy, man. Like you give a girl a beat and she show you the boobs, man. It's crazy.
All right.
It's insane. It's like a $1 beat and every girl just show you the boobs. How that works?
All right. Well,
Like,
dude, man, you from Panama. They more wild up there with the carnival. Carnival, you got naked women with snakes around their shoulders, man. Shit is wild, man. You know what I
I
mean?
think Brazil carnivals are wilder. I think,
Brazil.
but it's too closeted, as you say, in Brazil.
Brazil, man, the closet.
That's
Brazil
wild.
was
That's wild,
actually
bro.
ahead. The closet in Brazil was probably over 30 years ahead. Like Brazil been doing shaving Adam's apples. They said Brazil been doing it, man. Brazil, the closet is advanced. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
I was in Brazil in 2019, and I really thought there were more out of the closet men than like heterosexual dudes.
Damn.
Like the heterosexuals were a minority for sure in Argentina as well.
Wow.
I truly believe that.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was working at a Latin bar, man. I think the Latin community, no disrespect, man. I was working at that bar, and man, the closet was strongly represented. It was or outside, and no disrespect.
I agree.
But the Latin community has got. I was watching a Latin music video, and these dudes, the way they were dancing near each other, I'm like, wow. Even Bad Bunny, man, the biggest Latin artist right now called Bad Bunny, super closet.
He's
super
coming. He's
bro.
coming this week to Panama.
Oh, he's
I'm not
closet.
going.
It's closet, man. He had a video.
Oh, he's out. He's out of the closet now.
Oh yeah, he's out. He kissed that dude. Yeah. Yo, shit is wild, man. And he's representing for Puerto Rico, and you're like, damn.
I think a lot of Puerto Ricans are out of the closet. Ricky Martin.
Oh, Ricky, man, that's been a rumor for years, man.
No, he's out. He came out. He has a boyfriend.
Oh, Black Pill Crusader said it's the closet apocalypse. Man, I think some bars will only let you in if you got a closet ID, man. Nah, I was working, dude. I saw it. I was shocked. Like it was the Dominican Republic, Colombians. I don't.
Latino. There's a lot of closets.
I mean, I don't.
Even like married men, they're like closeted hard.
Right.
Like well, have, I mean, boyfriends on the side and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that, dude, man. Some gay guys want kids too, man. You know what I'm saying? So they'll double dip just to have a child. You know what I'm saying? Just to fulfill that need. Because to me, what I've realized is I think we humans, we got homosexuals because we're top of the food chain. Like the only way to maintain our population from exploding is you'll have some men and some men be gay here and there because.
But my question is like, what is the evolutionary trait of like having so many closeted? Like how this is part of evolution?
Well,
reproduce.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, man. It's to actually increase the government. You gotta look at countries with more men in and outside of the closet. The more men outside of the closet, the more the government is represented. You know what I'm saying? The more the government is protecting them, because I've come to realize that to be outside of the closet, you have to surrender your manhood to the government. Like up here, we got a whole bunch of trannies protesting that we need more protection because they want to get away because it's dangerous. The tranny thing, man, the way they promote it, it's dangerous that you want to legalize fooling men. You want to legalize another man pretending to be a woman to fool another man. I mean, it's dangerous, bro. You could get murked.
Look at Thailand. Thailand is a good like case study to understand how the future of America. You're heading like Thailand pretty much.
No, but I
Sometimes.
think that the future of the West is the legalization of prostitution. I think that's the future in the U.S. But maybe who knows? Maybe 10 years
Oh no, it'll be less.
you're gonna have prostitution legal.
Oh no, it'll be less than that. Hookup culture. I did a video because a lot of the time.
But I think there are some states that have prostitution legal right now. I'm pretty sure Vegas is legal there. Or you can just go to any Latin country; it's pretty much legal.
It's
You can go
not
to Vegas,
Vegas.
you can
It's
go
in the
anywhere.
state of Nevada. It's not legal in Las Vegas, in the city, in Clark County.
Oh, it's in
Outside,
Nevada.
it's legal. I drove through Nevada one time after I left Lake Tahoe. Yeah, you see them. They're usually in the places in the middle of nowhere, but they're there, all the houses and everything like that. You know.
But you're
But
gonna
the
pay like super expensive for those
Oh,
girls, right?
sure. But the best thing to legalize it would be hopefully if the economy keeps tanking, and they need more tax revenue, just like they did with the marijuana.
Oh,
That would be hey, if we can tax this, let's legalize it. You know what I mean? The end.
yeah, for
So
sure. But if you go to Nevada, you pretty much can go to Mexico or any place in Latin America for $300
yeah.
or
Well, safety is a
and you
concern, though. Yeah, you'll pay less in Tijuana, but there's a safety concern there versus in Nevada. There's no safety concern. You know what I'm saying? But you pay more.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's give and
But
take.
my
Everything's a
question
balance.
is why prostitution became illegal? That's a question that I want to ask. Hold the truth hostage. Why it became illegal?
Oh, that well, it became illegal. I think, man.
Was it legal before?
Oh yeah, it was. It was illegal
Okay.
to push towards the marriage system, man, to limit men's options.
I don't know how it works, but the porn industry is pretty much prostitution. Just you're filming it.
Well, I mean, they made it illegal, man, to basically control. Because I was writing a book, I got to finish it, but 1870 they made polygamy illegal, and 1890 they made prostitution illegal. It was to set up the system, and you gotta listen. At 1890 they made prostitution illegal. Then 1920 the female vote happened. They set up everything to remove the male option. You know what I'm saying? But I would say this: it's gonna be legal again anyway, because of hookup culture. It took. I was doing a stream. I realized, hookup culture is
Yeah,
gonna.
I think Instagram, Snapchat, what's the other famous website? Tinder. I think they were opening. I think they opening the door for prostitution to be legal. I think they opening the path of because that's literally prostitution. So
But I think there's
guess that's
soft prostitution still going on with the sugar baby sites, like seeking arrangement and stuff like that. That's pretty much prostitution. Kind of soft one, but it's still prostitution. It's a different name.
Well, the sugar baby. The thing is, it took me a while to look into it, but you gotta look at they've demoralized the women. So what they've done is they've demoralized them. So what you gonna have when this recession hits? You gotta add in automation. It's gonna lead to legalized prostitution. New York is already in the process with they don't punish the female prostitutes anymore. So what's gonna happen because of hookup culture, and let's be honest, Instagram, it's already known that the Saudis are flying the Instagram chicks to Saudi Arabia. The US is realizing that, yeah, man, it'd be better if the Saudis could just come here, bang the broads here, and we could potentially get them on child support. You know what I'm saying? It's it's worth more money if prostitution was legal, if the government removes their hand from making it illegal federally. Because I look at Roe v. Wade, man. Roe v. Wade is going to have a domino effect. I don't know your thoughts on that, Mr. X.
I don't know the case of him. Who's this guy?
Well, I think Mr. X signal might be off, but yeah, Roe v. Wade, when they remove federal.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just away for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, go on. Yeah, I was thinking, Mr. X, what's your thoughts on, you know what I'm saying, the Roe v. Wade, and I think it's a domino effect that's gonna lead to legalized prostitution. I think the federal government's gonna step away from making prostitution illegal federally. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with states' rights. I think people of the state should be able to vote if they want marijuana legal, if they want prostitution legal. Leave it up to the states. You know what I'm saying? We don't need a federal government being a dictatorship, and that doesn't work. Let the states decide. Let the people decide. That's my motto. What they want legal and what they don't.
I don't think men are gonna oppose to prostitution.
No, men aren't, but you got to get women on board too. You know what I'm saying? I think they will. I think
the feminists will be okay with that. I think
because it's empowering. They can make money. They can see girls making $1 million a year.
They're already kind of doing it in OnlyFans. So
yeah.
You're selling your body pretty much.
Well, the feminists, they gonna be with it because it's already happening where they now call women that are hookers. And you gotta notice how the system in the U.S. works. The way the U.S. works, they always, make the word generic. Like they call women now who are hookers night workers. You know what I'm saying? They call them night workers.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
the American system just sugarcoated,
Oh, yeah, it's sugarcoated. And the thing is, you gotta look up with the hookup culture, the recession coming, and you gotta look. We had a slut walk here in the U.S. The next step is prostitution. It's coming because women are already on board. They're gonna say, "You don't have the right. My body, my choice. She should be able to make her money off her body, her choice." You know what I'm saying? So a lot of changes are coming.
Killing a baby.
And they're
easy.
And they're going to have to take away, like what New York, what you just mentioned, Hold, how they won't prosecute the women, but the guys, the Johns, can still get prosecuted. That's got to end too, and they'll be behind it. The feminists, you know why? They don't want their customers, their hard-paying customers, going away. They want them there, paying that money. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want them being sent away. They want them paying money and contributing. You know what I'm saying? So it's got to be totally legalized
gonna be
on both sides.
The pimps. They're gonna be the new.
But you would end pimps if you legalized it, because then there'd be legal houses, and girls would get tested every week, and everything would be regulated and taxed. So there'd be no need for pimps anymore.
Well,
you got so gonna be a black market. It's always going to be a black market.
Well, why would a girl have to go to the black market unless she's? Who would go to a girl in the black market when they can pay for
the pimps have the hottest girls too,
No. But guess what? You could go to a legal house where they're tested. Well, you're not going to catch an STD for 100% certainty.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather do that?
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Well, they got the brothel system.
Some people don't care about the testing though.
In Nevada, that's exactly what they have in Nevada.
Nevada, but they got it overseas because I think what's gonna happen, like Mr. X is saying, dude, it's gonna be legal, and I think personally before 5 years, because when that recession hits, and you gotta understand, most of these Instagram thoughts been making their money just strictly off their body. They don't have any maternal skills. You know what I'm saying? Being a mom, a wife, knitting or working, you know what I'm saying? It's wholenomics. So what's going to happen is these chicks going to say, I should be able to make my money. It's not right. Her body, her choice. Like a lot of guys in the manosphere on the red pill sector, they don't look at what's coming. You know what I'm saying? They don't look at how the dominoes are falling. They're so busy on wanting to hate or attack women. They don't see that. Yeah, dude, prostitution's coming back because they've literally turned the majority of this country, the most mainstream culture of this country is basically being a whore. So
And
you
that's a
already
strong
have them prepared.
argument, and that is a strong argument for a woman to say my body, my choice.
Mm.
So the government can basically dictate what they really want to do because it's their
But they also
body.
want to tax it too. They want to tax that because I heard
Yeah,
it in
that's
Times Square. They're
basically.
thinking about building a casino. Caesar's Palace has some bid to build a casino right in Times Square because guess
No,
what?
but in New York City, in New York, you, like say you are with a prostitute and you get caught, you get charged, but she doesn't get charged. So
Right.
you go to the system, to the judicial system, you as a
Hmm.
man, but she doesn't get charged.
Right.
And
But
it's a
guess what? That guy's
misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor, but it's still you could go to jail for up to maybe 90 days or 1 year.
yeah, but 90 days, 1 year, that eliminates a paying customer. So I think the feminists would be on board with that. They'll say, let's just make it legal across the board. Because now that guy's not going to be paying women anymore. You know what I'm saying? He'll be paying lawyers to get out of jail.
Yeah, she doesn't get charged, but you get charged. So that's
No, I know you
tricky.
get charged. That's where it has to change right there. You know what I mean? Where
I mean, it's coming, dude. I say, man, I'd say less than 5 years, man. The stuff
Mhm.
is rumbling, you know, and when that recession hits, whatever, man, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's too
States
that
need money.
you,
That's why it's going to leave it up to states'
Yeah.
rights. Hey, here's the prostitution bill, legal or illegal.
Yeah.
Every state will get to vote on it. I think that's what's coming down the pike.
Oh,
Just
man.
like
Yeah.
what happened with marijuana.
know,
Well,
that
I live in a
happens.
country where prostitution is legal, and I can't figure out if it's good or bad.
Oh,
It's
nah, it's
there's,
good.
there's pros and
It's good.
cons. There's a lot of
I
pros
see it
and
as good
cons.
because it's already going on, no matter if
It's more good.
legal or not.
I
It's just
guess it's
going
more
under the
good than
ground.
bad, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of bad.
But Idris, you gotta look at it as, dude, if you don't want to, what prostitution did is it helped a lot of men that weren't ready to have a family or want to have a family, or they just want to work, but they still need a sexual release. You know what I'm saying? And even a married man, it helped him when he traveled. He could get that handled. You know, he could get that taken care of without the risk of you know what I'm saying, without the
Mhm.
risk. You know, so to me, it helps you out a lot. Helps, you know, it helps you get rid of it. It helps you the system, and it helps keep male depression out. I mean, I wonder in
I mean,
Panama, I know y'all don't have
it's
a
good
eye
for the
cell
men, that's for
problem.
sure, but I don't know for the women too, because I
Uh,
I
see
live
a
5
lot of
minutes away from a major strip club. It's a choice. I haven't been there in a year because it's a choice. It's all the individual choice. Leave it up to the individual. If it becomes an addiction, that's his issue. You know what I mean? But everything is a choice in life. You know what I mean? We should have our own responsibility, our own choices. I don't want the government dictating what I can and cannot do. You know?
uh,
yeah, I agree.
uh,
If it's your
well,
choice, your body, your choice. Yeah.
uh. Well, I mean, even for the women, it lets them choose to understand that, yeah, their body, it shouldn't be giving it out so freely. It should be something about currency and you know, purpose. I even think when you legalize prostitution, you actually probably help those women, you know, that been banged out, pair bond a lot easier because they're not just doing it recklessly without reason.
Yes.
They were like, let's say a chick was a prostitute for 5 years, I don't know, to get by in a brothel or something, but she had aspirations. She's going to school. She's got to get tested. She can't be strung up on drugs. You'll have a more responsible, sexually active female. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Well, but guys, man,
I
it's
think
oh, go on.
the problem, there's a problem too, like young girls, they want to become prostitutes because it's easy money sometimes. So I think
Well,
that's a
you
problem
got
too.
that you got put into the system. That tends to be the corruption of the government. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times the problem ain't what you can do. It's those in charge. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. There's a lot of corruption, man. You're talking about a country, like you said, they're kidnapping kids for probably harvesting their organs here and there. And then the US, the same thing. So you gotta look at, it tends to be the system that's corrupt. Like a lot of times the system has a backdoor policy. You know what I'm saying? Yes, prostitution is legal. You gotta be, 18 and above, but in the back door, like we've seen with Epstein Island, you know, we know, what I'm saying? There's always a back door to the darker side of things. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, the rich people are always gonna have hoes,
Well,
They can just import it
no.
or
What they were
just
doing, man, Idris, you don't understand. It's worse. They were going for, we don't want to say the underage thing.
yeah, that's
They
sick.
were going
That is
for under
absolutely sick.
18. The rich, the wealthy. I think Mr. X might know more than me, but that, let's just say the Epstein Island thing, dude. I heard the rich were basically using that to get their under 18, because I mean, a lot of kids disappear, man, and they get put in a quote unquote. I personally think they want you to look for a white van, but in reality, it's not a white van. It might be a police car. It might be a FedEx delivery truck that's really kidnapping and putting people in. I mean, how would you ever be suspicious of that? You know what I'm saying? A white van, you'd be suspicious, but a UPS truck just driving by, you know what I'm saying, driving by a school, you'd think, oh man, they just here to deliver packages. But in reality, they're here to kidnap some kids. You know what I mean? So there's a lot we don't know.
You mean
man.
boys or just girls too?
No, they all of them. They don't care, man.
Boys too.
They take them all.
Yeah,
man.
a lot of closet going on.
Closet is
a lot
strong.
of young boys get abducted. A lot of young boys. I've heard about that.
Even the priest, like, what is the percentage of closet priests? It's crazy.
Oh, it's high, man.
It's like worldwide.
It's high. I mean, they said, I forget the name. There was this priest who had over 100, and the Vatican just, said, nope, it never happened. And over 100 kids, and he finally got exposed. But my thing is, hey, man, the closet is powerful, man. I mean, especially when you live in a society where fatherhood is gone. The closet only gets more, the more authority you remove from men, the more powerful the closet gets. You know what I'm saying? Also, it's become tourism too. Like I heard a lot of dudes in the West are going overseas for closet reasons. You know what I'm saying? So it's more acceptable sex tourism. I heard in Thailand. What's that country with a lot of, was it Vietnam or Thailand where there's a lady boys or something like that?
Thailand.
Yeah, Thailand. You know what I mean? I heard a lot of guys in the West are going to Thailand. You know what I'm saying? To get their
to
closet
get with lady
fixed.
boys.
Yeah, get their closet fixed, man.
I was speaking with a friend of mine. He's married, and he said he would do a lady boy if it's hot. Do you think he's gay?
He's in the closet, man. He's in the closet for real. Yeah,
sure, man. That is crazy, dude. Like, why would you do that? Like, you go with a dude that is just put on makeup.
Man, it's, to me, I think, man, I think you gotta look at all the television, a lot of projection, and some of these dudes, I don't know, man. A lot of people been emasculated. Like right here in the West, they're trying to make men here sexually fluid. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're targeting a lot of kids in high school or younger, because they want to make them, that's when they can actually manipulate them the most. So, the closet is real, man. The closet is the strongest.
I spoke with a gay friend of mine. He does. I think gays, they don't like trans or ladyboys. So who's the client of these ladyboys? It's so popular. So you think it's straight guys or closeted guys?
Oh, it's the straight man. It's the part-time straight man. There's a lot of PTS going around part-time, man. You know what I'm saying? They need their fix. They don't want to, because there's a stigma. You lose a lot of money and a lot of friends. Like, I've had, gay co-workers, we work, whatever. But other than that, man, that's it, bro. I'm working with you, but I know you're hunting. You know what I'm saying? I know, you think just like me, but in reverse. So, while I'm hunting women, you're hunting men. So, you know what I mean? I know the tactics, come smoke weed, come chill. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, you in a closet,
And what's your take on bisexuality?
Hey,
Do you
hold
think
just
that's
like, hey,
possible?
thanks for having me on. I gotta run. I gotta get to
Oh,
some work.
Mr. X, man. Been an honor, man. Always respect, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Great
Thank you,
stream.
bro.
I'll see you tomorrow on Smash.
Word. Respect.
Shout
man.
out to the panel. Thanks.
Peace. Well, we'll do this. I'll be a good 5 more minutes. But what were you saying?
Oh, like, what's your take on bisexual men? Do
No
you
such
think
thing,
that's even
man.
possible?
No such thing as a bisexual man.
But you know,
because
like, we are indoctrinated to believe that nowadays, right?
well, there's no such thing. It's a scam, dude. I'm gonna tell you something, bro. And some people tell me what I'm saying is wrong, but dude, there's no such thing as a bisexual man because you have to compromise your sexuality. Once you go that path, there's no turning back, man. Because
Once you take it on the rear,
no,
there's
it's
no
not.
coming back, right?
Once you've been in a closet and you've knee touched another man, there's no return. And the thing is, I don't count lesbians. To me, lesbianism isn't real. It's
Yeah, I don't count them as well.
that's a scam because you gotta look at those women. What are they doing that's not natural to them? Women naturally touch each other in certain ways to complement each other, and then they're using artificial male private parts. Like, what did they do that isn't natural? You know what I'm saying? But the dudes, they compromise their entire sexuality. You know what I'm saying? They're not using a fake vag. You know what I'm saying? If they were using fake vages and not touching each other, you'd be like, oh, it's weird. But, and it's still closeted, but, but to me, there's no such thing as a bisexual man. My thing is that guy's part-time straight. You know what I mean? And really, he's just gay, but when he isn't, he's part-time. Like, his priority is men, but he'll play around.
When I go hit the gym, I was speaking with my friend, and he we really think like at least like 50% of men that hit the gym, they're like gay.
Well,
I think the percentage is pretty high.
Well, I don't think that. I think we've been trained that, like, I'm in the West, man. Me and Gabriel, we're in the U.S. They've trained a lot of men here that any activity you're doing without women around, your sexuality has to be checked. So they want to shame you for not spending all your free time with women here in the West. You know what I'm saying? That's how corrupt it is. That's how they promote it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's not spending time with women as a majority of his time, then he's got to be in the closet or outside the closet. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of dudes, yeah, there's gonna be some here and there, but a lot of dudes, they'll go to the gym because you want to get strong. You want to be healthy, and to me, it's also a level of fear for your other man. Like, I gotta get back in the gym because, man, I was once doing my security stuff, and man, I had to take this dude out, and I felt weak. I was like, man, I gotta get back in the gym. My grip is bad, man. The muscle ain't good. I don't want to be overpowered like that again. You know what I'm saying? Like I was struggling to take a guy out the damn bar. So, but I think it's growing because you got to look at how much they feminize men, man. I mean, dude, look up, I got this photo. Let me see if I still got the photo of, look at this, bro. You see this?
That's crazy.
Harry Styles, man, one of the most. He's from One Direction. He's on acting. They're rewarding him. They giving him all this stuff, man. These films, all that. Dude, The Closet is promoted like no other. Is
he out? Is he out of the closet?
Oh, he's out, man. He's doing movies where he's kissing men, all that, man. Dude, The closet is just, man, the power, the reinforcement and support the closet has is insane, man. You can't stop the closet. You know what I'm saying? And in the society we're in, a lot of governments have realized around the world it's far more to their benefit to have passive, feminized, or closeted men. Because think about it, you send some gay guys to a jail cell, to a prison. Well, how do you think they look at it? Do they look at it like a straight guy? They're not losing anything. They're getting access to
Well,
all of
there's a lot of gay activity in jail.
uh-huh. I mean, so you send a gay dude in jail, he's a lot easier to control than a straight guy. Because a straight guy going to jail is realizing, yo, I just lost access to women. You know what I'm saying? So he's bitter. But you bring a gay guy to jail, he's like, I just lost access to being outside and free. But what did he lose sexually? He didn't lose nothing. You know what I'm saying? So he still can get his needs met. You know, he's basically in a cage, his closet is in a cage. You know what I'm saying? So he's still getting what he needs, you know. So to me, man, it's the closet
So
act.
social programming.
Yeah.
I was speaking with a friend, like what's going on in Japan, like how they make these people so agreeable. Like, Japan back in the day, they were like crazy samurai shoguns. They had so much pride that they killed themselves. Like, well, they delete themselves, and now they're like super agreeable, super relaxed. I don't know how to explain, but they're like super soft now.
Well, I mean,
How and that happened like less than 100 years. They were like the biggest killers in the whole world. Like, pretty much, they're pretty high up there.
well, I mean, Japan, you gotta remember, Japan got invaded by the West, man.
They got
When they,
nuked. Yeah,
man, they saw the nukes, man. When they got nuked and realized, yeah, man, them
they
samurai
feminized. They got feminized.
samurai swords ain't gonna stop that American nuke, man. You know what I'm saying? It would be messed up if I paid an artist to just draw a samurai running towards a nuke with a sword. You know, saying, yeah, that's Hiroshima right there. That's how it happened. One samurai ran and they dropped that nuke on him. You know what I mean? Japan is very, what is that called? That xenophobic, where they don't like other countries outside of their country. But when that nuke dropped and I heard their emperor surrendered, because I heard Japan was willing to they were all willing to die, man. They were like, fuck it. Well, if they want to end
Yeah,
us,
the
this
emperor
all,
didn't want to die, for sure.
well, he surrendered, man, and it's never been the same. But my thing is with Japan, it's a different culture, man. They're a culture, I heard, that's not individualistic. That's why their anime, they get so focused on their anime. You know what I mean? They get so big.
They have so much prostitution going on there too. Like, I mean, porn as well.
Oh, that's weird. Gabriel, there's a fake Gabriel trying to come in. That's crazy.
No. He had a video before. He just took it out.
No, there's another person saying they're Gabriel trying to come in the panel. But yeah, I mean, Japan, to me, Japan also is a foretelling of the future. Because the thing with America is that the Americans, we're more aggressive and individualistic. So you won't see men here suffering like in Japan. Because Japan, they're so unified with their ideal, and lack of individuality isn't promoted. Individuality. That's why they say their mangas are so crazy. Their art and their comics, because they're so suppressed. Like how they attend school and how they got to live for everyone else and not themselves. So they snap. They get creative like crazy. That's the only way they express themselves. But I would say this, man. The closet thing, it increased the government.
You there?
Well, guys, man, been an honor. Just want to say any last words, man. Let me see if that's Gabriel.
Can
Oh,
you
that
hear
is
me?
you. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you must have disconnected. Any last words, man? Any last one?
I will see you back in Smash TV tomorrow.
Oh, all right, brother. Just ignore your sound. But any last words, man?
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brother. Be easy, man.
What time is gonna be the stream?
Oh, that I don't know, man. This was an emergency stream, just quick. I might block the other one. Might move it to another day because I had to do this because after seeing Tommy, Power Ranger, kill him, delete himself. I'm like, I gotta do a stream where I talk about deletion.
Who's that next to me? Is that a troll?
No,
It
that's
says
you.
Gabriel
It's sometimes it accidentally keeps extra. You know what I mean? When you clocked out.
So, what happened to him? Did he had depression or something?
Yeah, man. He deleted himself. He deleted himself because of a divorce, man. He was on his second divorce and he deleted himself. When I heard why he deleted himself, man, the impact, lessened because I was like, oh man, come on, man. You loved around the world. You could have got a girl anywhere around the world. Why would you delete yourself? And it was a single mom. It was a single mom, Tommy, the Power Ranger wifed up, man. And he ended up deleting himself, man. It's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? This is the West, man. This is what's happening in the West, man.
He was a celebrity. He could take pretty much any girl and he wanted.
Well, he was global. He was Japan.
Yeah.
He could have been
insanely. He was my hero.
Look at that. Your hero, man. That was my man. I mean, legend, man. And he dies for a chick in the West, man. A chick in the United States. This is how. That's why I keep telling guys the number one.
He was divorcing her or something.
Oh, she was divorcing him and taking away his children, and I think he was.
Oh my God.
He was gonna lose access to his stepdaughter he was raising. In the West, I keep telling men here, man, when the government steps in as a man, no man is equal to the government. So it don't matter how much Tom Brady, it doesn't matter how much money you have because you don't have more money than the government. A woman can only respect the government in the United States. You can't respect no fucking man. She could just call the cops on. You're done. You know what I mean? What are you worth in the West? You're a joke.
I think it's better to bounce. Make the money in the States and bounce, I guess.
Make your money, and to me, you gotta start scouting, going to trips overseas, Panama, like where you at. Go to other countries, visit, get wet, get used to it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Steve G was good, man. Nah, I'm on my way out, bro.
Yeah, we live in a globalized world now, so there's no point in staying like in one place. You gotta take your chances, another place as well.
I mean, the thing is, dude, you're in the U.S., bro. The United States is the global currency. The money's recognized around the world, which means to be American, to reach your full potential as an American, you have to be global minded. You don't seek out that gold pill and go global.
And you have like all the good cards, just being American. You have the passport, you can go anywhere. You pretty much have the dollar as well, which is pretty strong right now.
It's strong. The dollar, it'll go up, it'll go down, but it's always in the top
It's pretty
top
stable, yeah.
3. You know what I mean? And the thing with the other countries is they want Americans. A lot of countries, when they press the stamp of a U.S. passport, they're super happy because they're like, oh shit, we might be appealing to American tourists. We know their money's worth more than ours. That's a good sign. You know what I'm saying? They want Americans. The problem with when you see a guy like Tommy, man, who's an action, he's a god, man. He was godlike, man. He was you could either he was like an idol, man.
He should have gone to Asia, even to Japan or Korea. He would have killed it there.
Oh, he would have killed it, man. And even his career, he stayed in America. A guy like him, dude, if he would have went overseas acting, he would have been a god. He would have been a god in Japan.
But he was already a god, pretty much. With Power
dude.
Rangers, it was insanely popular.
No, but he's the most popular Power Ranger ever, man. And the amount of stuff he did, Make-A-Wish for kids that was sick. Dude, Tommy was the ultimate Ranger, man. And even now he's changed, like in the comics, he's changed Power Rangers again. Dude, the stuff he's done, and for him to just off himself, man. And the thing about the West that's sad is that, dude, your kids are still here, man. That's why I say a lot of men marrying in the West, they're not marrying for their children. They're marrying the children. To me, are an accessory to keep their wife. Like, she wants a kid, I'm gonna give her a kid. Because why would I off myself when I know my kids are still alive, man? You know what I'm saying? They're the priority. But the West, they train men in America, Canada, to basically center their whole life around the woman. So once the woman leaves that man, he don't see his children, man. He don't see his children having any value, and it's easier to off himself, man. It's fucking, man. When I heard the news, it's still fucking giving me like a migraine. My head's hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, dude, we lost Tommy the White Ranger, Jason David Frank, and we lost Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman from the cartoons. He's dead.
Oh
he died literally 2 days, I think 3 days ago or a week ago. He died. So we lost the guys of the 90s, man. The voice of Batman and Tommy. Tommy, man. That's
so his situation was kind of like the Linkin Park dude.
Yeah, Linkin Park. Chester killed himself, man. Dude, all these guys in the West,
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. That's why I say the pink pill is real, man. The majority of men in America, they're not red pilled. They're not purple. They're pink, man. They literally get married with a woman, and they only have children as an accessory, as in they don't even want kids. They just have.
Anthony Bourdain was living the gold pill.
Guys, I gotta sign out because my phone is about to die.
Oh, Gabriel, peace out, man.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brother. Always an honor, man. Peace.
What time is the stream?
Well, I won't be streaming, man. After this one, I got moved the date, man. I had to do this one as an emergency, to talk to the homies and tell them, man, we you don't have. There's better choices in life than to delete yourself, man. You know what I mean? So I might have to change the date of that one.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right, man. Gabriel, peace, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has been through some sort of sadness or depression. Like it's pretty. I think that's the default of humans,
Well, I mean, go on, my bad.
No. I'm like it's not possible to be happy all the time. That's my.
Well, happiness is a scam, man. Happiness. A lot of people in the West don't get that happiness is a scam. Happiness is actually a distraction from you looking at just existing. Dude, life is, if you look at life, let's say you got your job, you got work, like what's the problem? If you're working, like you don't really need to be happy. I mean, happiness You know what I'm saying? You can't pay your bills with happiness. You can't feed yourself with happiness. Happiness is really the society manipulating you to be a slave. Oh man, you know, it don't matter that you're breathing in toxic air in the city. You're happy, right? It's a manipulation tactic, man. Happiness is a scam to make you not focus on your existence as a person in life. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I got to be happy. I got to do this to be happy. I got to do that to be happy. Because if you were to look away from the emotional manipulation, you'd be too focused. Happiness is a distraction so they can manipulate you. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, oh, hey, you know, Idris, man, don't you want to be happy? So why don't you work
Yeah.
an extra shift? Don't you want to be happy? Don't you want this car? Don't you want this? It'll make you happy. Don't you want a 5-story house? It'll make you happier. You know what I'm saying?
That's like the Instagram like influencers. They fake like everything, and
Uh,
they fake happiness too. So they get popular on that because
uh,
they're pretty much manipulating with posting fake things like
uh,
Lambos or like hot girls or stuff like that, or fake success.
well, I mean, you would never take a photo of you at your worst, man. So you know what I mean? It's
That is true.
not 100% negative. I was reading something where they're like, well, they just post themselves being happy or enjoying life. Yeah. Why would I share photos of me to the public crying or looking like a weirdo, you know, looking sick or whatever? You don't want to show your lowest points. You know what I mean? It's not a good representation of yourself. But to
No,
me,
but when you're doing it as a grift, I was meaning. I mean,
well, the grift, to me, the word grift, man, it's lost its worth, man. To me, grifting is when you're selling somebody snake oil. You know, here's buy my course and I'll teach you how to date all the women. Like I saw an advertisement, I couldn't believe it, man. These dating coaches, they don't care, man. Some female dating coaches saying, yep, you know, it's not looks, it's nothing. I'm gonna give you this one solution. That's why I say they're preying on depressed and desperate, you know, borderline, you know, self-deleted men that will take anything because you're selling a course that says, you know, give you 100% success, no evidence, no proof. Just look at me. I'm on this video telling you what you should be doing. Now pay me. You know what I'm saying? That's a grift. The grift is when you're selling a false promise, a false guarantee. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a guy like you, let's say you in Panama, we on this stream, and you like, yo, man, I'm in Panama, you know what I'm saying? I can show you where I'm at and I can consult you on the towns to venture through and look at. But you know, to do it, man, you got to pay me for my time. You know, I'm not living for you. I still got things to do. The grift is these guys selling you soap, telling you, yeah, man, this will get you women. You know, there's no
yeah,
guarantees, man. There's no guarantees of that.
that is crazy.
There's no guarantees, and I think he posted. I'm just joking with him. That's how mentally fucked these guys are. That you're joking with them, and you're just having a joke like any regular guy, and now they're sharing it like, oh man, he supported it. I've never bought that soap in my life, so what support? I've never even mentioned using it. But to me, man, with what's going on, you know, with what you were saying, trying to forget, yeah. What's going on in the West, man? Dude, our heroes are falling, man. All our heroes are just, it's like they're not adapting. It's like watching some men that are just on self-destruct. I don't know if you watch Pokemon. You ever watch Pokemon?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Dude, I think most men are either Voltorb or Electrode, you know? And Pokemon, Electrode would just blow up. That's his only attack, self-destruct. And I think most men in the United States are just self-destruction. They only know one cope as self-destruction. Oh man, my wife is leaving me, self-destruction. You know what I mean? I can't get custody of my kids, self-destruction. Every you know what I'm saying, solution is self-destruction. And you know, you're losing heroes. It's like, come on, Tommy, man. You live this
Yeah,
long, you inspire.
for me, it's really an enigma. Why would he do something like that? I mean, I don't ever want to be in a situation like this, but it's very very sad, actually.
Yeah,
Very,
man,
very sad.
it hurts, man. That was, you feel like something, especially if you're a product of the '90s. You're like, that was the last pure decade. You know, you used to watch Power Rangers, and they wasn't asking you, yeah, what's your gender? You know what I'm saying? Guys like us, millennials or late Gen Zers, that still could remember some things from the '90s. They're like, damn, you lose an idol from the '90s, you feel like,
He was my favorite Power Ranger. Like I
no.
had my birthday
Mm,
as him, pretty much.
look at that, man. And this is
It's
how you,
crazy.
this is how you hero, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. The Dark Knight, that Batman movie, man, that line, you either live long enough to die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain, man. That shit is that
That
shit
is
is
strong.
that's
That
the
is strong.
deepest saying I've ever heard. It's deep because a lot of men just, they're like, Tommy, his legacy, like, you did all this good, bro, and the way you end your legacy is you self-deleted yourself, man. You faced all these hurdles, inspired so many people. He was a UFC fighter. Dude, he fought in a cage, undefeated. Dude, there's so much he did, man. A part of me when I saw all the tats, I don't know, man. Something didn't feel right seeing Tommy with all those tats, man. Something that might have been a red flag that something's going on. But man, he was such a good dude, man. You would sign autographs, talk.
The same with Robin Williams.
Robin Williams, man. He got married, and you heard his divorce. His alimony was over $500,000 uh, a
A year,
month, man.
a month. How is that possible?
A
That's
month,
insane, man.
man. A month, and his wife was just, this is the West, man. This,
Why would you need 500,000 a month?
no,
That is
this,
crazy.
yeah, but this is where you're messing up. You're looking at, why would she need it? Dude, the government. The government gets a cut of that alimony check. I'm saying, why wouldn't the government need to get as much money as possible? And she has a daughter. She has a child with Robin Williams. She literally watched the man work himself to death. You know what I'm saying? This is the West, man. This is what happens to you.
But she as a human being, she must have a
Oh,
soul. Why would she do so much harm to Robin Williams like that?
oh,
He was
Robin
like a straight up
Williams,
boss, good guy.
man. I love the movie Glover, man. I used to rewatch that. That was my movie growing up. Glover, you know what I'm
He
saying?
was such a good person.
Dude, he
Why would
was
you
killing.
do so much damage to a good person? That's crazy.
Because, man, the women in the West have been demoralized, and they've been given power. A lot of guys here, I've been trying to tell guys this, the black pill perspective is, you're giving women access to laws that were written by men. It was written from a male perspective. Then you're giving her access to this power. I mean, look, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of Defense. Hillary Clinton was sending men to war. What the fuck, man? What the fuck
Yeah.
she's sending men to war for when we know the majority of military soldiers are men? So you literally had a woman sitting down there sending men to their deaths. She don't qualify. No woman qualifies to be leading men, what I'm saying, making a number one decision for how men gonna live or die in war. You know what I'm saying? This is how crazy the system is, man. This is how corrupt it is, and guys don't get the West, man. That's why I don't blame the women. She was given a level of power that made her husband literally worthless. You know what I'm saying? Made him
I'm
obsolete.
out of words for that, man. I mean,
Dude, he killed himself. He deleted himself. All of these guys had one thing in common. They were in a long-term relationship. They were married or a long-term relationship, and he deleted himself, man. You know what I'm
But I
saying?
think like marriage specifically in America or in the West, it's you have no leverage.
Uh-huh.
You're a bitch, pretty much.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you brought this up. Marriage in the West is basically a gateway towards self-deletion. That's what it is. It's a gateway towards you deleting yourself. You know what I'm saying? It can't be ignored how many men are deleting themselves while being married or in a long-term relationship. And some men mentally aren't stable. Like, men that were raised solely by their mothers, like no access to their uncle or any male leadership, where they've been raised like a defective woman. You know what I'm saying? And they're too overly emotional. So they try to bond with a woman from an emotional perspective. And then they self-delete, man. It's to me, the West, it's done, man. That's why I tell guys, if you get married today, your best bet is to be in the Kevin Federline position, the position, because we men
Brittany.
now. Oh, go on.
I mean, like, no, I was saying like if you want to get married, if you have no money, they cannot take more money from you, right? Or
What?
any money. I think if you're like a high net worth, then there's a problem. But if you're like have like not broke, but just living a normal life, what money can they take from you?
Well, it ain't even money. It's your life, man. You gotta remember, if you're late on these alimony checks, you're going to jail. If you're late on these
Oh,
child
you're going to
checks,
jail.
you're
Yeah,
going
well,
to
the
jail.
money in the States is crazy. I have some friends that have kids and they have to pay all the money, and it's not that bad. It's like less than $150 a month.
Right.
But
Well, it
in the
depends on their earnings, but you gotta look at it as, dude, any missed payments, you could go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Your girl could literally, like, let's say you miss 1 month's payment. She could say, well, he's done it on purpose. I want him in jail. You're done. Dude, man, the West is done, man. The West, to me, I know a couple homies that's married, whatever. I don't wish nothing negative on a man who's married. You know, a lot of guys think that's what we're wishing on them. No, man. Just know the law. And all I see when you're black pilled, you don't see women. You see the law. All things I see is the law. You know what I'm saying? Even if she beautiful, she hot, I see the law. So I tell guys, look at the law, not her bra. Look at the law, not her ass. Every
and now that we're talking about marriage, like I'm in the age where like you're married or already getting divorced. So I don't see many couples or married people happy. It's very rare.
because that man has no authority. And the thing is this, man, a lot of
Even in
guys,
Panama, like,
you in Panama. Then yeah, you
yeah.
that should be good. I mean, down there, you a man up there. The man give the orders and he lives his life.
Like most of my friends, they have like a girlfriend on the side. Like they are
But
married and they have a girlfriend.
well, look at that, man.
That is pretty much the norm. It's not like it's rare.
Yeah, but dude, we're naturally polygamous, man. You're natural. Like, I mean, you with your girl and you walk outside, you see another one. Remember, dude, we don't give life, bro. It don't take us 9 months to, like, bust a nut. It only, it's 1 second and we move on to the next, man. We're naturally polygamous. The way we were designed, you walk with one chick, you looking at another. You know what I'm saying? You're like, we're designed, and you gotta think about how many women don't experience motherhood because they've demonized men having multiple wives. I've looked up the countries where you can have multiple wives. There ain't that many. You know what I'm saying? I think India, some parts in
Like
Africa,
Muslim countries, pretty much.
some Muslim countries here and there. But the other countries, no. The countries where they don't do it. And what it does is it hurts the female population. Because the lie they have in the manosphere, all women hate each other. That's a damn lie. Women work the best with each other. You know what I'm saying? They naturally would come in as a pair. It's that women are living in a non-natural society. Women, you know what I'm saying? If polygamy was legal in, multiple countries, you gotta look at it when you go to the bar. Like I've been at the bar, you got two chicks. I was at the bar once, man. I was dancing with two blondes. The blonde that invited me to dance wasn't as sexual as the one that didn't. The one that didn't, man, she was grinding, she was working, but I couldn't have them both. You know what I'm saying? I wanted them both. I would have done it, but I couldn't have them both. So I had to keep splitting my attention between like the one that wanted me to dance, that invited me to dance. She go to the bathroom, I dance with a girlfriend. She come back, I'm on her. I kept bouncing like a ping pong between them. You know what I'm saying? Versus I could have just, man, I like y'all both. Let's do it. You know what I mean? It's healthy.
Like relationships, like long-term ones, like they're pretty much like a power struggle. Like if you're broke, if the girl has money, you're gonna be in a disadvantage because you're gonna be her bitch.
Well, I mean, in the West, yeah, you don't have any legal power, but in other countries, man, dude, the man's worth. I mean, think about it, dude. You know how much, you could literally, let's say you don't have no money. You're with a girl. You know that girl should be paying you because you're providing her protection. You're providing her the stability that a man brings. There's been a lot of stories where, chicks got mad money and
yeah.
And guess who was behind the scenes? Like I was doing security for, I forget her name. Yeah, Wendy Williams. I was doing security for her. Dude, she was making millions of dollars, but guess who was behind the scenes telling her everything to do? It was a man. A man's ability to think without emotion, you know what I'm saying, makes him more valuable. Like it's like I always ask guys a question, and I'll ask you this question. Okay, you have $500 in your bank account. Your girlfriend has about $2,000 in her bank account. Who's richer, you or her?
I guess her.
No, you, man,
You?
because they could easily take her money. They got to respect your money. You know what I'm saying? A guy doesn't want to rob another man. There's too much potential for him to lose. But a woman, oh, she got $2,000 on her. Yo, we taking that. You gotta look at the movies. They always rob the woman's purse because that's the least threatening person. A man with his money, you gotta respect his money. Do you really want to fight another man? Do you want to risk going to jail or even
yeah,
delete it?
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm saying we men bring natural value because you're with a chick. You're broke. We've been trained to look at everything from a monetary perspective instead of a natural perspective. Dude, that man, yes, he's broke, but dude, he's with her. He's, let's say a guy,
Yes, and that applies in third world countries too, because they're not it's not that safe, and a man's value is higher when you're stronger, pretty much.
bro, oh man, a man is providing her protection, security, and a man's level of thinking. Normally they would charge her for that, an accountant fee, security. You know what I'm saying? Private security. Dude, a woman is literally walking around with a man is walking around with something that ain't free. You know what I'm saying? Something he's giving her for free is his presence as a man. Like in the West, the worst thing I've thought about is, man, think about all these kids growing up in a single mother household, not ever feeling safe because their mom is scared when someone they don't know is outside of the house knocking or sound like they breaking in. So your mom is scared. Your children are scared. Her children are scared. So who's providing any sense of protection and safety if a father's not around? Nobody. You know what I'm saying?
That's when you have like daddy issues with all these girls. Like nowadays, they have like tons of daddy issues.
Oh yeah, and that's a danger. That's a recipe for destruction. Because what is it? I did a video way back called "Father Figure Husband." It's dangerous, man. It is very dangerous for a man to get with a woman with daddy issues because she's gonna enact her revenge, the vengeance she wanted on her father on you, and then
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that had mad daddy issues, man.
mm,
Like crazy.
mm,
And she made my life hell for a while.
yeah, because dude, she looks at you, and you gotta think about how mentally ill that sounds. That a woman is attracted to you because she's bonded to you like a father figure. That is sickening. That's a level of incest. You know what I'm
But that's
saying?
pretty
That's
normal. That is pretty normal nowadays. Like
uh,
there's I see it all the time.
that's
All the
normal, but notice what you see with that normality. A
Yeah,
lot of
we have
broken.
normalized that. They have normalized that behavior.
Uh, but notice, bro, that there's a lot of relationships that can't stick because these chicks missing their fathers and they don't have skills. If they don't have uncles, any male figure in their life, they don't
But
know how to.
they're normally not aware that they have daddy issues. They're not like, oh, I have daddy issues. They pretty no one. How can they get diagnosed if they don't go to a psychologist or something?
Nah, they know, man. You know what I'm saying? They know they just have to play the front. And another thing you gotta understand, a woman's perspective's different. She just if she men already want her, so you know what I'm saying, she's gonna get attention from men anyway.
And older men, married men,
But but
everything. Yeah.
the problem with women is that, man, if they never had a male figure in their life, an uncle, a father, someone that's family, where they could interact with them from a non-sexual perspective, just talking to him, being around him, or just he asked her for a drink, she could get him a drink, just being able to cohabitate and talk to this man, you know what I mean? That has nothing to do with sex, then dude, she won't make a good partner because she has no experience dealing with men outside of sex. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say there's a lot of chicks out there with on bed skills, and off the bed they got no skills or any value because all they know how to be around men is just a sex object. You know what I'm saying? Dancing on you, just being sexual. She don't know nothing else. You know what I mean? And that's why these dudes wifing them up. You're like, you're insane. You're wifing up someone. That's why I say the women don't lie. The woman already exposed to you that, dude, she doesn't know anything else. She only knows how to be sexually active around men. And technically, if you look,
But men cannot detect that like at the moment because the men are blinded by their sexual urges. They don't
oh yeah,
care if she has like daddy issues. They're just gonna get a.
well,
They just
no,
wanna
no,
bang.
banger. You gonna hit that, but I'm saying keeping it. You know what I'm saying? She don't have any. You meet a chick at the bar, man. I had one, man. I was working. Man, this chick was, man, she was fine, dog. She was trying to do it at the bar right there. You know what I mean? She was giving me a lap dance. She wanted to kiss a brother so bad, but I can't do it. I'm at the job, and my boss is soft, jealousy and all that. He wouldn't let me perform custom her service. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the thing is, bro, a lot of dudes ignore the signs. Okay, you banged her. You had sex with her and wake up with,
I include myself when I was younger. Like when you have no experience, you get blinded pretty much.
well, nah, but dude, check it out. If you had a mother, what I'm saying is you had sex with her and you wake up near her and she just on the bed. She ain't doing nothing else. And if she wakes up, she just getting dressed. Like she ain't cooking. She's not doing anything that shows that she can do anything beyond the bed. You know what I'm saying? If you had a mother in your life, then you can always lean on it. The whole goal of children is to marry somebody similar to their parents. So you're gonna be like, damn, man.
Well, I can tell you a story of mine. When I was 18 years old, I had this Greek girl. I think she was the hottest girl I've ever been with.
Mm.
And I was blinded. She had a boyfriend. She didn't tell me. And I didn't care. Even after she told me she's gonna leave him. And okay, it's fine. And she wanted to get married and stuff. And I was like, okay, let's get married. I was 18 years old. I was getting with the hottest girl I've ever had. I know it was a mistake, even consider it. And that didn't turn out well. It was a crazy story.
Well, I mean, you weren't wrong for wanting to get married at 18. You were wrong depending on where you want to get married, and then her cheating on her other man. Yeah, that's all. That's a burning flag right there. That ain't a red flag. That goes on fire.
Yeah, but when you get like the hottest girl you've ever been with, it's hard to say no to that. Like it's hard to say no to the sex. You say, hey, we're not gonna have sex. That's pretty hard. You don't know if you're ever gonna be with a girl this hot.
No, I mean the thing is, bro, you'll have nothing wrong with doing what you did, but another thing is there's always another one hotter. And to me, I understand, man. There was a chick I was in college, man. To this day, I still remember her, man. Like, dog, this is why I say, man, it's a blessing and a curse. The blessing is, she left, she was hot, man. This hot ass, thin, but the way she was shaped, oh man, the lips, the face, like, her, she had the smile on her. Oh, that chick was solid, but nothing happened. I think she left. And back then I was socially awkward. My social skills weren't that strong. Now, man, socially, I'm like a social chameleon, man. You put me any place and I just blend in. You know what I'm saying? And then not only do I blend in, but I become like a person where they'll remember me. You know what I'm saying? But back then I didn't know how to socially close the deal. But now I look back, I'm like, man, back then I was, to reference to Drake, I was a lover boy. You know what I mean? Where
missed opportunities.
Yeah, but now I look back, I'm like, was it? Because the danger of the West. I mean, think about it. You start off with a chick, you banging the hell out of her. Your lust is at an all-time high, man. And in the West,
especially when you're 18.
Well, it depends on even that. Because to me, I think they've trained us that, you as a man, oh, you're getting older, so your sex drive decreases, when really they've trained us to mentally think that. But dude, you might be 30 and your mind is still a slave to your sexual desire. You know what I mean? I think they've trained us to be less sexually active as we grow older because they want us to settle with women around our age. It's a trap, man. It's, oh man, I'm not that sexually active. I won't be able to please a chick that's 20. But in reality, a chick that's 20 don't want to have sex with you every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? She got other things to do. But they trained us to say, oh, your sex drive is low, so wife up some chick that's hit the wall. Because
I wonder if that social engineering actually works, because I think men are horny all the time.
No,
you can see even the gay dudes. That's why they get in jail, because they're banging these kids.
Oh, careful that word. Well, the thing is, man, to me, as you get older, things slow down. You kind of learn to control your sexuality a little more. But at the end of the day, man, if you're a man, and I'd say, and I was asking somebody, I was looking on Google, like, does your father's sex drive pass on to you? And I tried to look that up, and there's no research on that, and I've started wondering why. Why wouldn't there be research on if you can inherit your father's sex drive? Then I thought about it. Well, if you find out your father was like, his sex drive was like a fucking Ferrari or something, and it's inherited in you, you're gonna be more sexually active. You won't fall for that scam of, oh, you're in your mid-30s, so your sex drive should drop. But I'm a man. A man is literally designed to keep having kids till the day he dies. You know what I'm saying? So you want me to think my sex drive is dropped so you can limit my output of the women I want to have. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I'm 30, I can't bang her like that. No, man, dude. You're 30, you're a man, bro. Depending on, and the thing is, you won't bang her out that much anyway. You know what I'm saying? They want to act like this is a movie or a porno. Like, oh man, my girl's 21, so I'm just every time I see her, we're having sex. Nah, man, it don't happen like that. Ain't no dude just gonna be banging 24 every. Nah, I see her, yo, my girl giving me a massage, and I fell asleep. You know what I mean? The thing is, they trained us to limit our scope. Like even in the West, you got men saying, "I'm 30 years old, man. I should be married and having kids by now." They're like, dude, you're a fucking man. You can have kids on
I
40.
don't think we have that social manipulation in the third world country. No one's gonna buy that here.
Nah, I've seen well, I was working at a Spanish bar and I saw the Colombian guys. I saw the difference. You know, I saw a Colombian dude in his 50s just still flirting with the younger women, and the younger
Colombian
women.
guys are like naturally like red pill, pretty much.
No, I saw
Yeah,
them, and the women were accepting it because back in Colombia, man, a man can give her a child and resources. His age don't matter. You know what I'm saying? He could be 50, whatever. She understands the roles, the dynamic.
It's funny when those like those guys, those POAs go to Medellin or Bogota. They're not gonna. They might pay for play, but they're not gonna kill it as they think they're gonna. Because
No.
the if a Colombian guy see a guy flirting with with his girl, something's gonna happen. You know, you gotta be careful when you're flirting a Colombian girl if she has like, if this guy is a drug dealer or something. Especially in Medellin, where it's very very dangerous.
Well, I mean,
Even Panamanians, they take very very careful. They're very careful on that.
Well, I mean, well, the thing is, dude, the PUAs are feminized, man. They're doing cold approaches. They're filming women without their consent. They bring all the bad habits from the West overseas. You're not supposed to be filming people without their fucking consent, man. And I've seen it where these guys just can't say, I'm overseas. I enjoyed myself. I took some photos with some women. Instead, they're fucking filming these women without their consent, just bringing bad behavior from the West overseas, man.
And that behavior is not gonna work. Like girls in Colombia are not attracted to those behaviors. If you're not like a man, they're not gonna be attracted to you. That's the reality. You can pay, but you're not gonna get the attraction.
Well, I mean, a lot of men, like I said, in the West, they come from the U.S. and they're looking to simp. Like I tell guys, simp seed. They're looking to be successful simps. So they go overseas and bring that shit with them. You know what I'm saying? Where they're, oh my God, she cooks, she cleans. I'm so happy. And the guys over there are looking at me like, this is normal. This is basic shit. My girlfriend, when I was let's say I'm in Panama, I'm a Panamanian. Yeah, my girlfriend, when I was in high school, used to cook. Why the fuck is this guy from the U.S. just blown? Like his mind is blown. He's so happy that she did the basics for him, man. What a fucking weirdo. I'm saying that's why if I was to go overseas, I'd just blend in. This is normal.
Simping is never gonna work. I don't know why they do that. I don't know why Americans do that.
Man,
that's never worked. Never works.
Nah, because man, America is a simp society. Simping is just part of the culture here, and guys have been so feminized. You gotta remember, in America, some men are growing up and They haven't had a father in their household for over 3 generations. Done, man. And the thing I've come to learn, I think I'm one of the only guys that's been saying this in the industry for years, is that women raise their sons with a feminine outlook. Like they'll tell their sons, as long as you don't hurt people or attack them, you're good. No, you're a man. If a man just cracks his knuckles too loud, violence could happen, man. You know what I'm saying? If a man looks at another person too aggressively, we can fight to the death. You know what I'm saying? We're not women. You can't raise a woman can't raise a boy into a man, or even raise a boy. You know what I'm saying? Because she raises
Yes,
him like
it's
a
not
daughter.
possible. They live two different realities, and
Yeah.
there's how can they deny they deny that reality? It's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's how the system is. I mean, over here in America, women are telling men what's a real man. When you're like, you're a woman, you can't define. We don't even live in the same reality. You know what I'm saying? Us men,
It's as crazy for me to tell a woman how to behave or something.
you could tell her, because a man, we have a different vantage point. When we look at women, we look at them how they behave, represent
No,
themselves.
no, I mean like how to act. I mean like
Uh,
act like stuff like that. Not like the general behavior, just like
uh,
some normal things, like
well, I mean, you could tell them, but we men can see a vantage point. Like, a man could actually raise a daughter to womanhood. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, like stuff
Yeah.
like peeing when they sit, stuff like that.
Oh, that
As
nah,
a
you
man,
would
you should not
still
do that.
no, you would still raise them. Is Remember, you're raising your child from an infant. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be different. And the thing is, the greatest thing a man gives a daughter when he raises her is that he trains her how to interact with a man, non-sexual. That's why these chicks have daddy issues. They're hypersexual. They don't know how to coexist around a man without sexual. They've
What do you think? What would you do if you had like a really attractive daughter?
or
I
that
mean,
what
it's gonna be a problem, right?
No, it depends on my upbringing. If I raised her from day one and she understands the fear of God, of letting her father down, it's like, you know what I'm saying? You're in Panama. I know over there that women are just terrified of letting their father down. Like it's the fear of God. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
It's changing. It's changing. It used to be like this.
Well, I don't know I don't know if y'all laws changed in Panama. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean the mentality is changing, but it's still okay. Still okay. It's not as bad as what I hear in the West.
I mean, it'll be a little more progressive. You know what I'm saying? But I know in Panama that the fear of God, like, there's some things I can't say because of YouTube, whatever, but I know the fear
You
of
cannot
God.
say religious or
Oh, man,
religious
it's not religion. Nah, I know the fear of God. Like, in Panama, let me just use the word. Panama, the fathers are tapping their sons and their daughters. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Belt, you know what I'm saying? The fear of God.
Yes. Yeah.
A father,
Gotcha.
you know what I mean? A father inputs fear and respect, man. A man is supposed to be feared and respected. That love crap, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? No, we've been trained. Society's been romanticized since the 1950s agenda. But dude, it's like I tell guys, man. If I was with a woman and she doesn't love me at all, like she doesn't give a fuck about me, you know what I'm saying? As long as she cares and loves our children, I don't give a damn. In the US, men are fucking selfish, man. They're trained to be selfish and destroy their family from day one. I'm looking for a woman that loves me, above every. I've seen videos where men complain that, yo, she loved my children more than me. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're jealous of your children being loved more by your wife?
That is crazy.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man? And this is normal. This is some normal shit up here, man. The mind of guys here, the selfishness. Yo, man, she got a nice body, so I want her to have my baby. And then that kid is born to a mother that doesn't know anything. Mother doesn't even want to feed their kid. Truly, just treats that kid
Yeah.
as a burden.
If the mother wanna delete the kid, that is a red flag right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, by the time they're a certain age, I remember I was with a chick. She was super
I am shocked at the percentage of the women that they want to delete. I don't think it used to be like times are changing, because before it was not that common as today.
Baby deleting, bro. I heard what is it? It's in the black community alone. Every day, over 8 football fields of babies are deleted, because there's been an agenda where there are more baby deletion centers than there are churches. You know what I'm saying? Over here in the U.S., man. Eugenics.
Why do you think this is happening? Because
eugenics. No, it's been. You see, the black population in the U.S. was gonna be about over 20%, over 30, potentially even over 40%. But Planned Parenthood. You had some racial aspects to it. To me, man, there's corruption, man. When think about this. When there's more baby deletion centers than actual birth clinics, your system is designed for destruction. But the thing is with the West, man, it's poison, man. It's like, well, you weren't here earlier, but I gave a metaphor. Let me give you a metaphor. Okay, so you're eating an apple. That apple was poisonous and has a lot of chemicals in it. Is it the apple's fault that the farmer was using pesticide and poison when he was growing the apple? Or is it the farmer's fault? So is it the women's fault that they don't know how to be no more than sexually active? Or is it the system they were raised in? What I've come to realize is this is why the black pill has cleared my mind. You know what I'm saying? I've been clear. It's cleared my mind. I ain't mad at women at all. I've realized, yeah, man, it's what the fuck do you expect? You're in a poisonous, toxic environment. From day one, the government claims every female raised. They inject them with birth control pills that edit, that alter the way they think and their moods. You know what I'm saying? Some women in the U.S., bro, some women in the U.S. have not had a clear mind in over 20 years, because
I've thought the same thing. Like it cannot. I think it's dangerous. Like, a girl has been taking these pills since, I don't know, 16 years, 17 years old.
oh no,
it's gonna mess their mind.
It starts them off, but I think they get started on 13 with birth control and just drugged up. Just think about it. She's been on. That's why I tell people the first subscription plan was birth control. Birth control pills are just the amount of damage.
That is crazy, because I don't think I lost my virginity way older than 13. And how these girls are having action so early.
Man, it depends on where they're born, whatever. But all I know is this, man. The system in the West. Like I told a guy, I actually interviewed a girl over a talk conversation. Because there's an app, I gotta get back on it, called Stereo. You can actually talk to people and they can send you voice messages that are about a minute long or something. You know what I'm saying? What is that? I've learned to regrow my hair. What the fuck? I don't know if that's a troll.
What did he say?
But the thing I'm saying is, dude, man, we in the West we have processed women, just like you have processed cheese and processed food. These women have been processed on a birth control process for over 20 years. So you're not even dealing with naturally organic women. Their hormones are being fucked with for over 10 to 15 years on birth control. And here's the thing, bro, it doesn't end. Birth control is designed for them to keep using it forever. So you're telling me a woman's been on birth control from 18 and she's
It's like an addiction
"Yeah,
because and they don't only drink it for birth control. They say like for acne or something, you know.
oh, she been on it since fucking
Like
let's
she's
just say
controlling
her
her
18.
acne, her skin with that.
Well, let's say 18. So she been on birth control from 18 till her 30s. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta remember, we're in an age where there's condoms, there's the day after pill. Shit is crazy, man. But
Bro, I don't think many men use condoms actually.
men use
I don't think they use it.
nah. Well, I mean, you in
It's a
Panama.
low percentage that they
Well,
use condoms.
well, you in Panama, it's a lot cleaner over there. You know, in the U.S., man, there's a hyper gonorrhea, super gonorrhea going around because, like I said, man, the hypersexuality is insane. It's literally, you know, competition between women on sexuality, you know, on how sexual they can be. So, you know, I mean,
But
diseases.
I don't think Americans they use condoms. I mean, I think girls they don't like to use condoms. That's a fact.
Nah, well, Americans use them. There's a lot of brands up here, so you know it's being used. There's a lot of brands for condoms. But the thing is, man, all I know is, man, the system with everything going on, you know, is just the West is done, man. The West is not where a man plant his seed.
But think for a minute. If these girls are using like pills, they normally they don't like I've asked my friends this. I've made like surveys with my friends, and girls they don't ask for condoms.
No, yeah, of course they won't ask, but you got
It's man's responsibility, pretty much. They don't
yeah,
care.
well, it's your responsibility, but that's the hypersexuality. But to me, man, it's just I look at it like this, bro. The West, you don't plant your seeds here. You know what I mean? The only thing you could be here is happy for females in your family. If a female in your family's getting married, yeah, you could be happy for her. You know what I'm saying? You're happy, you know, don't hold no ill intent. But at the end of the day, in the back of your brain, you know, with the black pill knowledge or even the red pill, the less pill knowledge, you understand that, yeah, this man put in that. You know what I'm saying? The corruption of the West. Because look at it, all the advertisement. That's what I tell guys, how you gonna keep her wholesome and confident? The advertisement, you know, social media, TV is telling her you're a man and you're garbage. You know, you're to be respected. You're trying to enslave her. You know, but dude, it's been 8 hours, my brother. Any last words, man? So I got it.
It's been nice. Hopefully I can come back another day.
All right, man.
It's been fun.
Been always an honor, man. Recycle you out and thanks, man. You know, much respect and you know, you know, these streams are good with people from a different perspective because to me you're in another country, so when I bounce my thoughts off of you, you can actually point out that yeah, it's true, man. I'm overseas and we're not bitch made like you guys up here. You know what I'm saying?
And I've been. You said you're in New York, right?
Nah, I'm in Jersey, man. In Jersey,
Jersey, right? I go a lot to New York, like try once a year, and I've been going like for a while already, and it changed a lot. Like the last 2 years, 3 years, it's been crazy different. Like I went to different like 5 or 6 restaurants because I stayed for about a week, and the amount of gays there is increased dramatically.
Say the closet, you know.
Yeah, the closet. Like it's not. I have nothing against the closet, but it was I never see like everywhere I went, it was more than heterosexuals, which
Oh
was not
yeah.
the which was not the my experience when I went like 6 or 7, 8 years ago.
Well, you gotta remember, bro. There's a whole parade and this whole narrative to actually compromise people's sexuality. You know what I'm saying? It's at an all-time high, and the way I've looked at it is, to me, I give the people this, the alphabet people, I give them respect that tactically they're smart, they're genius. They are
Oh yeah,
geniuses when it comes
they're
to
loaded. I don't
it
know
comes.
a closet guy that is broke.
No, it ain't that. It's that tactically they take
Oh,
words that
tactical.
are
Okay.
they take words that are very generic, like pride. Like you got to realize you can't say the word pride in the West anymore because it's implied that you're in the rainbow. So they take a lot of generic words. The word gay used to just mean happy. They took a word that meant happy. That used to be what that word meant, just happy.
Or yeah.
They take a lot of generic terms, and it's easy. Once they take a generic word, it's easy to stick it out in the mainstream. They took the word pride. You take the word gay. What's the other word they took? I forgot.
Rainbow or the
Uh,
colors. I don't know.
I forgot the words. Even the rainbow. I mean, all the colors. Well, the thing with the rainbow, thanks to the Irish, it ain't completely a closeted thing because it's still associated with a leprechaun coming to give you gold or something.
Oh.
But
I go a lot to the M&M store,
uh,
and they had like dresses for little kids, like of LGTB. I think that's a bit wrong. I don't think you have
yeah.
to be a genius to say it's good or bad. I mean,
Nah, well, they're trying to compromise and create body dysmorphia and
what do you want to dress a little kid with that?
they want to depress the boys, man. They want the boys to become, transition because when they transition, they increase the government and shit is crazy up here, man. But I'll say this, man. I hold no ill feelings. I've had coworkers,
Oh,
so
one of my best friends is out of the closet, so I have no
man,
problem.
I don't know, man. That you might have to think about that one, man. Because my
I
thing
think
is
that's not a great idea.
they always hunting, brother. You gotta be
They always hunt.
always hunting, man.
The first time I got approached by a out of closet guy was in New York City.
Oh,
I've never had this experience. I was in a bar and he pretty much bought me a beer, and and it was pretty. I never thought he was out of the closet because I was with him, and he was like talking with my friend that was a female, so he got a little bit camouflaged there. So
he blended in.
he
Yeah,
blended, and then he started inviting shots, and
closet.
he was betting and losing on purpose so he can get us, alcoholized, like.
Or get y'all drunk. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they wanted to get us drunk.
the closet,
So that was my weirdest experience ever.
closet chameleon, man. He blended in,
But he was very intelligent because he was like he was like, hey, let's make a bet. What is the temperature outside? And I knew it was very cold. I knew it cannot be like 30 degrees Celsius, or 30 degrees is hot. And he was losing on purpose.
Get you comfortable. You gotta remember, man. The guys outside, and respect you for saying that, out the closet, dude, they hunting like you, man. You meet a chick, you try to break the ice, joke, have fun, then get close. You know what I mean? They hunt like that, man. That's why I see a dude in the closet. I'm like, I know you're hunting me like I hunt a woman, and I know that a dude outside of the closet, his ultimate goal is to turn a guy out. Just like a straight guy's goal would be, yo, man, I fucked this lesbian and I changed her.
Yeah, I never knew. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It's
Like,
no
I
longer a
never had
lesbian.
this experience. I never had this experience. It was so weird, and I was kind of joking with my friend, like, "How this is crazy." Like we were like drinking because we were not aware at the beginning. He was very good at hiding it, but
Wow.
then like after the third shot,
Oh,
I went to the bathroom, and then came back, and he had my jacket on him. He
oh,
put it. He put the jacket on him.
up
I
trying
was
to
like, "Whoa, what is this?" Uh,
claim, trying to.
and and then he started smelling the jacket. I don't know
Wow,
why. So I
wow,
was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
wow. Yeah, he tried to claim you, man. You know, it's just like the straight dudes buying a chick.
I felt like in the Matrix, like
So,
you're like you see all the bots,
uh,
but like we were seeing the difference, the weird things, and we were like, okay, the bartender was out of the closet.
oh,
Then we were seeing like the one that cleaning that was doing the cleaning the floor, he was out of the closet. And we like, no way we're in a gay club. There's no way, or in a gay bar. There's no way. We were in, because we like to drink artisan beer. So I was like, no way we came to a gay bar. So then we went to another one, and it was pretty much the same thing. So that's why I was wondering, like, we're like in a gay area or something.
well, I mean, it's changed, man. You know, the hunting has gone beyond that, and you know, all the laws have changed to, you know, benefit that. The gender law, a lot of men don't get why this gender thing is so destructive. A lot of men think, oh, it's about being woke and progressive. No, gender basically, this push for gender is basically to imply that it's perfectly legal to deceive a straight man. Because if a man goes in a bar and says, I identify as a woman, you know, and let's say this dude just slaps your ass, you know what I mean, while you're in the bar, you just knuckle up and just bow, punched him right in the jaw. You know what I'm saying? He identified as a woman. So what if they treat him as such? Now you got a domestic case on you for beating somebody who identified as a woman. You know what I'm saying? This is how
Oh, really?
yeah, it's how fucked up the West is, man. So
Oh, that is insane. That is
yeah,
crazy.
no, man, this is how you gotta think tactically. I would even say, man, avoid New York, man, for this. If you're coming to the States, no, it's bad, bro.
I,
People are
I I
getting,
I used to love New York. Like, it was my favorite place.
nah, dude, it's bad right now. People getting stabbed, attacked in the subway because the New York has gone full blown
Woke.
full blown progressive. I mean, insane. You know, New York was where they were giving away free needles to drug addicts, clean needles. You know, they said, "Oh, that's better for them to get a clean needle." What the fuck, man?
That
What
is crazy.
name of capital fuck, man? Yeah, it's you know what I mean. That's why I'm saying, dude, New York is dead, man. New York right now, I would say I would avoid New York traveling there for the next probably 2 years. Give it
It's it,
2 years.
it's crazy because here in Panama they glorify New York still. Like, it's like a
No,
really
no,
really
New
great
York.
place.
No, New York is awesome. When it's the traveling, the trains, it's awesome. It's just that they fucked it up, man. The problem with New York is it's the melting pot. There's so many races of people over there. New York is the most diverse city in America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's so
for
many
sure.
people trying to live there, but that's where the corruption and racism gets to. Why would they want, even when weed became legal, you know what I'm saying? Why wasn't weed legal in New York first? Instead, they made it legal all the way in Colorado because there's too many. Like New York, actually, the majority I heard is minorities. The majority of New York isn't like white people in New York. It's The majority is very minority based in New York. Like we're
There's
talking
so many Asians,
Middle
a
Eastern.
lot.
New York
Yeah,
is, dude. New York, you can get whatever you want in New York. New York is like the world. But it's
right.
just corruption. New York's problem is they vote too fucking liberal, man. The way they vote in New York is what's destroying New York. Like they literally have an ex cheerleader as one of their mayors in New York. So, like we're talking this. I think her name is something Cortez. She's just a pop
Oh,
talk.
is that AOC? Is that her?
Yeah, AOC. Just a damn. Her
She was
brain.
a cheerleader, really? Oh,
Yeah, her brain is just a pop tart with a bagel on it. You know what I'm saying? Just crazy. The New York is just so hyper liberal. It's destroying itself. Like when I heard weed was legal in New York, I was like, oh my God, the amount of money that's gonna be made here, because New York still hasn't recovered from 9/11. You know what I'm saying? Weed was gonna
yeah.
save New York. Because why go to Amsterdam to smoke weed when you can
You
smoke?
can go to New York, yeah.
My only problem with New York is New York lies, man. They say New York is a city that doesn't sleep. That's a goddamn lie. The bars close at 4, and everything closes around 4 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Not everything. The stuff that's open all day, it's open. There's pizzerias open 24/7. But the
Man,
problem with
I really love New York, man. I always have a good time there.
oh yeah, nah, you would love it. I'm
So,
just saying, dude, New York right now. If you're not gonna drive everywhere, I wouldn't advise New York right now.
but yes, you're right. It's been different.
Yeah,
The last
New
two
York,
times I've been there, it's been different.
New York is hot right now.
It's very wild. I was in an Uber
Uh,
and there was a Indian guy driving the Uber, and there was a cyclist like very close riding very close to him, and then the Uber driver he got very aggressive, and he almost hit him, and then the cyclist came back to him and destroyed the mirror, the front mirror. And
wow.
it was while I was inside with my friends, and we
Yeah,
were really shocked about that. Really, like
dude, New York right now, bro. You don't go there if you're gonna take the subway. You go to New York if you're driving everywhere you're going, as in you're taking an Uber. I would say for the time being, I would avoid New York. You know what I'm saying? For the time being, I would say if you're trying to go somewhere else, I heard Atlanta's very, very good. A lot of parties somewhere else in the States. I would just say avoid New York and Seattle and California. Just
oh my
poison,
God, I was in California in 2016,
poison, man.
17, and it was not as bad as I hear in the news now, but it was starting to get pretty bad.
New York, man. Cali, people leaving it. Well, I'll say this, man. It's just, to me, America now is, like I said, man. This is make your money, man. Make your money and be aware. And it's not everywhere because there's certain states that are different. Like me, I'm trying to, depending on what happens in a couple months, I'm trying to go to Atlanta. I'm gonna try to move to Atlanta.
I've never been there. How is it?
Oh, Atlanta's big. It's the new Hollywood. Atlanta, a lot of actors, lot of films and TV shows are filmed there. Taxes are low, and there's a lot of party scenes.
Why everyone wants to go to Texas nowadays? Is there a
Oh,
reason?
Texas, because of the tax. Taxes are low in Texas, and Texas isn't liberally insane. Like I was living in Texas. You
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice.
you could have your gun license, dude. Texas was awesome. It's just that they fucked me over with this license, for security license. So man, they fucked up the money there. But yeah, Texas is pretty good, man. What? Yo, nerd guy, you saying Atlanta? Yeah, nah, there's a lot of real in Atlanta. The closet's real, but dude, there's a lot of big party scenes, and at least in Atlanta, I think you could have a gun. You could have a on crime is bad in Atlanta like that.
I've heard that. I heard that too.
I heard
And I've
that.
never been there.
I heard people getting robbed, celebrities. Damn, man, Atlanta's bad. I wanted to go to.
I heard Chicago is good.
Oh no, nah, you don't go to Chicago. You go there, you ain't coming back. You know what I'm saying? You ain't coming back unless it's in a coffin, man. Chicago right now
Really?
it's hot, man. It's heat, man. The violence is crazy, depending on where you're going.
Is it the same as
So looking
New York?
bad, dog. Let me see, nerd guy. I heard Atlanta got for every one man is 4 women, man, and I heard the women is fire out there. Oh man, robbed at rifle point. God damn.
Wow. Damn.
Oh, that's wild, dog. That's wild, man. That's wild. Nerd guy, respect, man. Respect for the heads up. I guess I might still be going to Texas. I gotta look it up, but
Florida is okay. Miami, I've heard Miami is not bad.
It's a drug. Oh, Miami. Yeah, one of my homies is in Miami. I might check. I guess I might check it out again. I gotta make a call to Miami.
Panamanians go a lot to Miami because it has the same weather and stuff like that. And there's a lot of Latinos there too. So.
Oh yeah,
you can speak Spanish.
Oh yeah, yeah. I heard Atlanta got a super high STD rate. The highest, one of the highest in the nation. Yeah. And respect to the nerd guy, yeah. But bro, man, it's been an honor. I gotta give me something to drink.
All right, bro. Damn, it's 8:30, 8 hours, 30 minutes.
Man.
That was a savage.
Well, I mean, man, it was about depression and self-deletion, man. These streams, they're needed because unlike other people telling people, oh man, depression, we're breaking it down that a lot of this shit is artificial. It's artificially created for you to be depressed and delete yourself, man. A lot of that crap is fake, man. You know what I'm saying? Just designed to make men destroy themselves for feelings and all this crap. I'm gonna tell every guy this, bro. You cried when you were a baby. You were very emotional when you were a baby as a man, and you couldn't control it. You know what I mean? Now you're an adult, you can control it. They just want you to be emotional so you have no control. But dude, it's been an honor and a pleasure, man. And we'll link again, man.
Yeah, definitely come back.
Word. Peace out, man.
Nah, bro. See you.
I want to thank everybody who showed up for the stream and the panelists. And shout out to Mr. X, man. Mr. X, to me, man, he revealed something big. We're living in a red pill society. That's crazy. But I want to thank everybody, and man, like I said, with the self-deletion now, new talking points now is, man, marriage in the West, long-term relationships in the West now have literally become a gateway towards male self-deletion. So we got to start thinking about that, man. You got to start thinking about, it ain't just about the consequences on finances. It's about the consequences of potentially deleting yourself. So there's a lot to think about, man. I'm going to try to do these streams once a month about, male deletion, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you said, 5 to 6 months, then leave her. Nah, man. Nerd guy, I think right now with the way it is, man, I'm going to tell you guys this. I think the ultimate challenge for men now is if you like a woman, you got to leave her. You have to ghost her. As soon as you think shit is going to work out, you got to ghost. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think, because of hookup culture and the laws, I don't even think you can have a long-term relationship more than a week. You know what I'm saying? The test for men now if all these deletions were long-term relationships by the majority of men, they deleted themselves because of a long-term relationship. And I've been telling men this: we're in the age of the no-term relationships. Men want long-term relationships, or men want a term in their relationship. But in today's age, there are no terms. And I think the strongest, you gotta look at relationships now in the West like a drug. You gotta ask yourself, man, how many hits of this relationship you're willing to take if it will destroy your life. I mean, it's unhealthy, man. We lost Tommy. We lost so many men to self-deletion based on a long-term relationship. So you got to look at it and say, fuck, man, you know, is the risk of deleting myself worth it? You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of men, that's why you see the ghost epidemic going on. A lot of men just ghosting like crazy, because the way the laws work now, it's the safest thing you can do is ghost. You know what I'm saying? Ghosting is now a way for men to, I guess, protect themselves, because you know what I mean? As soon as you like a chick, the only time I'd say you stay in a term relationship, you know, a lot of men in the red pill sector will say, oh, he's being a bitch for this. No, man. The only way long-term relationships are working out if it's a financial investment. Like if you see, oh man, there's a way to network some money out of this relationship, then yeah, you stay. You know what I mean? You try to work it out if it can benefit you financially. Because to me, with all the laws we have now in the West, the men are the women now. You know what I'm saying? The men, when it comes to dating, the men are the women. I mean, the men are basically the women now. And no, let me change the word. When it comes to dating, the men are in a position of feminine. You know what I'm saying? You're looking for a woman with a stable career that she makes more than you. You know what I'm saying? She makes more than you. So since she makes more money than you, you can't get screwed of alimony and divorce and child support. That's the real dating strategy now. Is as a man, you have to look at a man, you have to understand that the roles have been reversed. Respect to the homie nerd guy. Yeah, the roles have been reversed. So the only time you can have a stable relationship is if there's a potential that the woman makes more money than you, or because of her networks, like, because of her connections and family connections, you see a chance to make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? You see a chance to make a lot of money with your relationship. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way this works out now. The roles are completely reversed. And if you see a networking potential where, okay, man, I'm a wife her up, her father's a lawyer, I see a way I can make some money, man. So when you divorce her, if you get divorced or you divorce her first, you're like, yeah, I didn't lose that much because, I made this money by networking with her family anyway. So the roles are reversed now in the West, man. You as the man have to look for a woman that makes more money than you. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way this works. And even when you're with her, you know what I'm saying? She's got to really care for you and love you and all that crap, have an emotional attachment to you so that this relationship doesn't end. But at the same time, while you're having a relationship with her, you got to understand there's no terms. She could leave at any time. She could come at any time. There are no more terms in a relationship. You men, as a man in the West, the roles have been reversed. And the thing is, the roles will never return to what they once were. You know what I'm saying? It might. There's a chance. I personally think we as men, if you're trying to stay in the States, you got to keep an eye on hookup culture. Keep an eye on just how frantic it is, because hookup culture will most likely lead to prostitution legalization, because you already have the OnlyFans. OnlyFans, women getting paid to be super sexual. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the I forget that site where you meet you could be a sugar daddy or whatever. Oh yeah, seeking arrangements. You know what I'm saying? You got seeking arrangements now. And of course you've been had the whole thotting on Instagram getting paid for being flown out and all that. So I think prostitution, especially with the current state the government is in after Roe v. Wade. After Roe v. Wade, I think the government is pressured to give women some type of good news. So I think what the government's gonna do, they're gonna back off federally on prostitution. They're gonna just let it. They're gonna back off on it and say, look, women, your body, your choice. You could do whatever you want with your body. It's your body. And we shouldn't be oppressing you by making prostitution illegal. You know what I'm saying? So I think within the next potentially 1 to 5 years, I'd say 1 to 5 years, prostitution most likely will be legal. You know what I'm saying? It might be legal starting off like, you got Nevada, but it might be legal on a state level. But I think prostitution will be made legal, because what's happened right now is the passport bros movement. It's exploding on popularity on Instagram. It's exploding. Divorce rates are high, marital rate is low. The marriage rate is low. If men are flying out of the country and women are crying about it, it's only a matter of time before prostitution is legalized, because as men fly overseas, they're taking the money they could have been given to women here domestically to another country. And, the government knows, its STD rates. It knows how hyper sexualized the country is. So the government's going to legalize prostitution as a way to negate the men flying overseas and taking their money to other countries. Government's going to be damned. We have to keep them here. That we know we don't want to change the marriage law right now. We don't want to change the marriage law so quickly. You know what I mean? So what's going to happen is you're going to see the government potentially Singapore and China been passport bros. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So to me, it's going to lead to legalization of prostitution. Plus, you got to add in the fact of inflation, potential recession or depression going on. They're going to legalize a way to collect taxes and just let the women make some money. You know what I mean? Some of the homies already told me that some chicks a lot of women now are already selling themselves, you know what I mean, due to what happened. And you gotta remember what Conan-19 left a lot of people homeless, without homes and all that. So I think, man, it's coming. Prostitution will most likely be legalized. I'd say prostitution most likely will be legalized before 2030. I already see a push for polyamory. I read an article about polyamory. You know what I'm saying? They're going to legalize polyamory. They're going to legalize polygamy. You know what I'm saying? I saw polygamy is legal. They're pushing for polygamy so they can, collect a double divorce. Oh man, double divorce. You know what I'm saying? Oh dog, nerd guy for real. You know what I'm saying? My homie, man, he was saying they're selling in Atlanta. You know what I mean? And they work decent jobs. Yeah, they're selling, man, extra bread. And another reason I say prostitution will be legalized is that what's happening is, man, if a lot of men are ghosting and walking away from the dating market, a lot of women now are over sexualized. The only way to interact with men will be to sell it, and they're most likely gonna be selling it at the bar. Cause I remember I worked at a bar, man. There were like two prostitutes at this bar, and I could see them walking away with a new guy every day, every night. And I was like, yeah, I know they prostituting, man. But I couldn't say nothing. I didn't want to offend them or get in trouble. But as men keep ghosting, men are flying overseas. Prostitution's gonna be the way women get access to men. Like, a lot of guys don't get that. As men ghost and fly overseas, a lot of women aren't getting access to men. You know what I'm saying? So what's gonna happen, and I kept telling guys is that, dude, the women don't dictate the sexual, unlike these red pill scam artists. The women don't dictate the fucking dating market. The men do. The men's investment does. You know what I'm saying? So what's gonna happen with the hookup culture and a lot of men ghosting women, what's happening is that eventually, and it's probably happening, like the homie said, Atlanta, a lot of women now will be offering services to men to pay. I've already heard there's a website for women to literally pay men to pretend to be their boyfriends. You know what I'm saying? Because Japan was ahead of it, the gig economy for dating. So a lot of stuff from Japan's coming here. And there's already, you can look it up online. There's a website where women are paying men to pretend to be their boyfriends. That's how fucked up shit is. You know what I'm saying? Just be careful about Atlanta. Some chicks will tell you they have HIV and still offer to sleep with you. Oh. Well, I heard about the HIV thing, man. Some laws have been passed where, with the HIV thing, some laws have been passed where, people don't got to tell you they got HIV. Like in California, they've passed the law. Yeah, they shouldn't tell you. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. It is crazy right now, man. The West is just it's a cesspool, man. It's becoming a cesspool. So, you know what I'm saying? It's becoming a cesspool, so it should be public. Yeah, bro. The thing is, they don't care because at the end of the day, the pharmaceuticals make money if you get STDs and HIV anyway. You know what I'm saying? So they realize, yeah, man, we shouldn't make it legal for women to tell you if they have an STD or an HIV, because that prevents us from getting more men having HIV so we can make some money off of it. You know what I'm saying? So shit is reckless out here, man. Shit is wild. So a lot of men, man, you gotta wake up, man. You gotta wake up. And to me, I'd say before 2030, I think polygamy is gonna be legal in certain states. Prostitution's gonna be legal. Polyamorous marriages is gonna be legal. A lot of shit is changing, man, because the government has deteriorated the relationship between men and women so much that men are flying out of the country to access women. That's how fucked up it is. So, man, just expect, man, the laws are going to change, because when men fly overseas, no woman wins. Women lose, man. They lose a lot of access to potential funds and money. But man, I want to thank everybody for stopping on the stream. I hope it helped some guys out. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you know your thought of self-deletion is in your head. And you know, rest in peace to those men, man. Rest in peace to those men that, you know, took their lives, man. Some of them were heroes for us, man. You know, it's a shame, man, that in all honesty, this is gonna continue. This is only gonna continue, man. We're gonna see more bodies, more men we respect or we see them as icons. More men will be deleting themselves. So it's very important that we talk about it, but we talk from a black pill perspective and talk from a logical perspective. You know, not the fucking scam they're running. You know, so everybody, man, have a safe one, and you know, happy Thanksgiving. You know, if I don't stream another day this week, you know, happy Thanksgiving to everybody, man, and have a safe one. You know what I mean? Peace. You know.
Pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black.
It's so important, guys. So important. By the way, women are the majority of voters in the United States. Like
They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of display.